for intelligence. Wow. That's smart. Okay, so the Exerfire is in the lead by 4. Oh, only 5 percentages? What's happening over the Gimli here? No matter how this battle goes, the secret advisor should know that his designs have greatly helped me be able to build better. That just has to be said. My god, a shot near the AI would be devastating. Absolutely devastating. Gimli's at 76 percentages. Exerfire is at 84. The lambs are actually able to take out... Never mind. Oh, damn! That almost deleted the AI. Look at that. Oh my god, another one. We have our auxiliary AI components here that are just fried. We're sinking. Oh no. I know. Oh yeah, right. So the ACBs that are controlling the altitude of the Gimli, they are taken out. So now the Gimli resides on the altitude set by the AI, which is a lot lower. Oh man, that ain't good for all of the guns. Now the sniper cannons, they only shoot at underwater block anyway, so they couldn't care less, but maybe this, weirdly enough, could have been good for the Gimli. I don't know, we shall see. As long as we're not sinking because we're losing power or sinking too much. That's some boom. I am a little bit surprised that the Exerfire does not have some auxiliary diff guns. Now I did forbid like bringing like 200 diff guns on a turret to the battle to win. Like I did ban that because if you have diff guns in the numbers of like several hundred ones, it will lag so much when they fire that it's like impossible to have battles. So I did ban that. Otherwise, I do think Korvax would have been bringing some of those scary diff guns. But the diff guns are obviously not banned completely. So I am a little bit surprised that Korvax does not have diff guns for auxiliary damage dealing. Like the Gimli has, I think it is 2-3 diff guns or something that actually deals damage. And that can help giving some early advantage, because you can have Hesh and stuff and the heat on diff guns, and those rods can be able to kill enemy turrets. So if you have a couple of those in the start, bam, that's a good hit. It can help you have an advantage in the battle. So I was actually thinking that the secret advisor would bring a few diff guns just to, you know, have a good time. Look at that, those cramps are actually bouncing off the Gimli, which is like semi-submerged. But I guess the secret advisor is wanna be all in or all out. Either it's diff guns 100% or there are no diff guns. We have a front turret that's missing, that ain't good. And this is basically missing too, so we have some really handicapped firepower here. This Arqueballista is not shooting scary shells anymore. Yeah. Ooh, scary stuff. 66 versus 73 percentages. We're at the same level as before. This can go either way. Bam! That's a big... Damn, we don't have much forward propulsions anymore. We're close to the spawning. No kidding. Bam, that's a big one. Cram parts. So, the weak point of the Exerfire seems to be the cram cannons. Boom. It seems that the heat decoy is now grilled away, so now it starts to shoot at other stuff. It would be lovely if those lasers started to target, I don't know, turrets instead? Not just empty space. 63%. We're still having a good amount of cram cannons here on the Exerfire still firing, so it's a little bit scary, right? Right now it looks like the Exerfire will win this. It really does. Trying to be optimistic, but man. Lucky! Man. That our ACB block controlling the altitude of the Gimle got taken out might be the luckiest thing that has happened. Because you know what this will do? This will make it so that our engine power is like not prioritized to keep our altitude, which means that our laser will be a lot stronger than it should be at this stage of the battle, because obviously like almost half our blocks are missing now. 38% of our blocks are already gone, basically. Probably more. Probably 50% of our blocks are already gone. It's just that not all health is equal when it comes to blocks. I'm happy that our defenses are able to take out some of those cram shots, but man, not all of them. Did you see that underwater? I think we have underwater diff rods. That's funny. What is our laser doing under here then? The Exerfire has reached the funny number of 69. Well, what does it mean? Bam. Our crams are still hitting hard. This one doesn't have no barrels, no. It's firing blanks then. So the weak point really is its turrets. This one is online 100%. Maybe not 100, but a lot of percentages. This one too. This one too. But the laser is finally dealing lasing damage, which is nice. Look at that. That turret is definitely offline. Now we're targeting what? Yes, we're targeting one of the healthy cannons. Oh, it doesn't have any connectors left. That turret is effectively disabled. Gimli's at 60% though. A few cram shots or a lucky one to the AI will of course make the Gimli lose. I'm just staying over here, being optimistic and not assessing the damages done to the Gimli, because it feels better that way. Also, you've seen the Gimli enough. What's lagging? Oh my god! About AI hit. I do believe that the Gimli deleted Exerfire's AI. Who would have thought? I would not have thought that the Exerfire would lose this battle, because I know how good of a builder the Secret Advisor is. He builds ships that beats most ships at the same material range. But I guess that my rules that you can't bring 200 diff guns to this fight because it will lag too much, and that you can only use 100,000 blocks, threw him off guard a little bit, because that's like literally what he does. Brings 1 million blocks to the game and 100 1,000 diff guns if he can, and that just is a good way to deal damage. Well, that was really unexpected. The Gimle looked like it was losing both battle, but it won in the end. And I will ascribe some of those wins to pure luck, because man, it looked like it would go the other way, but this is best of 3, and this is our results. So, good game, the Secret Advisor, Kovdax, the Extra Fire, beautiful build. That was a strong one. I do think it would beat all the enemies that the Gimle has already beaten, without a doubt, probably. It looks very strong. It is very strong. It brought down the Gimle to almost despawning. And I don't know if it was luck, or I don't know if Gimle just has a slight edge, but that was close. We're here for another Gimle battle, as you might have suspected by now. This is a beautiful little build. It's, what is it? Old DPS Old Jack. And this is from formerly known Dead Pirate Lenny. And he's not the dead, and he's not the pirate anymore, it's just Lenny. So, this is a beautiful build from Lenny, DPS Old Jack, which has been updated slightly to adhere to the rules of the Gimle battles, as we do not want propellers that are hidden deep inside, so no interior props, they have been put to the outside here. If that's not clear, you can have like grills in front of your propellers, by the way, that's fine. Just not hiding them where they are untouchable, that's not very fine. But in any case, we are going to pitch this this old DPS Jack against the Gimle, of course. That's what this battle is about. It has some cool APS here. We can just quickly check. We got some armor piercing, high explosive. Well, the Gimle has era. I hope the Gimle will be able to... I missed that one. Okay, that's very... I like that one. Okay, I'm almost hoping for this ship to win now. So, in any case, we're gonna throw it against the Gimle. It has a little service thing there. We can go down here and chill out. I don't know if it has... Oh, I spawned in the wrong ship. I don't know if it has like more interiors than the cockpit here. Oh, are we steering the boat with pedals? I don't know you can do that. Oh, that's an actual periscope. I like that. Why do we got blackened out windows? What are... Oh, these are doors. You know what? I think this is my fleet colors. Well, Lenny's fleet colors, this is probably a transparent type of black. Well, in any case, oh, we got some cool interiors down here. That's a cute boat. This is obviously the Gimle. Am I right or am I right? Thanks you, I'm right. This could also be the Gimle because it's white, and this is not the Gimle. That's some scum from, what is it called? The Red Faction. Haha, we were right. Prepare to board the Gimle. That's amazing. So we're gonna have the cleaning crew here is going to try and board the Gimle. And that's a very war crime like, because the Gimle is you know, a party boat with you know, party people or something on it. Who knows? Okay, so they are gonna board the Gimle. I see. Here we go to this area. That's fine. And they go down. No, I get lost. I'll just need to see. This ladder goes up here. Okay, that makes sense. I think we check this out. It's gonna be fun to see what it brings to the actual battlefield. We got some big steam in here. And some engines. We got all sorts of stuff. Well, it's gonna be real fun to check this one out. There we go. Let us start the battle. Oh my god, the cramps are popping in from the Gimle here. Old Jack, she's getting grilled by this laser here. Alright, this is best of 3 by the way, and sorry I forgot the paint job on it. Man, it uses fleet colors, so I need to give it another faction colors. Whoa, that's some interceptors popping in right there. Alright. What's going on? The cram is missing. Look at that, Lenny's DPS Old Jack is actually in the lead. Ooh, but that kind of almost changed. We're gonna see it. Man, these railguns, I think they are, because they shoot so fast. Oh, they are... Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This turret's interior is completely almost gone. I don't think it has many connectors left going down. I think this turret is rendered very weak indeed. We are having a nice broadsiding battle right there. Cramps are popping in. Mortars are popping. Oh. Ew. Are we having mortars here? Looked like it. Or was it just shells that bounced? I have actually no idea. I guess we'll see if anything drops down on the Gimle anytime soon. Who knows? We got VLM interceptors, that's for sure. The Gimle has actually taken the lead. Bam! That's a nice explosion. We're shedding blocks here, engine parts and stuff. That ain't good, and they more of them keep coming. Well, DPS soldier, you know, a ship. We always call, like in ships are always referred to as females, she. But in this case, the ship, Lenny's ship, is called Old Jack. What does that mean? That we have to, because of the name, do we need to change the gender of the ship now? How does it work? Does anyone know? Anyway, she's getting some real damage inside here because these crams are no joke. So it seems that the Old Jack took the lead at the start of the battle. But man, how many shells do we bounce here? We got some pretty strong angled shields here. They seem to be having a pretty good angle there. I don't think it wastes any materials on lambs. But the Old Jax is just down to 82 and the Gimle is at 91. I do suspect that the Gimle will indeed win this battle very much now. Because it seems that the guns from Old Jack ain't shooting that hard anymore, do they? Man, I have such a list on things I want to fix on the Gimle. You have no idea how much I want to fix on the Gimle, but not until all the battles that are not until all that want to meet her have sent in their ships. Look at that. They aimed straight for the AI. That's scary, man. That's so scary. That could have been a win. Well, if the Old Jack shot the Gimle right at the AI for a few seconds more, I do believe this battle would have been quite over. So one thing I would like to fix on the Gimle is, of course, she needs an AI armor overhaul. And possibly even that the AI moves location. That's like one big thing. Anyways. Unless Old Jack gets some huge luck popping out of nowhere, I do believe that she's wasted. Look at that. Yeah, it kind of still fires. But yeah, only kinda. Now that turret went. That means it ain't got no weapons, do we? Well, I mean, this technically counts as a weapon. So, yeah. first round we can conclude goes to the Gimle, as the old Jack, well, it has one gun left there, so we'll see if anything changes. Nothing changed, and old Jack is down under this spawning. So next round, the old Jack is a white flyer today, flayer I mean. So let's see if the blood red washed deck would help the old Jack to beat the Gimle. So Jack's taking the lead, Gimle is down, no, not really. That was the thing last time. You okay? So now basically, so these railguns, they're really fast. The old Jack's railguns really get to the Gimle and deal some early damage, and then we'll have to wait for the barrage of real crams showing in. I don't know where VSAD sits on my keyboard apparently. Anyways, many of those crams actually miss. That's like the bad thing with crams. I understand that a lot of people do want to go with APS just to be sure where that their shells will hit. Now you could see the mortars actually bounced off the side there of the old Jack. She's got some good shields, and the Gimle got that too. How are we faring over here? Both are at 95%. So it is quite even actually. The lambs are really busy shooting at those APSs. Now one thing I do wanna say is that Lenny's old Jack is only 2 million, so the Gimle has 200,000 materials advantage in this fight too. So that ain't 1,000 million % fair, if I can say so myself. That's a nice hit though. So yeah, there is that. Man, that you don't explode. How? I don't know if my pack is actually providing the firepower for its like cost, but it feels like it is doing that. Here we got a nice laser too. I wonder if that's a strong laser. We're gonna see where it focuses. Because it ain't got no lambs. The old Jack ain't got no lambs. So it seems that it's a damaged laser, all of it probably. Now it may have gone down, I don't know, because the old Jack is down to 83%. Alright. Oh, we're getting out of... what are we doing? It got lambs. I just didn't note... I should have seen that. I don't know. This gray color is just... I don't know. I just miss it, apparently. Obviously. So that's a bad angle. I don't think the old Jack is gonna get any advantage from keeping in this value. No, indeed not. And here we got a pretty good. You can see I have calculated these crams to kind of explode in the middle, and they kind of do. Because that's what I set them up to do. So, yeah. Those mortars hit or no? Well, the old Jack's down to 75%. Bam, more cram explosions. 73. One thing we do want to check out, that's like these railguns are still firing, while not that often. Wonder if I can like climb my own shells to get here. Yes, I could. Alright. Oh man, look at that engine compartment. It seems that they almost shot at the engine, no, not the engine, that they almost shot at the AI behind the engines again. Lucky for me, they didn't. Old Jack is down to 60%. You know, I think we can be pretty sure that the Gimle absolutely outclasses the old Jack. It really does. Now, the old Jack got some lucky shots early on, and if it just kept its fire at that spot for a little longer, it would have AI deaded the Gimli 100%. But it didn't. Now, I don't know, this battle is over, of course. The Lenny does not win this. I'm sorry, Lenny, but good submission. It's looking very cool, but not quite there to win. However, I'm just curious. Now, this battle was a pretty quick one, so we got some more time. And I'm thinking like this. What happens if we pitch the Gimli versus 2 Old Jacks? Now I gave them another faction's color scheme. So let's go here. Did I forget it? No? There we go. So this is probably the original paint, right? And this is the Onyx watch. Alright. So maybe I spawned them a tiny little bit too close, because it seems that... Will they collide? Oh my god, that's so... Oh no, they did! Well, I don't think anything important was missed back there, so I think it won't affect the outcome of the battle. So I'm not gonna restart this one, because it was just like 1 meter of wood and wooden backed half layers of alloy. Alright. Should not affect. But anyways, this is just for fun anyways. The Gimli has already won, of course. We just want to check out if the Gimli can beat 2 Lennys just because the battles were so fast. We are into degraded mood, so this is of course a little bit bigger battles than I normally can do. You will notice that fragments don't spawn anymore. Gimli is at 91%, so it's about as damaged as it was at the end of last battle, so that's pretty interesting. I do think the lambs... I think the lambs are working like very hard right now. Oh, hoo-hoo, no, look at that. This cram is officially killed. It's completely down. We're getting... Holy moly, this... Look at this laser go! Oh my god, this is a good laser. Do remember that I'm only smoked from one side. If you wanna beat the Gimli, get on its other side, and it's gonna be easy. Whoo! Alright, this laser is no joke. Look at it, it just melts through. And now we're getting behind the Super Davidos class turret. Oh, the barrels of the mortar are gone. It's trying to open it like a tin can. This ain't good for the Gimli at all. Or why don't you just aim for a target you can shoot at? Come on. Whoo. Oh lords. Oh no, this cram turret is completely gone too. Well, the old Jack ain't a joke. That's very true. I do believe I haven't tried it, of course. We can try it if you want to see it in the future. Just tell me in comments, but the DPS old Jack would probably beat the Titan Slang and the Ragnarok any day of the week. It packs a real punch. Look at this. Look at that, man. What does this damage even come from? That's probably armor piercing high explosive, which is an effective shell. Now we only have some ERA in one area, so we can only take that out there. No, look at that. Our laser turret has got stuck. Are you kidding me? That's so stupid. It's just stuck. That's so sad. I wonder how many of those shells our lamps actually will be able to take out. Look at that. Our cram cannons are kind of gone, are they not? Oh, we got this one is pretty damaged, but we seem to have... I don't remember if this one was damaged from behind. It is a little bit, yes. It seems to be functional though, I don't know if they work. We got the snipers, of course. Why do we have such lag? Oh, we got this. We got a shell, ladies and gentlemen. We have a shell. Anyways, I wonder if they're colliding with each other because I wonder what these lag spikes are here for. Oh, okay. Oh yes, they are actually colliding. Well, that's not very smart. That explains. Probably should have spawned them with a little bit more distance. So yeah, those lambs are actually pretty strong. Not a lot of lambs can take out a cram shot from the gimlet. So I do believe that that they're doing a decent job. Oh, yeah, they're taking out the mortars too. That's some very powerful lambs, man. I'm wondering, like, if we legit have anything to shoot back with. We have our... Oh, there we go. There we go. Did it do much? Maybe it actually didn't. We got our pack, but that doesn't feel like it's packing too much power. Not that our crams are packing much power either, because they're damaged. Very funny. The gimlet just passed the beautiful number of 69, so, well... Well... The old jacks are definitely damaged. They also collided and stuff, but I do think that two jacks will be able to deal with the gimlet very well. But don't fear. Do of course remember that 2 old jacks cost 4 million, and the gimlet is only 2.2. So we're in a big disadvantage, of course. Yeah. So that said, it's not very surprising. The DPS old jack, it's a very good ship. And as of the best of 3, that's something, of course, the gimlet already won, because it was 1v1 that I promised for this battle. This is just a little lag fest afterwards for fun. But hopefully it feels good for Lenny that 2 old jacks can beat the gimlet, because that's not the case with all of large ships. Because the gimlet counter, like you've seen, the gimlet can take out 2 Titan slangs. And they can even take out 1 Titan slang plus 1 Ragnarök. So Ragnarök, I can pronounce it, so I don't know why I'm pronouncing it wrong. But in any case, are you kidding me? I'm sorry, Lenny. I jinxed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I jinxed you. Okay, so the DPS old jack has a potential to take out the gimlet if it teams up with 2 of them, but it didn't this time because they're sinking. I'm sorry, Lenny, I jinxed you. Anyways, huge thanks for checking in to this little video. I do hope you've enjoyed it, and if you did, you should definitely leave a like. And of course, stay tuned. Huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Now, I did this battle some time ago, so I'll read the numbers when I did this recording, and this might be changed. So this is like outdated materials. This is like outdated names, because I don't know, I probably maybe got some new patrons, and some of the commissioned officers may have dropped off. I don't know. So I'm going to say from the past, huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbag, Retaler, and Vincent Veritas, and of course all our cadets. So I wanted to feature this beautiful build from Archangler. We've seen the Brimstone Rain, which we were very surprisingly able to... Well, go and watch that video, by the way. But it's a very cool build that is able to single-handedly take out the Ragnarok with a big material disadvantage. I don't know if this can beat the Ragnarok, but I think one of them probably can that, but I'm not sure about that. They are 1 million cheaper than the Gimles and the Ragnaroks. It's 1.2, 58 million. So, that said, 2 of these will put the Gimle at 300k material disadvantage. They of course have, I don't know, they have 50,000 blocks together, and the Gimle has like 85,000. So it has, this has, I guess Gimle has a block count advantage, if one cares much about that. Lots of wood on this thing, and this is the asymmetry. They're called the asymmetry. So like the Gimle, it has loads of armor on one side and not loads of armors at the other side. It also has what are these called? Ring shields, rail guns, and all cool stuff like that. So we're gonna start off with 2 of them and see if 2 of them defeats the Gimle easily. Well, then we can try and see if the Gimle can defeat one of them. But we're going to start with trying to see if the Gimle can defeat 2 of them. Even though the Gimle is at a material disadvantage, who knows? I do know that the asymmetry is a pretty good, decent build that is quite the strong battler. So it will be very interesting to see how it handles. Look at that, it's coming in here. Glad we do have those shields though. It's really firing like bursts. I wonder if it's trying to take out whatever we're shooting at it that's incoming too. So the asymmetries are one-siders too. So is the Gimle. Ew, we're having a lot of missiles popping down here. So that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, they're probably dealing a lot of damage. We're having, of course... Oh yes, yeah, that's some dangerous... Thumpers? Is it thumpers? Yeah, these are scary missiles, that's for sure. This is, of course, an unofficial battle, of course, like many of them. I want to just test some cool designs I found in the workshop, and of course 2.2 million is very specific and very big, so we have to improvise a little bit. And I did find this asymmetry when I looked at the Brimstone Rain from Archangeler, and I was very impressed with the look of the asymmetry. I think it said some cool things about it being pretty effective and stuff. So I was looking forward to see how it would deal with the Gimle, because isn't this design very cool though? I think the asymmetry looks super cool. Alright. The team asymmetries as at 96%, and the Gimle is at 97. Mortars! Ooh, they missed so hard. Well, never mind then. I wonder what's happening with the crams of the Gimle. Do we have problems with them? This barrel is very sad. I was worried that our like AI or something was damaged, but I don't know. Let's see here. Why haven't we fired in a while, I wonder? Ooh, we're shedding turrets. Oh, now we fire. The game speed is at half speed too, so the reload is a little bit higher than it should be. Ooh! That dealt some damage! Well, we're disabling some of those missiles, that's for sure. Oh, I see. We have large missiles down there. Sandblasting. Yeah, wow, you can see they've dealt a lot of damage here. Turrets are still alive but damaged. This one seems to be completely out of the game. Has a very short barrel but unable to use it. Ew, damn! Well, we have one far away and one pretty close. Let's see here. I think they have the same type of setup as the Brimstone Rain. With I think this is Lua missiles. So they're a vertical launch, and after a while, they're going to activate and start the trajectory like that. The trajectory is started. Interceptors are popping in here, but I do think they have a hard time of maneuvering this high up, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, actually. Oh no, lambs are popping in there. But man, we can't take them on. We can't take them on. They're raining down like some crazy mortars. Yeah, that's dangerous. That's definitely killing turrets very, very well. Look at that hole going on here. Now this one, oh, where is... Oh, it's coming out on the other side, I see. See if we get a ability to shoot. Acta non verba, as they say. But I'm only speaking now because the maneuvers is only on the AIs. Bam! Seems like a decent hit. But now, one of the asymmetries, Revision 10 by Archangel, is at the weak side of the Gimle. An advantage with having two damage dealing components, two damage dealers. Yeah, so having two ships is by everyone, I think, seen as more beneficial than having one large ship, especially when the smaller ships has a material advantage. So we'll see how this goes. Gimle's at 91%, but we have an enemy on the weak side here. That ain't too good. And I do believe that the diff gun's ammunition is probably running out, so I'm not sure we can deal with the incoming barrages of vertical launch missiles very well anymore. I do wonder what this thing is doing, however. Don't tell me it's running away from the battlefield. Ew! That's a pretty good cram hit, isn't it? We can see the cram shells lobbing in there. Oh. Possible hit from the mortars too. Pax seems to... That was a miss, right? But the EMP seemed to apply damage. We got some big holes in the side here. I wonder... Oh my, that's the laser. The AI seems to be untouched for now. It's good. The other AI probably is too. I haven't seen anything not working. Also, I would like to give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST and the YouTube members for supporting the channel. Your support really helps, and if you want to join, you can join the channel or join the Patreon and support the channel if you want to contribute too. Yeah. Your help helps me make more videos, basically. That's that. So if you like more videos and you are willing and able, of course, to help out without it affecting your economy in a notable way at all, then you can consider it. What you in any case should very much consider is liking this video if you do enjoy it, so that others can find it too. You may of course dislike it if you didn't enjoy it, and it can be good, so I know in statistics, but it would be more beneficial if you told me why you didn't like it in that case. Otherwise it's just, okay, some random person didn't like this. I don't know. Oh man, these are 13 millimeters. These are like 3 30mm cannons, I suppose. To deal with incoming... Oh, they're anti-crams. That's cool. I think it's time following the VLMs and see what's happening with them. Aren't they gonna activate soon? They probably are. And there we go. It's getting activated. Interceptors popping in there. That one got taken out. Now we have some engaging this thing and the lambs. Oh, and they took him out. They took him out. Not that one though. That dealt some damage. Oh my. Look at that. Captain Y is sitting here and almost using, I don't know, his feet and back to not fall down there. Well, Captain Y has had harder situations and been missing in action, but always returns every time. No question about it. All right. Here we go. This one is a pretty big shell, and it is, oh yes, that is a good hit indeed. Man, how much parts can it shed? I don't get this. Are we... Is this some... Nah, that's probably not spin clipping, right? It's just that the turret was very tight in there, right? I think so. I'm suspicious because the Brimstone Rain used some aim point spoofing with a lot of tetras to fill up an area. So I don't know. It's different what different people think is cheese and not. So it's like very individual, like how people build their ships. So you never know. I didn't check it much actually, since this is an unofficial combatant to the Gimle, especially as it's, you know, 2 of them, and we don't accept 2 official submissions for the Gimle battles. I would prefer it to be 1, because the Gimle is so easy to flank otherwise, and the Gimle is just not built to deal with that. So I think that flanking the Gimle intentionally is a very uncreative way to deal with the Gimle, because it's very obvious. A one-sider, well, of course you should get on the other side of it. But if you get yourself in a situation where you can submit 2 ships against something that you know will be a one-sider, then I would recommend you to have 1 ship that's a left-sider and 1 ship that's a right-sider, and that will almost certainly make it so that they will get at different spaces of the enemy. And yeah, and probably load that up with a lot of diff guns and stuff like that. You could probably deal. I think you could deal with the Gimle if you went to Gimle's weak side and just unloaded a crazy ton of revolting blast guns. I know they're called revolving blast guns, but they're a little bit scary and they make the system lag too much. But that's probably... I shouldn't give you tips about that, should I? I should. It's been long enough. Probably. In any case, there are many ways where you can trick or beat the Gimle, so it's just one of extremely many. We're getting missiles popping in here, kill lambs. Oh, they could take him out. Can they? No, it went through. It went through. But didn't quite take out the Super Davidos. Gimle is still at 90%. Seems like all its turrets are still online. The main one at least. One asymmetry is at 70% and one is at 61%. So right now it's looking pretty decent for the Gimle. And it's popping in here. Anti-munitions. And it misses. Well, it's always anticlimactic like that. That one shot too low. Well, that's because the distance is a little bit too high. But it ain't 6,000 meters, that's for sure, because if it was, the asymmetries would get penalty points. But it has to be 6 meters and moving apart, right? Oh. This one looks like a better trajectory. There we go. That's some damage. 59 percentages. I don't think this is dealing too much damage anymore, is it? Let's follow these ones. They're so tiny. Are you kidding me? That's the tiniest. It's armor-piercing heads, solid. What is that base? That's a tracer and fins. 59 and 69. Yeah, I do think the Gimli will win this battle. Whoops. All right. The Gimli is looking a tiny bit beat up, but right now it feels like it's really winning here. The AI is unscathed, which is good. I haven't seen it taking much damage at all in a while. Yeah, we're gonna see if anything happens. Yeah, well, the asymmetries are kind of down to, what is it, almost 55 percentages, and they haven't been dealing damage in a while, and it's been going pretty in this direction. So since we're doing best of 3, I think we're gonna restart and take this battle again and see if we get any other results, or if it's the same this one too. I'm hoping for the same, of course. There we go. So here we are inside one of the windows. Perhaps it can be a little bit terrifying, I don't know, but I think we should chill and just have a nice dinner here. You know? What can we do? Lazen is lazen. The burst guns are bursting. Our crams are cramming. And the sound effects don't really work, but whatever. The pack is breaking the sound barrier, but that's normal. The asymmetries are actually a little bit in material advantage this time, so that's interesting. We're getting pretty close here, aren't we? Have they fired the VLMs yet? Oh, speaking about the ogres, as we said. Well, I'm not sure I like that explosion. Gimli is a little bit damaged. Alright. It feels like they are never firing, but that's because the game speed is like half. And we are in degraded mode, of course we are. That was a decoy cram, damn it. Well, I feel that there is a good reason why we have the rules for the official Gimli submissions, and that's definitely to reduce lag. Bam! Can I get an explosion in here? Yes, we could. Incoming. Now the frags don't even render anymore because it lags so much. But yeah. I'm at least glad the stuttering isn't that bad, because the stuttering is the only thing that I think... Like, bad FPS is one thing, but stuttering for me is completely insufferable. Both are down into the 80s, and the Gimli is still at 96%. Well, maybe we actually will win this battle too then. Here we are at the other ship. It's still shooting and stuff. I think it has taken much less damage, but it is obviously damaged. I think it misses a couple of turrets, that's the issue. I wonder if the asymmetry also relies mostly on up props. I don't know. No, it has water pumps too. Never mind. So the water pumps only really lag when you're getting damaged. They're really weird. That's because they're pumping, you know, out water and stuff like that. So it makes sense. But the weird thing is, water pumps still lag even though you turn them off. So, yeah. It's weird. See these tracers popping in here. Are all our guns still active? Well, we're gonna follow these ones. This is gonna be a hit, isn't it? Oh, middle of the turret! That is a very good hit. Amazing. If you could have like... Oh no, what happened? If you could have like thumbnails that is a GIF, that's something I would do. Now, what is happening now? They're gaining like penalty points. They're both at like 65%. Oh! Is it sinking, is it? It's really weird. Why was it... That's a weird... This thing is despawning. It doesn't... It didn't have... It must be AI dead then. And this one is also despawning? Wow. That was like quick. Interesting indeed. What happened there? Well, the battle was going in that direction, but I wonder how we could have EMP'd, sniped them both in such a short period of time. They're under the... Or did they get A? I don't know. They didn't went too far off. When we looked at it, it looked like, I don't know. Maybe it was some glitch or something. But I do think we've seen enough to conclude that the Gimle will probably win over the asymmetries most of the time. Because if we do a little pause here, even if that was a glitch, I don't think we would... I don't know if it was or if I just missed the good action, but never have the AI got nearly scratched. And as long as that doesn't happen, I don't see how the Gimle would lose this battle. So I do think we actually can conclude that the Gimle Army of GMODISM Gimle battleship is able to take out 2 asymmetries revision 10s. Which is very good, I think. I'm happy. Because I do believe that those are some pretty good designs. And we're here with another Gimle battle. So, it has come to my attention, or, Borderwise is basically trying to build a new battleship that will be able to beat the Gimle, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to give him some motivation. So, what I've done here is I prepped a battle with 2 Titan Slangs versus a Gimle. So, as I also said in my battle, and as he pointed out when he also did a battle, they got the same results, but go and watch one of them. Or both, that's better. And basically, the Gimle is quite a bit more expensive. It's almost 2.2 million. So, the Gimle is actually 400,000 materials more expensive. Almost, like 300,000 materials. Is that 380,000? I don't know. Something like that. The Gimle is 400,000 materials more expensive. And that's, of course, a very big, huge disadvantage. So, to go down and show down the Titan Slang versus the Gimle once and for all, I thought that we should have the Mark 1 plus the Mark 2 versus the Gimle. Now, I think that Borderwise's Titan Slang Mark 1 is actually better in many ways than the Mark 2, because its crab cannons are so much more dangerous. So, but instead of just trying one Titan Slang, the Mark 1 against the Gimli, because I do know that Borderwise thinks the Mark 2 it's much more competent, which it probably is. I just think the Mark 1 seems more dangerous because of the crams, but in any case, I'm gonna put them both against the Gimli. And if we do that, hopefully we can do a conclusive evidence which, if the Gimli is stronger or not. Now, I'm really hoping that the Gimli will win. I will be very disappointed if it doesn't, but this video is motivation in terms of if the two Titan Slangs win against the Gimli, it should be some good motivation of keep going and making better ships. If the Gimli manages to win over two Titan Slangs, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2, it should be some good motivations that the Gimli counters the Titan Slang so hard that a new ship really needs to be made in a different way. Now this will probably lag a lot, so we're just going to start the battle here. Look at that. We're firing. Oh, look. Ooh. That's some damage. That's very surface damage. Okay. Oh, looks like some stuff got damaged there. Alright. So, the Titan Slang has some scary lasers. Now, I gave them both a lot of materials. The Gimli battles only usually get 500 materials per each, but it's like some symmetric setting. I wanted both of the Titan Slangs to be fully packed with materials, so I just upped that material limit. Alright. Ooh, see there. See there. We can't really take on these crams. You can see it punched a hole straight through here. That's actually very dangerous. Okay, I'm feeling less... like the battle with the Gimli against one of the Titan Slangs, the Gimli just dominated the battlefield so hard that I kind of thought that it would be... I thought it would be able to take on two, but now I'm getting a lot less certain because... because these crams, they go through my defenses and they just need one lucky hit to take him out. Ooh, but the Gimli is actually in the lead material-wise. Okay, we're definitely in the graded territory. Don't tell me the Titan Slangs collide. No, they don't. Good. Bam! We got some explosions in there. It lags so much that I wonder if even frag works right now. This is a little bit beyond my computer's capacity, that's for sure. If I remember correctly, the Titan Slang Mark 1 can be sunken. I do hope that my sniper cannons targets the Mark 1. Because then we could take its engine power, because my sniper cannons are excellent at taking out stuff from beneath. Look at that. That's some serious damage. Now, there is also a big advantage of having two smaller ships instead of one big. So that should also be said. It is 1.8 plus 1.8 is math gmodism. 3.6 is it? So yes, it should be 3.6, right? So 3.6 million versus 2.2 million this battle is. So Borderwise should have an advantage of 1 million and I'm sorry, 400, is it? I can't think and record and do multiple things at the same time, so I'm sorry, but it should be something like that. The Gimli is down to 95%. Ooh, it's getting pretty damaged here. It really is. Those, ooh no, look at those lasers. They're really burning on this turret. That's a little bit scary. I think I have smoke somewhere in the close vicinity maybe, but who knows. Seems that my crams are targeting different ships, which is probably good. I didn't remember exactly how I set up my AIs. Of course, I didn't expect to pitch the Gimli against several other ships. Ooh, that was a scary cram, right? I wanna check the AI here. The AI isn't even completely submerged. Look at that though. Ooh. Here we had a close call. Of course there are multiple AI computers in here, but you can see the outer rubber shell has been scratched, which isn't very good. Okay. Right. That is really something here. Lags a lot. Oh, looks like... Oh, this is my damage diff rod. Looks like the Mark 1 has indeed... I think Borderwise is probably very right about the Mark 2 being much superior, because it's staying floaty and battling still. The Mark 1 is kinda sinking, which is really bad. I think that if Borderwise took the Mark 1's cram cannons and put them on the Mark II, I think, I may be wrong, but I think it may be a more efficient ship, because I do believe that the Mark II has hollow point frag crams, and they are just a little bit countered by my armor, because it's a thin outer shell and it just covers the damage. Looks like my underwater flak diff rods civs are doing some work too. Bam. Ooh. We're getting big holes here. A lot of empty space, but this is scary, like no more damage towards the AI compartment. I do realize that I probably should have armored my AI compartment a little bit better, but it hasn't been a problem yet. Or it has actually been a problem one time, but we didn't lose because of it. It was just only the laser and fast fire guns AI that got taken out that time. So it hasn't been a problem yet, so, but you know, if it becomes a problem, I probably need to make a Mark II Gimli or an updated, just an updated little hotfix maybe is enough. The Gimli is down to 89%. That's actually... I don't think it's ever been this low before, but it's also outmatched in terms of materials a quite good bit. Bam! Was it 3.6 million versus 2.2? That should be 1.4 materials. That's like a BBS 5th season in difference. So that is a bit. But you can see the Titan Slang Mark II, this is the Mark 1. It's still battling valiantly and it hasn't sunk. Ooh, it's just spamming shells. Interesting. So, the Gimli is at 88% and the Titan Slangs, which apparently means something with the snake in... what is it? Afrikaans Dutch, or I think. It was, if I remember correctly. So, I was always confused why it was called the Big Snake, so there we know. Now we know. Right. Oh, it's looking really sad down here. 86%. It's trying to keep up engine power, but it's really hard. It seems to be lasing still. I don't know what happens with the cram cannons here. Do they fire still? We are in heavy degraded mode with heavy lag, so that's a little bit sad. They're trying desperately to take out those cram shells, but I think they start to leak through now. It's just a bit outmatched like that. Are we tilting? No, it was just the perspective. Well, the Titan Slangs are pretty tough, but looks like the Mark 1 is indeed actually sinking. I see. Well, that's something. So yeah, the Titan Slang Mark 1 is catching penalty points because my rules thinks this is kind of submerged now, which it kinda is. It's also despawning because it's sinking now too, so that's that. And we go here. The Mark II is still alive, however, which is pretty cool. It's faring a lot better this time, since yeah, it's actually at equal footing now at with the Gimli. It's at 84% just too. Alright. It's trying with its interceptors and stuff. Taking out those crams, I believe. We're still... Oh, finally it caught 30 damage points, so it's DQ'd, which is good for me, because then I can focus all my weapon systems on the Mark II here. So, go Gimli, you defeated one of the snakes. But it's very equal in terms of materials right now. So it can go either way. And it would be fantastic if the Gimli is able to win this battle against two Titan Slangs. The Mark I and the Mark II to be specific. But it's also absolutely okay if it doesn't, because it is 1.4 million in damage, and I'm not assuming that I'd be able to win that. But the Gimli is also especially built to counter the Ragnarok and the Titan Slang. So, whoa, look at that turret go. So, it can work, because again, I did indeed have the Titan Slang and the Ragnarok in mind when building it. You know what? In this video, I'm actually going to pitch the Titan Slang Mark II and the Ragnarok against the Gimli. So maybe if they work in tandem, they will be able to defeat the Gimli. But I'm also thinking, you know what? It actually looks like the Gimli is actually winning this against the Mark I and the Mark II. Well, border-wise, I hope this is good motivation for you to build another type of design, because the Titan Slangs is probably not able to defeat the Gimli, even though it has a material advantage. However, the Mark I is kind of easily sinkable, so I'm actually thinking we're gonna put the Titan Slang Mark IIs. We're gonna have two of them, so that's like Titan Slang in qubits, or in cube, I don't know, in square, something like that. I think we probably can put that against the Gimli and see if we get the same result, because we did sink the Mark I using our sniper cannons, which was their intended use, by the way. It's intended to snipe people's engines that they put under the waterline, and I'm glad it works. I built a turret a while ago, so I already know it probably should have that effect, but I did forget that the Mark I of the Titan Slang was kind of weak against getting engine sniped. Right, so, wow, okay, Gimli wins this battle. We're gonna move on to the next one, which is gonna be two Titan Slangs Mark IIs. Titan Slang in cube against the Gimli. Okay, here we got it. Titan Slangs Mark IIs. Titan Slangs in cube versus the Gimli. And the horizon looks super weird, so it looks like the Gimli is an airship right now, which is it isn't. The two cram shells, oh no, I think we need to restart this battle. The Titan Slangs are having a retarded day, I do believe. They need to think a little bit harder on maneuvering right now. Yeah. Let's restart this. I already feel the lag. The game will crash probably. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. Okay, the sideways distance of 300 meters was apparently too little. Let's try 500. I wonder if it's like 50-50, if it's gonna turn to the left or the right with the broadside AI. Oh yeah, I know. It's gonna turn to it's gonna turn to the center, because it's it's the location of the Gimli, and their anti-collision features aren't like good enough because From the Depth AI is weird like that. They're pretty quick, the snakes here. I think we need to restart this thing too. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's oh look, it actually stopped. Look at that. It has a rubber tip. That's so smart. Border-wise, your rubber tip saved the day. It was no damage dealt. That's amazing. It stopped. The Titan Slang was really intelligent this time around. It actually stopped to avoid the collision. That's great. Okay, cool. I guess it will be getting back in action and selecting its course. Wow. The times that From the Depth anti-collision AI... Oh, look at that turret go! Amazing. Anyways, the times where the anti-collision thing in From the Depth for the AI works is pretty rare occasions, so I think it's pretty amazing that it can happen. Yeah. It's like, it's impressive. I get impressed every time two entities in From the Depth don't collide. That's how bad it is. Well, but we probably shouldn't connect some, you know, chat GPT general AI to From the Depth, because I do believe that From the Depths would evolve and find a way to make real machines of war and somehow conquer the world. So yeah, I think we should be happy with our not so smart AIs. The Gimli is down to 96%, but oh my god, the Titan Slangs Mark IIs are down to 89. That is kind of interesting. So it seems that it's going well still for the Gimli. It's going well still. Very interesting indeed. Amazing. I must say that I'm glad that I built so many ships and got the more experience from building the battleships. It was so useful. I think it was so cool. When I built the Draconia, I tried my best and I tried really hard to make it as good as possible. And we got it to an equal footing with the Titan Slang, Mark 1 and Mark 2. And that's really cool. The Draconia's Mark 1 version is lost in the ether, so the Mark 2 version is the only one that exists on the workshop. But I tried really hard to make that killer baby seal actually do some action, and I did. But it could beat the Titan Slang most of the time, but not reliably. They were like very equal ships. So I'm very happy that I managed to put together a ship that does seem to beat the Titan Slang almost all of the time. But now I may have jinxed myself, because it seems that one of the Titan Slangs has moved over to the side of my ship that has no armor. Everything is easily accessible to take out from here. You can see it's just melting through. Oh no! Okay, I think we're very jinxed. I shouldn't have spoken out this early in the battle. It looks like the Titan Slang is trying to cut open Gimli like some type of what is it? Like tin can? You can see it cutting off laser equipment here. I don't have smoke in this direction, by the way. I only have smoke on the right side. Okay, the Gimli is really sandwiched here. That's really bad. Looks like it's maneuvering. Gimli, she is maneuvering. The AI has evolved intelligence. It start to use its broadside to get the Titan slangs to the both side of the ship. I'm just kidding, that's just pure luck, but we can pretend it's trying to be intelligent. Oh, that was a scary cram there. Poor cut-off laser. Anyways. Gonna see if this one hits. The Titan slangs is at 80%. Oh, will it be? Oh no, it wasn't taken out. Now we don't render frags anymore. That's the lag we're having right now. I like those mortars popping down there. I don't think they did much, but oh, maybe they actually did, because the border-wise build so, like, his turrets below the deck, they're just so thick. Bam. Gimli is at 93% and the Titan slang's collective health is at 79. So we are in the lead, but there are also two ships. I think if the Titan slangs can get to the other side of the Gimli and deal damage from the weak side, I think the Gimli will be having a very sad day. A very sad day. But right now, we're all good. No, I didn't want to lock on to that. I want to lock on into the golden hole here. Because I thought it would be kind of funny to watch the battle from a window. Except maybe not. No. Here we go. Well, we're grilling through some holes here. Which Titan slang is... Man. Many of the turrets are very damaged here. Look at this turret is gone. This turret is... turret head is gone. This laser is alive. We have some sandblasters, I think. This turret is very empty. This cram seems to be a-okay. Alright. Look at that. Oh, we had a cram incoming there. It hit that part. Well, I don't think this sniper is having the best of days. It has a barrel still. It kinda-ish has a barrel. That's pretty impressive. I don't know if it fires anymore. Well, we're shedding turrets. Interesting. It feels like these turrets are targeting the wrong target, man. It's just because I don't want them to waste space. If we ever have an opportunity where it will meet some kind of drone, I don't want big main guns to start shooting at a close little tiny thing, because that's just a distraction that we can't hit. Better shoot on the biggest thing. This Titan slang isn't looking very happy either. Look at those turrets. Ooh, I do believe that Borderwise could have had some more decoys. Oh, I know what HAB stands for now, by the way. It's heavily armored battleship, or heavy armored battleship, or highly armed battleship. I think it was heavily armored battleship. In any case, I do believe that the Titan slang, she could have had a few more heat decoys in the superstructure, because I do believe that the turret caps are hollowed out like this because I'm aiming at hot blocks, and the hot blocks equals shields if there are no heat decoys. And that can be said for the Gimli too. It should also have some more heat decoys. It only has a few very exposed ones. What is it? This is one of them, right? There, it's alive somehow. Well, that's something. Oh no. Oh no. It has happened again. Well, I'm hoping for it to not target the AI compartment. We're getting a bit grilled here on the side. The Titan slangs are looking pretty sad, however, in general. They're at like 60s. They're in the 60s. So, it does actually look like the Gimli is able to beat 2 Titan slangs Mark II too. Wow, that's a turret going away. So, I'm very happy about that. I hope Borderwise isn't too sad about it, but instead see it as a encouraging motivation to build a battleship that can counter the Gimli instead, because I think that would be really cool to see. I have some ideas on how to counter the Gimli, and I know some of you in the Discord community, I know you are actively trying and building and testing different methods of taking out the Gimli in the best way possible. Now, of course, I won't share any of them. They will be popping up when they will be popping up in the battles, when the battles are being conducted. But there are ways to counter Gimli. But I think you have to be a little bit creative. And I know some of you have been a little bit creative. Lieutenant powered by greed. That also reminds me, huge thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. Of course, all the cadets. And most notably Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, and our lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, powered by greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. I hope my paper isn't outdated. I will check that soon. In any case, if you missed your name on the list there, I will update it promptly. It's the paper on my screen. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 post-its on my display with things I need to remember, because despite doing all this digital content, I'm not a digital planner person. I'm all about paperback. Look at that, what the hell? Is it I that fired those? What's going on here? That was really strange. Those cramps seems to be working. Ooh! One of the Titan slangs is despawning. And the other one is about to despawn. I didn't jinx myself this time. I think we can... Okay, I can now safely say that the Gimli battleship is able to beat 2 Titan slang Mark IIs. They can beat a Titan slang Mark I plus a Mark II, and I for some reason had it in my head that the Mark I was more dangerous, but I do believe that the Mark IIs were able to put the Gimli down to a lower percentage than the Mark I plus Mark II did. That's very amazing. Since I also built the Gimli to counter the Titan slang and the Ragnarök and some other designs like the Turtle Lord, and you should look at these battles if you haven't seen them already, I'm thinking like this. The Ragnarök beats the Titan slang any time of the day. But what if a Titan slang Mark II works together with a Ragnarök, and they together work to take out the Gimli? Will they together be able, will Brenzo and Borderwise together be able to defeat the Gimli? And the Ragnarök is of course the same cost as the Gimli, so it is more fair in that regard. But yeah, let's check that out. GMODISM, do you realize you're probably being a little bit insufferable today? Here we have the Ragnarök together with the Titan Slang. Let's see if they can defeat the Gimle. So, excuse me if I'm being a little bit insufferable today, but that's because I have won too many battles right now. So, I think you understand. But of course, both the Titan Slang and the Ragnarök are really cool and good designs. They are well built, they have some weaknesses. I did try and counter them, and I may have succeeded. Now, I have no idea if the Titan Slang and the Ragnarök will be able to defeat the Gimle together. I think they probably should, but I will say this. These are good and scary designs. I tried so hard making the Draconia, and the Draconia is of course defeated by the Ragnarök and the Titan Slang. So I believe it's defeated by the Titan Slang like some of the time, and sometimes it wins. But every time we build a new battleship, we learn a lot of new things. And I do believe that if Brenzo would come back and make something more, probably can make a ship that indeed counters the Gimle. And will be very interesting to see what Borderwise comes up with in her terms of huge battleships that can hopefully defeat the Gimle. I also spent too much time on the Gimle. I did test it very much and I tuned it very finely. But the Gimle is actually... The Gimle is... I don't know what version the Gimle is. But it's not as insane as the Ragnarök. The Ragnarök is tuned to another level. I think it's like version 390 or something like that. It's completely insane. But it's also very well built, and the interiors of the Ragnarök are absolutely hilarious. Anyways, I'm really hoping that I will be able to defeat both of these ships. That would be so cool. Then I know that the Gimle can defeat ships. Oh my god. If it succeeds with that, it would be completely crazy, because then it means that the Gimle can kind of defeat ships that have twice the cost of itself, if it's relying on dense and APS. Now the Gimle has a much higher block count. I draw the line on block count for my official Gimle rules pretty high. But that's like different people do different limits. For me, block count doesn't cause so much lag, so it didn't make sense to have a harsh block count limit for me. But yeah, having more bulk is of course a good thing too. Having dense things can make you a little bit weak against crams or plasma maybe. Alright. Titan Slangs and Ragnarök is down to 93. Gimle is at 95. Well, I do kinda still suspect that there is a very large chance that I will not be able to win this battle. Uh-oh. Just surface scratches, right? The AI isn't compromised, is it? Doesn't seem to be. Alright. Really keeping some distance here, man. Oh god, it's lagging so hard. Anyways. Look at that. It's looking pretty healthy, this thing. I do believe that... I wonder if the Ragnarök... No, the Titan Slang has actually taken most of the damage. That's not good. Because I do... because the Ragnarök does win over the Titan Slang any time of the day. I do... Yeah, that's a little bit scary. That we have focused on the Titan Slang, because it's obviously a less scarier target. The Gimle is down to 91%. Its lambs are cleaning up my Auxiliary cram shots. Wonder if these are the scary cram shots. Or that's only the... these are probably real ones, yeah? They're not, they're doom shells, but they completely missed. I think our detection is kind of damaged, to be honest. Not good. Our packs have punched some holes here. This thing is at 95%, which makes me a little bit scared. Coming in some cram shells. No, they're missed. They're missing. Well, darn it. More cram shells are popping in here. Ooh, we got one hit. That's something. Something is better than nothing. Oh no. Let's see here. All right. How are we doing down here, I wonder? Ooh, this hole doesn't look good at all. Oh no. Are you kidding me? Holy moly. Okay, we gotta pause this game here. Oh my god, look at that. Ooh, our AI. Oh my lord, this is so close. Oh my. That's the main AI, by the way. Alright, that ain't too good. Oh, alright. It looks like the Gimli is about to have a very bad day. Ooh, and the crams are going through there too. Yeah, we can see our engine compartment down there. Now I don't know what we locked onto. But man, look at this hole here. It's like the AI is not protected right now. The entire engine compartment that was in front of it has been taken out. I will need to remind myself that the Gimli is outmatched by almost 2x. So it's unreasonable for me to expect to win, but the battles has been going so good so far that I was hoping that the battle luck would continue. Is this a real cram? No, that was just a decoy. Well, that's what we're doing. So the Ragnarok is getting protected by the Titan Slang, who is this meat shield in the front. I do believe most of the Titan Slang's damage dealing systems is a little bit compromised. Oh yes. But it would be good if we could delete the Titan Slang here so that we can focus all of the damage to one target instead. The Ragnarok is at 92% still. That's worrying. Is this a real cram? I hope it is, and I hope it hits. Wonder what game speed we're at. Ish half speed. Yeah, having two big battleships against the Gimli is a little bit too much. Especially with all of these water pumps, and we did not hit at all. But what happened with the Ragnarok? Did we accidentally AI snipe this thing? What's it doing? It's not keeping straight anymore. It doesn't have too few materials. Oh my god. I did not expect the Titan Slang to be the more resilient fighter in this fight. Because as said, the Ragnarok wins over the Titan Slang any day of the week. The Ragnarok is a very strong fighter. Oh, Macwaras. Sorry to disturb their mealtime, but we're having a better party in the Golden Hall. Not fast food. Why? It must be AI dead somehow. Okay, that's a plot twist. That's pretty cool. Now, however, the Titan slang has snaked its way to the wrong side of the Gimle, where it can absolutely take out some important things. The crams have realigned. That's good. The Super Davidos. Fire away. Bam. No. Okay, we're targeting different enemies there. I wanna follow these guys here. Thank you. Oh my god, that's... We missed so hard. I was thinking we're about to lose 100% and then the Ragnarok does stop shooting. Some important thing. Either, like, it must be the AI. Maybe our snipers accidentally sniped some important thing. Well, the Titan slang is the only thing fighting back right now. We're having serious targeting issues though. Does the Ragnarok still not fight? It's kinda sinking. And it's not fighting back. Very interesting indeed. Wow. If it has a weakness like that, I wonder if the Titan Slang Mark II, if it just switched its ammo to sabots, just have sabots. If the Titan Slang Mark II would have a Mark III version that's like has the Mark I crams and has only sabot shells, I think it could probably win over the Ragnarok if it's lucky. Because this thing is just dead fish by now. And the Ragnarok is indeed despawning. Yeah. I don't know what did it. It must have been AI dead. And here we have the Titan Slang at 77%, but most of its damage systems are indeed offline here. So it looks like, wow, okay. I'm obviously very happy about the outcome of this battle. The Gimli is able to defeat the Titan Slang Mark I plus the Mark II, the Titan Slang Mark II in cube, or no, Titan Slang Cube, Mark II, two Mark IIs, and the Titan Slang Mark II plus the Ragnarok 2022 version from Brenzo. So, I'm very, very happy about that, of course. That's super cool. Maybe it was just luck. This battle has been a little bit too laggy for me to want to redo it, but any of you with a better computer than me can of course do it. But it's amazing. And I will again stress on that I hope this is a type of motivation, not just like something else, because I would love to see ships that can just defeat the Gimle so easily, because that would make me be able to learn so much more on how to make an even better battleship. But until the Gimle gets its ass handed to itself, I guess I will not learn a lot. Because it's by losing you learn. So I guess that's that. Like, we can of course watch the end battle of this, but since the Titan Slang basically only has one laser left and the laser is more busy with taking out crams, I'm pretty sure we all know how this will end. But I will say thanks a lot for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, I hope border-wise, if you're watching this, that you don't feel sad, but instead feel very motivated. So with that said, I'll see you next time. This is your host GMODIST with the most glorious victory so far, because we were of course very. How much outmatched was we now? I wonder. Let me take my Texas Instruments here. So 1.8 plus 2.2. I should be able to do this in my head. So 4 million, and the Gimli is 2.2. So we are outmatched by 1.8, more than 1.8 million. So close to 2 million. We're basically outmatched by, we are of course outmatched by an extra Titan Slang basically. So that's pretty cool. Now, I think that would lag a little bit too much. Maybe I should try the Gimli against 2 Ragnaroks. If you want to see that, post that in the comments and I will probably record it for you sometime. I don't know how that will go, but I hope that the Gimli would win that too. In any case, first out we have Blitz Bunny with the Argente Gris. I think it's, I don't know what that means. It's probably something with grey, right? And it looks pretty cool, even though I do think it looks rather shit in the Army of GMODIST colors, because the barrels looks like logs. So we have like hollowed out logs or barrels. Yeah, it's painted with fleet colors, so that's just how it is. In any case, we're gonna take a little quick check at this little ship. This is the parade version, and we're gonna check the other version with its, like if it abides by the rules and stuff like that. So there we have some light controls and stuff like that, just like the Gimli. Ooh. Citadel Command. Well, maybe we should walk out. This is pretty cool though. We have the steam rods. It's like on a real steamship, by the way. I did actually do a video where we check a real oil-powered steamboat, which is pretty nice. We just, you know, check it out, walk around on it, and it's a beautiful structure. So you should check that video out. Oh my god. That person is shocked. And what's happening here? So we have clinic. We have some pretty funny interiors here. Oh look, bureaucracy. Isn't that quite nice? Yeah, that's actually some pretty fun thought out interiors. Yeah. Interesting way to defend yourself against some fragments and stuff. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, you're spending this much on protecting ammunition? And here we got some batteries. Okay, alright. Anyways, very interesting indeed. We have lots of stuff there. Let's just do a little cut out here. Let's see if I can get my menu or whatever. Back front. So if I'm a little bit like out of the loop, you know why, but I'm slowly getting back to the recording loop here. So here we can see a cross section of the armor, right? Yeah. Pretty thick, solid armor there. I think it seems to be floating with passive float. So that's what everyone recommends. I did a little video, by the way, on how to make like battleships that are winning designs, looking through some of our winners over the Gimli and just giving some general tips on how to design ships that can actually win against it. If you're thinking about building something to beat the Gimli, there you have it. That particular video, I mean, of course. Well, let's check out the other areas here a little bit quickly. Citadel Command is here. We have guard posts. Here we can walk and get crushed by some engine parts. Oh, and here we go to the star turret. Well, that's very nice. So we have loads of turrets going on here, as is customary for battleships. And then we can walk up. I guess this is just accessing the areas, which is pretty cool. I like that. We got some different cool interiors with some plates and stuff going on here. Port access walkway. So you have a little walkway through here. This is like made properly walkable, which is pretty nice, I think. We have loads of interiors here. We even have a little storeroom. Food storage star. That's pretty cool. I bet there are many Easter eggs inside of here that I probably just miss and not see. Pretty well thought out interior work here. I like that. So there we have it. Blitz Bunnies RNS Argente Gris. I'll spawn in the battle version with lights off and stuff. Just to check that out a little bit quickly, that it abides by the rules and stuff. It's looking alright. Won't find any forbidden blocks on here, what I could see. So we're going with crams on this thing, which is gonna be interesting. The Gimli uses crams too. They better have good health, which they kinda don't. So we'll see if the Gimli just shoots them down, or if they're gonna be getting through anyways. We got a few diff guns in the side here, which we definitely should check the intakes. Diff ammo, what's this? Flak, armor piercing flak timed fuse. Why is there an armor piercing head? It's gonna be quicker or something? Diff ammo, gunpowder, timed fuse. I guess these are damaged then, because that wouldn't be the best setup for anti-munition flags. Anyways, we have loads of different guns here. Gonna be fun to see them in action. We got some damage-dealing missiles there. I'm pretty confident the Gimli will be able to take out those. And yes, that's great. So one little note here, I did have to change the Gimli's turrets a little bit. I had to remove some blocks for my version because after an update, the turret rotations for my sniper turrets on the Gimli were kind of ruined, and that has been fixed. And here we have it. So that has been changed here. I don't remember if I changed anything else. Like, nothing major has changed. Did I mixture with the distance for the... I don't think... I did add a few blocks. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think I tried to add... Somebody told that you can use like armor ducts as armor. That's great against kinetic shots since they have high health. So I added metal and wooden ducts in front of the AI to be able to pick up some... you know that time when the steampunk turtle almost killed us? There had been other times like that too, and if you don't know that, you should definitely go back and watch those videos, because that's some real fun stuff. But anyways, a much weaker ship were almost able to shoot out the AI by just aiming at the right spot. And I'm hoping that adding these double ducts here can pick up that damage, so yeah. Very small modification. I hope you don't think that is some cheating, but yeah. There is a Gimli After Party version 2, which we're gonna battle this version against, which is gonna be pretty fun. But basically, that I have done, and well, yeah, I don't think that's too much adding. While I just fixed the turret, I might as well add that, since I thought about it a lot. I thought it was fun to do that, and well, this is also my tournament thing, so I guess yeah, no one else can disqualify me. And I think that's all that changed. Yeah, there is a really sad detail, however, and that is that all the projected images that was on the Gimli are gone, because there has been an update that has removed the projected links from things that are used via Discord, and that means a lot of my turrets don't have the projected AOG marks anymore. which is pretty annoying because I don't remember where all of those projectors are, and it just makes me tired to think about. But yeah, Discord made an update and now I don't see them, so yeah, that's that. Anyways, there we have what's happened with the Gimle. I do believe I updated the version and smashed it up on the workshop, so you can download the fixed version that doesn't have the sniper turrets being stuck. So that was the issue. Had some blocks there that kinda made them get stuck since the turret rotation was kind of updated a bit. Anyways, we are going to go to battle. So, I did modify the rules a little bit. So I added 250k to materials because the Gimle and another few ships have had the issue of running out of materials. And those battles has just been so tremendously boring to watch, so I just upped the material given a little bit. If anyone has extra space, they get some more material because I don't want to see dead things float in the water. Yeah, the new Gimle version is put in there, and I added some random contrasty colors for the opponent. And there you could see a few of the upcoming battlers too. In any case, let us go and start this battle. It's gonna be best of 3 as always. Alright, so let's start the battle. This is also the first video I am recording on my new system. So my new laptop, if you hear it scream in the background, oh, they are going through. This poor thing ain't got the power to stop them. Oh lord, that's too funny. No, now we have pink rods instead. Anyways, so my new system is of course better than my old desktop PC. My laptop is better. Yes, it was expensive. But I have doubled the RAM, so I have 32 gigs of RAM now, which is a lot. Yeah, so hopefully this will improve the FPS a little bit. Let's check that out, by the way. The game speed is not even half, which I consider to be pretty good for a battle like this. The Gimle in all its splendor. Gimle is slightly in the lead here. It's gonna be best of 3 if I didn't mention that. Oh, look, we have decoys going on there. Well, they are cleaned up, but they are stealing away some important things. Since the flak rods are pretty precious, we only have like 5 per turret, and we don't want these crams coming in here. So, oh, Blitz Bunnies Argente Grise is shedding turrets. Feels like our game speed dropped a little bit, right? No, it's still ish at 0.6. Ew! We are punching holes in the turret here. I'm pretty confident Gimle is gonna win this first battle. And that's not always telling for the rest of the battle. But it seems that the Gimle is leading pretty hard, so even though it's not telling for the first battle, I do suspect the Gimle will win all like the next battle too. It's to my eyes not an even fight at all, because the Gimle is still at 98.8, and I think Blitz Bunny needs to strike a really good crit hit to be able to hurt the Gimle at all. Because it seems that these crams, you can see them coming in there, they are taken out. You see that? The health of those cram shells are just not enough. Not enough at all. So yeah, that's interesting indeed. I'm actually thinking that from the challenges from the losers bracket, it would be fun to have like maybe a little short single elimination turret tournament with the losers, and just make the winner of that get back into the winners bracket, so we don't have like second elimination, but kind of like a second chance for the most valiant fighter. Because I know some of those wins where the Gimli won were pretty damn close. Like the Exit Fire from Secret Advisor and Drakenslang Mark II. So the Drakenslang Mark 1.5 from Borderwise is actually in the winner's bracket, but the the Mark II, which was supposed to be better, actually lost against the Gimli. And now I have a new system, and some people say that different systems kind of affect the results too a little bit between the battles. So it would be pretty fun to see a rematch of the best loser against the Gimli and see if it's like any different results on a new system. Also, there is a big part of luck here involved because it's, well, best of 3, and yeah, it's not best of 10, but that takes so much time. I think most of you wouldn't be interested in watching that long videos. Anyways, again, the Gris definitely lost this first battle. Nothing else is going to happen here. It doesn't shoot back. We're going on to the next iteration. Battle, not iteration, next fight. Next round is the word I'm looking for. Alright, here we go, next round. They're loaded in and all. I'm gonna stick here a little bit with the Gimli and see if these shots are indeed even getting through. Whoa. Oh, they did some slight damage, but not even a fraction of a percentage. So yeah, the Gimli's defenses were able to take him out indeed. And here we can see, oh, well, it can take out some small crams, but they are also there to distract, indeed. So they're doing their job. It seems that Gente Gris... This turret has gotten stuck, and that's nothing to do with the update. It's just that the turning limitations has not been set up. So I definitely do that if I were the ship owner here. Set up the movement angles for the turrets here so that they won't get stuck in a manner like this. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you damage yourself? No, that's probably Gimli damage going on there. Alright. The Gimli... No, I misread. The Gimli is 99.2 percentages. Let's see if these... whoa, no. Let's see if these cram shots go through. They are not getting through. Yeah, that's just too little health. Too little health. The Gimli has some pretty serious business invested in anti-everything. It's actually a little bit... That's not usually how I design things, to be honest. The Gimli has far too much of its budget spent on defensive countermeasures. You can see, oh, that cram actually got through. It wasn't dealt with the lambs. The lambs are leeching from the laser's main system, so it's a pretty heavy-hitting system. Agent is doing a little bit better job this time. It's at 90% while the Gimli is at 99%, so it's not looking like too good for it, but yeah. Just checking in there, we can see that the lambs are trying to... Ooh, you see that cram shell actually got through. And you can see the value of having projector shields, because like every third shot or whatever are like bounced off. Anyways, 88 versus 98, so the Gimli is already at 10% lead, 1.2 minutes into the in-game battle. Game speed is at like 0.7, that's better than it was in my previous system, so I'm pretty happy with that. It seems though that some of those cram cannons may be set up with a timed fuse. So they kind of explode near the Gimli, but not inside it, which is not the best. And let's see here. Oh, got some shots flying in, and now we have a little thing too, which I've been thinking about. Some people run the third battle, even though one ship has already won 2, just to see if it was like any different results possible or going on there. Do you think we should start doing that? That even if one ship wins 2 battles, running the third one anyways, just to see if it's a unanimous win or if it is a win by a slighter margin, or how to say that in a better way. Do post in the comments what you think, if you think we should run all 3 battles or just do normal best of 3 running 2 of them. That would be helpful if you wrote down there. Do note, however, that that means that each video will be like at least 5 minutes longer, if you think they're too long already. Yeah. In any case, it looks like the Argente is gonna lose this one too. Yeah, which is great for the Gimle. I should be exalted, but I always like the close battles where you don't know which one is going to win. Now I'm so sure that the Gimle will win. All those missiles in all their glory are just snapped out of the sky. The Gimle is just zapping them out with those lasers, and the rest of the lasers is just melting through here. It's a powerful laser. Bam. Look at that. Ooh, I think no. I thought almost the AI got fried. It didn't. But it's not exactly in a good place right now. Look at that. Bam. Yeah, okay, it's dead. Yeah, so just for fun, we're just continuing this little battle right here. In any case, this is the 3rd battle. Indeed, the Blitz Bunnies Argente Gris already lost 2 battles, which means it's a win for the Gimle class battleship. Very nice indeed. So next time we're gonna have the next challenger, and you will see which it will be. Unless you're commissioned officers, you can check in the hashtag AOG officers board, and you'll see the little list. I posted it just a little bit upwards there. If you want to see what I think will be the order, at least it's not totally decided. But anyways, a very nice design. The Argente Gris has some great interiors and a very a little bit of a megalodon shaped ship with some very fun interior parts there. So pretty cool, I think. This is an unofficial battle with an absolute masterpiece, as you can already tell. This is Modeng's Battleship 8. Named simply but effectively, and it is a 2 million ship, and it's an unofficial battle, so, well, I mainly wanted to feature this because it looks absolutely amazing. And I have no idea of its firepower and how likely it can be to win or not. I just wanted to feature this ship because it looks so darn amazing. It has a little plane too, ain't that cute? Yeah, this is so amazing. I basically know nothing about this ship except that it's a piece of art that we need to feature. So, basically, it has a really big superstructure, really gives you those, maybe a little bit of those Yamamoto, Battleship Yamamoto vibes, a lot of superstructures on superstructures, really high tower. I just think it's completely adorable. Clever use of the door ports as decoys to use as windows. We're going to just give a little quick walkthrough here. We can see we can walk in this ship, and we even got like staircases that are indeed walkable. We have lookout areas along the walkway upwards, which is absolutely super cool. Oh my god, it's really crammed here. I don't know if we can get higher than this, probably not. We got detection towers, and we just got a piece of art, ladies and gentlemen. It looks absolutely amazing. I don't know really what it's packing here. We have an APS, of course. 50 centimeter main gun. That's 500 millimeters. For those of you that don't know, the factor of 10 AP. High explosive frag things there. Yeah, we got some back guns there. Subgun, AA guns. Well, that's cool. I think this ship has a lot of AA capabilities. We can see we have turrets upon turrets. Really this World War II style. Looking pretty darn amazing. So yeah, I think that perhaps we should be warping to the sea tier again so that we can... We just want to enjoy some more of the interiors. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know what that is, but everything just looks amazing. It's just... It's like a never-ending piece of art. Look, it has... These binoculars! Man, that's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. And we can walk down here. We even have some interiors here. Very functional. I don't know how much in terms of interiors it has. But we're gonna do a little cutaway just to take a quick little look. So it's really a piece of art on the outside, but it's more of... It doesn't have much of the interiors, more like the... It's the outside that is the art piece here. We seem to have some pretty big cannons there. We have strong defenses too, with heavy armor. Looking like a potentially pretty solid battleship. I do think it has a little bit lacking firepower perhaps, but it's looking so darn cool. You know what? I think we should get into the battle. We are in the battle. We spawn the ships in, and I'm going to try and be a little bit insane. And I'm going to run this at full graphics. Because this thing looks so cool. And I don't want to... Actually, I should have chosen the parade version of the Gimle that has all the cool stuff enabled instead, but well... Maybe we can mitigate the lag a little bit by having the tournament version there. First volley from the Gimle did kind of miss a little bit there. Just scratched these sides. They are going to a left versus right-sided battle. The other turrets come in here. We're going full broadside versus full broadside. Those crams grazed by. Lucky for the battleship 8. Shots are coming in. Ooh. Does it have decoys, perhaps? Or was it just luck? The Gimle is at 99.2, Modings is at 95. Oh, damn. That was a painful hit. The Battleship 8, she's a little less expensive than Gimle 2. She's more like 2 million. Oh no! Turret neck got popped. It has kind of air guns. Isn't that kind of funny? Alright. We're broadsiding here. All the AA guns are not trying to deal damage there. Oh no, this one got disabled. The Gimle has received some heavy fire in the back here. Wow. We're in degraded mode now. And we're having stuttering. Well, as expected, The Battleship 8, she does not seem to be able to put a fight against the Gimli, but then again, the main purpose of this video was to showcase this absolutely gorgeous piece of art, which the Battleship 8 is. So, thanks Modeng for making a beautiful piece of art. It's of course best of 3. I do believe that the Battleship 8 has some pretty strong guns, and it would be possible. It's even rail charge, so they're packing some punch. Now, the Battleship 8 could get a lucky hit and hit the Gimli's AI and take it out that way. So it's not impossible for it to win with those APSs there. But really, it's like lacking a little bit of firepower. The Gimli has 1,600 firepower. And what did the Battleship 8 had? It, of course, it's lower now, but I think it was like 1,000 before. Well, I think this battle is closing into an end very soon. Those crams really do some damage. But the guns are bravely fighting onwards. Really smart use of custom jet engine parts to kind of get the turret next to look cool. And this is some pretty interesting things too. We have the ammo as scaffolding for the exhaust too. These are detection turrets, right? I think so. Oh no! Superstructure got sad. Well, since the Battleship 8, she ain't got a working gun anymore, no. Now the EMP took that out. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we can do the next battle, just to make sure. And see if Battleship 8 can get some lucky strike, lucky hits on the Gimli's AI and stuff. Next round is here. And we're gonna unpause the game. See how the Battleship 8 looks in a distance here. Doesn't this look absolutely glorious? Oh man, that was a bad first hit for the Battleship 8. Poor thing. God, this superstructure is gorgeous. Like, the entire reason behind this specific battle is probably to showcase Battleship 8's superstructure, if we're gonna be real here. But of course, I didn't know how much punch it would pack when starting this battle. It's just that really beautiful ships are usually not the strongest ones. But of course, we shouldn't say that, because setup / E-Lord's designs is a big is not following these rules, you know, the Turtle Lord and the Slabman Stridsjacht looking pretty darn good, was really good too. And well, the Rhino and lots of other ships setup build are looking really amazing and are performing among the best. So that's not always true. It's just that a lot of people that build a really beautiful ship don't build the most combat effective ships. Only a few people do both. I'm trying to do both. I don't know which category you would set me in, but well, that's up to you. But in any case, I kind of expected the Battleship 8 to not power up against the Gimli in terms of combat effectiveness due to its absolutely amazing and intricate detail and superstructure. And I would also suppose that the Battleship 8 also probably has some limitations on what types of weapons it uses, just for like roleplay reasons, most likely, but who knows. Well, we're looking absolutely splendid, but it's on 84 now, and the Gimle is at 98. I don't see any signs of any AI being disabled so far either. It penetrated pretty far here now. Look at that armor piercing. Like, it does pack a punch. The Battleship 8 is obviously no joke ship. It has dangerous guns. It's just that it's very unlikely for these types of guns to deal effective damage against the Gimle. And then there is the fact too that it just has too little firepower. Opting on firepower is always most important. And the Battleship 8, she got a lot of heavy armor, it seemed like. And a lot of heavy armor rarely means combat effective. It usually means compact design, but a lot of people just throw heavy armor onto their armor scheme until they think it's, you know... No, the turret goes! Until they think it's strong. But actually, 25 meters of wood is much better than 1 meter of heavy armor, while having the same cost. So yeah. There we go. We have 1 turret left on the poor Battleship 8. I wonder though, did it have guns under the surface? Probably not. That's a thick base with some EMP protection and stuff. Oh lords, its engines are down. All right. Big booms. They're really aiming at the right spot here, these crams. Well, in any case, absolutely fantastic artwork from Modeng. It has been defanged, and the Gimle is at 97%. So it did a little more scratch on the Gimle this time, but well, the Gimle did win this one. But anyways, beautiful artwork from Modeng, the Battleship 8. What was not able to beat the Gimle, even though this is of course an unofficial battle, because I sourced this one from Workshop. Just search Battleship 8 and you can download it too and check it out, because this thing. And I'm listening to myself in stereo. So we're here for the next Gimle battle, which is absolutely amazing. I think we're just gonna stop the playback of these. It's a little bit distracting. So anyways, this is the gaming computer room where we have some casual nukes, RAMs, and a computer set, of course. It took some time for me to actually find this, because, well, and here we have a giant too. This design features all sorts of like people running around here, and that's quite amazing. So, right, we're back with the second Gimle battle, which is completely official. And this ship does not have any water pumps, doesn't have any repair bots for that matter. You were allowed to have, like, I think it was 2. It says in the rules in the description. In any case, it doesn't have any of them, and no water pumps, no helium pumps, so we're all good. You may recognize the design of this a little bit. This is definitely a fan build of a fan build. This is the BBS 5th Season 2. So, BBS 5th Season is a very popular, cool ship that people like, and Kevin Try really likes that ship. I don't believe that this is the first time Kevin Try has rebuilt the BBS 5th Season into a more powerful and expensive version. So, this is the BBS 5th Season 2, which adheres to the Gimle rules and is about as expensive as it too. So that's why you recognize the design here, of course. And we should be checking it out a little bit here in good quality, good settings. We got loads of shields going on here. And here we have some pretty cool looking interceptors. What was that? That looked like an engine cylinder that actually blew. Well, well, in any case, maybe not, maybe it was something else. We have in any case here big guys sitting on here. We got big guns in little displays. I think this is pretty cool. Is that a Scar L or something? We have some big 64 pounders loaded, so to speak. Someone is slipping. He took the guy's lunch and is running for his life. It's been 3 hours. 3 hours! Poor thing, didn't get lunch for 3 hours. Chasing around. And here, sitting in a little step. Oh, this is the honorary guard, of course. And do you know what's really, really nice with this little design is that upstairs here, you can sit in this chair. And you can spin around in this chair if you so like, all day, actually. So that's a little special feature on this ship, I believe. We got all sorts of viewing decks, pretty castle-like interiors for sure. And my favorite part, we got a bell on top of here, or several bells actually, which you can ring or just hang on to for dear life. Will be needed during the battles. Got some torpedo interceptors and sonars and stuff down here for auxiliary stuff. And what do we got here? This is probably a Civs cannon, right? So we have sabots. Yeah, they're probably Civs slash enemy source. Another shell we got is 400mm flax. This is probably against the gimless crams, right? We have 120mm flak also against the crams, I believe. We got 50mm AP frag and 50mm AP flak. Interesting. Armor piercing flak is nothing I've seen a lot. I don't seen that used much. In anyways, what's this? This uses 433mm sabots. So it's only kinetic. That's probably a wise way to go against the Gimli for sure. And inside of here we're having... Is this like... This is a gun, right? Or is this just an AI? No, this is actually a gun here. Oh, might it be a diff gun on top of here? Or no, it's the barrels from the other cannon sticking through. Well, darn. Should have set the idle elevation to this to look a little bit... Okay, not that much. Never mind. We'll be moving on here. We're just gonna check if this side also has the same thing. Yeah, 433mm sabots there too. So I guess that is the armaments. Mainly here, as well as some interceptors and defensive measures. So it will be very interesting to see how it deals with combat. We got some 2 cool control rooms down here too, and I believe that's the extent of the interiors here, probably. I think so. So that's really cool. Let us actually do like this. We're gonna do a top-up cutter, that's not right. Front-back cutter, yes please. I'm just gonna check through here. We got some pretty heavy armor to protect it there. So here we can see we're using stone and alloy in a little intersecting pattern. Should be very cost-efficient armor going on there. We got era, 2 staggered era along the sides, good against APS. The Gimli has some diff guns, so it might protect against that. We have a very low-cost deck here. And if we do a left-right cutter, We can check it around here. We can see a little bit what's inside of here. So we got a lot of engines that are kind of separate. We got some steam too. And that's about that. So let's put it into the battle. Now I'm gonna do one thing before starting this battle, and that is removing the video screens here. Like that. Just so that they don't cause lag here. But other than that, it's the same. And there we go. The battle is online. We're hanging out here with the BBS 5th Season 2 by Kevin Try. And she's looking absolutely amazing in these colors, in these weathers. Wow, these Civ's cannons are just spamming these shells from... Wow, look at the next volley coming in from the Gimli here. It's absolutely insane. The BBS 5th Season 2 is actually in the lead right now. Let's see if we get another cram volley going on here. Here we go. There it comes. Bam! Ooh, they got through this time. Those did not. But it's I can't tell from this distance which are the decoy crams and which are the... These are some real ones. Oh, they missed, but they would have gotten through there. 99 point. Wow, this is so even. This is so even right now. Do we see? Oh, we got the first one coming in there, but it didn't do a lot of damage. Was it perhaps a little bit damaged due to the heavy countermeasures? That's not countermeasures, that's like... Maybe this is countermeasures actually. Dealing some damage, but not a lot. Not a lot. Bam, we had some big damage going on there. Let's pause. Let's pause and see what's happening here. We got some damage going on there, just some regular confetti. We're gonna lock on to one of these sabot ones. This one was deflected. That's why we have shields, ladies and gentlemen. Right. Do we have anything dangerous going on here? Bam, we got a hit there on the turret, but not fatal. The Gimli is so spacious, it's so easy to check the interiors. I wanna check the AI. One sabot blast could definitely hit the AI if it's like... Oh my god, do you see this? Do you see this? Man. Okay, so something... Oh, look, it's really destroyed this engine here. And it got... Oh, it got annihilated by the ERA. I'm so happy I have ERA here. Man, this could have taken out one of the AIs. Bam! Okay. Right. The BBS 5th Season 2 is not joking, but it also is not bringing cram to the table, so we'll see if it's gonna be worth much in the end. Like those sabots, they really need to hit the right spot in order to be really dangerous, because if they hit... Oh, they hit my sniper turrets there, that's for sure. But if they hit the cram cannons... Look at this poor thing. If they hit the cram cannons, they may not be dealing too much damage. If they're hitting the crams, they really need to take out the firing piece to render the turret useless. Bam, okay. These shells are really getting through here. They are not a joke, that's for sure. Alright. Oh, we got that volley there. Let's fly with this cram volley going on towards it. They're gonna miss, right? Yeah, they're missing. They're missing. The BBS 5th Season 2, she's pretty quick. And the crams have a little bit of trouble hitting. This is a very even battle so far. But some of the crams are still getting through there. So we have a big budget of actually taking out those crams, that's for sure. One got bounced off. Yeah, that's the nice thing with shields. The laser from the Gimle is not online all of the time, it feels like. Bam! There we got some explosions. We're gonna fly with this swarm here. Whoa. Okay. They're firing very often. Bam! They're really sandblasting away the surface here. Smart to go with sabots. You can see the cram turrets down here. You can see the 3D Tetris is exposed. Still dealing damage. Wondering if we got all of our turrets are still online or no. I don't see the laser lasing much, but it might be a power issue. It's possible we have ran out of some power. Because, but the laser is still pretty high in the power priority. Alright. The crams are still online though. But I haven't seen this sniper cannon fire in a while. It should fire every 10 seconds. It may not be intact. Oh, it's working. It's working. Alright, we got an explosion. Kevin tries BBS 5th season 2. She's down to 88%. The Gimle is now in a lead. But the Gimle, she's having targeting issues. Seems that the cram shells are just not landing right. We get some help from our pack there. Alright, we got another couple of big crams coming in here. But they're targeting them too late, but it doesn't matter much because they're missing. There we had one. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, we're really having issues targeting from here. So the Vigoletta is still firing on here. What are we shooting up there? Is that engines? I think we're targeting hot blocks. We probably had a heat decoy there in the extremities of the ship. That's a wise place to have them. This one is a... Whoa, that was a hit. I think that was a pretty good hit. The mortars don't have much chances of hitting though. Wow. It feels like the crams are aiming above surface. For some reason. The Gimle is down to 91%. But the BBS 5th Season 2 is at 84. This turret is annihilated. I believe that cram shell we saw there earlier did a pretty good darn hit here. This one is offline too. The laser has came back online somehow. Alright. We're lasing and lasing. Oh! Is the AI of the BBS 5th Season 2 offline? Oh my god, it looks like the AI is taken out. Damn, here we have some pretty big explosion here. We got a lot of steam leaking. Oh yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the AI compartment is exposed and very, very sad. There we go. There we go. It's not doing anything. It's not trying to deal damage anymore. The BBS 5th Season 2 has done a pretty good job of softening up the Gimle, but it seems that it's not quite done enough, because right now it's losing. Let's check out the Gimle here a little bit. The sniper cannons, both of them are pretty sad, right? The crams have taken damage, but seems to be functional. Most of them at least. Maybe not this one, it lacks a barrel. It has a very short barrel, not sure that's gonna work. Fast fire guns are going on there. Laser is lazen. This cram is somewhat exposed together with this one, but I believe they are still functional. Wow, and even our sniper cannon is still alive here. It would be pretty interesting if we can find the shell. Maybe it's too late. Maybe it's too late. It's really quick. It's really quick. But anyways, the BBS 5th season definitely lost the first round. This is best of 3, however, so we will be coming back with another round and see what happens. Dramatic, right? Well, we haven't started the battle yet, but I guess we should. So we just respawned it again. Last time we hung out with the BBS 5th season 2. So this time we're gonna hang out with our favorite party gal, which is the Gimless. So, can we? No? Okay. There we go. Wow. I just want to see what happens with the first incoming volleys here. It's really interesting. So we got the swarm of shells coming in here. And it's dealing quite the little precursor damage here. Getting through some of the layers, but not too bad. Alright. That's not what I thought I locked onto. Let's see what game speed we're at. We're at 0.6. Okay, not too bad. There we go. The ear-killing sound of the packs. Interesting. Now one thing I want to really check out, that's what's happening with the shells of the sniper cannons. Right. We're getting swarms of shells incoming there. There we go. They're really quick, so we have to pause the game to lock on. These are like the max pen rods I could make. Oh my god! Man! They dealt some damage there. They took out some engines down there. That's exactly what I designed them for, by the way. That makes me really happy. Taking out some steam there. Alright. Bam! Oh my god! The BBS 5th season lost one of its turrets here. That's a lot of metal armor, mate. Probably needed though, but man, that's a lot. Oh my god! Do you see this? Do you see this damage pattern? I believe that one of my sniper cannons cut off the turret block. Completely straight off. I believe that was a lucky hit to take out the turret. They are designed to hit underwater, and they are designed in a way so they are likely to strip the undersides of decks. So with people that only having 1 meter decks, those sniper cannons can be pretty dangerous because they might actually shoot off turrets using accidentally targeting the turret block, because the penetration is insane. You can see it just wiped a stripe through the bottom there. Alright. Trying to take out those cram shells, but oh no, one still went through and we dealt some serious damage there. Wow. I think the Gimli is performing after my best intentions. Not against enemy foes, of course, but after my best hopes. Alright. Kevin Tries BBF 5th season 2 has a lot of surface level smoke and stuff, it feels like. Right. The auxiliary sabot spammer guns there, the Civ systems, reminds me a lot of the Civs from the Ragnarok. I wonder if it's like heavily inspired from that, because I do remember the red and green tracer that they had as well. It looks very similar to the ones that the Ragnarok has. It's a strong design though. And I really had to think real hard on making a system, a cram system that actually got through the lambs of the Ragnarok. That was some really competent lambs going on there. That's certain. Those are missing again. All right. The Gimli is at 94% this time. It's performing much better than last time. Damn. I wonder if our snipers were able to take out some engines or cool stuff this time. And that maybe the 5th Season 2 were able to take out some of our engines early on in the last battle, because I did notice that our laser was not lasing too much pretty early on. About the laser, I wonder what happens with my laser. The shells. These railguns fire pretty quickly. I think these are very similar to my snipers, to be honest. Big sabots, but these are much smaller. These are not penetrating as much, but the speed of these ones are really, really big. You can see my lambs are actually trying to hit these shells coming in there, and I believe they're actually taking out a few of them. That's good. Now the laser starts lasing a little bit. My auxiliary sabots are doing something that makes me happy. Whoa. Something. We got a good hit, I believe. Because the BBF's 5th season is down to 73% now. I don't think it's very likely that the BBS 5th Season 2 are able to win this. It seems, oh my god, it seems indeed that the Gimli, not the Draconia, what am I saying? It seems indeed that the Gimli is quite superior here, which makes me very happy, because I've, of course, poured in all my knowledge the latest half year and tried to perfect the Gimli as much as I can with all the new knowledge. Because the Draconia wasn't the best ship we've ever seen, I think we all can agree on that. It's a killer baby seal, yes, but it's also a lagfest. Wow, 71%. Another cram volley is coming in. Bam, that's a lot of damage. Knocked 1% extra straight off there. Considering that my packs are not that focused, I'm very happy they're actually dealing damage, and I'm sure they're able to seek out some components to take out too. Another one. Yeah, the Civs and Lambs have a real hard time keeping up here, and oh no, there we go. There we get the mortars down to 67%. It seems indeed that the BBS 5th season is going to lose this. You can see it's having real power issues too. So, I will in any case just say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. And if you want to know who they are, you can also look at our Discord server, and you see them there in golden names showing up on the server, and that means they are a supporter, and any level gets the supporter, including the cadets. So if you wanna check that out, or if you wanna get a hold of my building files and assets and stuff for that from the depth, that's also included for each tier. So all help is greatly appreciated if you want to and are able to do it. Please don't feel any kind of pressure to support me in any way. Just if you have extra money over each month that you would rather put at some content you like, then, well, you know where I am. So in any case, this is it. The Kevin Tries BBS 5th Season 2 is indeed sinking and being very sad. The Gimle is indeed the superior ship here, which makes me very happy, again, as I spent a lot of time on this thing. It's down to 93% this time, so it's still pretty functional. But of course, I believe that those sabots were pretty dangerous, and it could have been an unlucky hit on the Gimle so that the AI would have been taken out. That was possible too. Are you enjoying your meal here in the golden hall of the Gimle? I hope you are, because this time you will see the Gimle, love it or hate it, being pitched against the BBS 5th Season, which a lot of you this is a ship that has almost reached a mythical level. It is a Onyx Watch fan build, I believe. It is a fan build. It's very efficient, and it defeats many ships that has a similar cost. Now, the BBS 5th Season has inspired folks in our community, like Kevin Try, to make several upgrades / fan builds of the BBS 5th Season itself. Oh my god, that's a big explosion. Anyways, it's inspiring people, the BBS 5th Season, because it's a very good ship. You've seen it before on the channel many times. And I do believe it was the BBS 5th Season that was the inspiration for Borderwise to make his Titan Slang even. To make a ship that beats the BBS 5th Season. Now, the BBS 5th Season is 1.4 million, so that's why I spawned 2 of them from the beginning, which means that the Gimle should have somewhat 200k material disadvantage in this battle, which means that the BBS 5th Season, out of materials only, should be able to win this battle. But I am of course hoping that the Gimle has a competent enough design to be able to win over 2 BBS 5th Season anyways, because I have gotten hubris of some GMODism. You're being unsufferable. Anyways, I have gotten my hopes up that it might win, because it has won a lot of other battles that it should have lost. But BBS 5th Season is a pretty good design, so I don't expect I'll be able to win this. Yeah, I think it comes down to luck kind of too, because if it is able to snipe our AI, we're kind of doomed. We should probably check out our AI, see if I jinxed myself already or not. Seems I haven't jinxed myself already, at least, which is good. But in any case, we're pitching the Gimle against 2 of them, so that the Gimle is in... what is it? So that the Gimle can take the underdog position, which hopefully makes you cheer for the Gimle. Anyone loves a underdog, don't we say like that? Something. The crabs are doing some nice damage though. I do hope that they are aiming for the turrets, however. That would make me happy. I don't know about that orbiting, but if it's gonna stay that far away, I fear that that particular BBS 5th Season might be getting disqualified. If it's going away further than 6,000 meters and running away. Anyways. Oh no. They're trying to aim for this guy. 3, 2, 1, and they should be switching directions, yes? It's really bad that they face the other direction, because they don't have armor at all in the back. these turrets, so they're very vulnerable when they're in that position. Not good. Okay, they switched targets. Finally. Fucking finally. Oh my god. Come on. No. Are you kidding me? You're... No way. Just switch targets, man. Well, it is an... Not only is the Gimli in a big material disadvantage, but it's also... like the BBS 5th season here does have 2 ships, which is of course always an advantage. Yeah. I don't really know what BBS 5th season stands for. I do think that some of you have explained that to me previously, but I just kinda don't remember. So yeah, that's not good. It's firing still, but we haven't had much explosions coming in here, which isn't ideal. Oh, anyway, I should tell you that the BBS 5th season is built by Bungalow Bill, a very good and nice builder. I haven't seen if Bungalow Bill has made anything new. I kind of don't think so, but it's really good. I know that he doesn't think himself that the BBS 5th season is like the best ship ever. But oh my god, are you kidding me? No way, this is really bad. Really? Okay, the Gimli kind of collided and now it's trying to back up. Oh, at least it has backwards. Oh my, oh lord. This ain't good. Bam! The nose of the ship is just goners. Welp. Shit happens, I suppose. Would have been nice if the turrets kind of, I don't know, switched and shot at the targets that was the easiest thing to shoot at. But I guess that's a little bit too much to ask. Yeah, now we're going forwards again. How nice. Gimli is at 86%. I don't like that, because the BBS 5th season is 81, respectively 90. Ooh! But this turret is indeed sniped away, which does make me a bit happy. This turret isn't, and it's getting prime time ability to shoot at us, but on the other hand, we're soon getting out of range. Hopefully our quick shooters will be able to take him out. By the way, huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST and the YouTube members. I think we have... Let's see if we have Captain Y with us. Here, I put him here. He's chilling here. Oh, getting a little bit windy here. In any case, who's the sleeping matroos? Well, you have to fight for that, for the enlisted in the Army of GMODIST. You can enlist in the Army of GMODIST by joining the Matroos 3rd class in our Discord. That's how we do it. So if you want to be part of the Army of GMODIST, but you don't want to be a commissioned officer, well, then you can join us. And that also makes you able to participate in our challenges and get information about that too. The Army of GMODIST ones specifically. We have some different ones that are open and the other ones that are for the Army of GMODIST, but of course anyone can join the Army of GMODIST, and if you want to support us too, well, then there is the commissioned officers. So anyways, for those who are supporting the channel at any level, it helps a lot, so huge thanks to you. Yeah, it does really help me make more videos and better content. I hope, at least. It would be sad if it made me make worse content. In any case, seems that the BBS 5th seasons has shot down a lot of my barrels. I am happy that cram barrels don't get affected by that the same way. But man, they're really far away. See, I don't... It doesn't have lamps, right? The BBS 5th season. No, we missed that one. That's ain't good. That ain't good. Bam, that's a good hit though, isn't it? This thing is starting to look a tiny bit sunken and sad. Incoming. Bam, superstructure hit. Miss. There we have some more cram hits here. This BBF's 5th season seems to be going down, and I do believe this is the more healed one. Oh my god, are we actually going to be able to win this battle? That would be very amazing indeed. We'll see, we'll see. We will not... we shall not säga hej innan vi är över bäcken, as they say. We shouldn't... I don't remember the English counterpart. But anyways, we shouldn't take out the victory prematurely, because if we do that, we'll definitely jinx ourselves, which would be very sad. But it really looks like this thing is sinking. This BBS 5th season is already past, and it's probably gonna come back for the 6th season, because this thing is probably gonna sink. Ooh. Tricky superstructure. Look at that. Oh yeah, it has mortars too. I forgot about that. The Gimli is taking damage too, however, which isn't great. Look at that, the laser is starting to laser a tiny little bit. That's good. But it's very rare that damage comes in here. Or I just don't see them because the we're in degraded mood and we don't always see the tails of the shots. Oh my lord, look at that! One BBS 5th season is indeed going down. Poor thing. It's sunken. It's absolutely sunken. It's completely devastated. Look at it go. Poor thing. It's getting disqualified. It's sunken. It's down. It's done. It is absolutely finished, which means we only have one left. The one at 80%, so of course it's it has higher health than the Gimli, but it's... oh no, the laser is on it. Is this the only functional turret, right? This was the damaged one. And the laser has focused on the turret. It's not looking good for it. It has smoke. It does have smoke. So it's good for that reason. But I do believe that the Vigoletta Marksman 5 will be coming in here too and making minced meat of it. If it's left, maybe it's actually gone. Look at that. Ew. I wonder if our AI is a little bit damaged, possibly. Man. The Gimli has had better days, that we can see for sure. Oh my god, the AI compartment is in almost shambles again. Seems to be kinda-ish okay, though. Just some surface scratches. Probably just no ammo then. Or something. Alright, alright. It really looks like the Gimli is actually winning the first round here. We're gonna do best of 3, so we're gonna relaunch this little battle to really make sure that the Gimli is able, or not able, to beat 2 BBS 5th season at 200k material disadvantage, was it right? And yes, because it's 1.4. Let's see here. A BBS 5th season is 1.4, that means 2.8, which is, oh, it's a little bit more, isn't it? The cannon is bravely firing on and on. Somehow it hasn't been fried yet, but it ain't looking very good, is it? It's still dealing damage though, so I mean, it's not impossible that the BBS remaining one still wins. This throne hall has seen better days, I believe. Having the Gimle popping up in the window is of course obviously not a good sight that the personnel of the BBS 5th season would like to see, obviously. 79%, it's still fighting though. It is still fighting, so that's something. The BBS 5th season is actually pounding on here, and I haven't seen much shells popping in from the Gimle recently, so well, maybe we did jinx ourselves or something. Ew. Do we have damage that... Oh. Oh. We're having... the AI has been damaged, hasn't it? Because otherwise, I have no idea what's happening here. Oh yes. Look at that. The main AI is indeed damaged. So it's not shooting crams anymore. It's been 13 minutes in-game battle. Our fast fire guns are online. Oh, but the stern battery is still online. Okay. Interesting. Wonder if it can hit though. It seems that since the main AI is gone, it just doesn't detect very well, does it? Yeah, I think its detection is kind of down. Well, these railguns are serious business. We have been watching this painful battle a little bit longer than I would like to say. So yeah, it's been 20 minutes in game, and the official battles will never be longer than 15 minutes, but I wanted to see what happened. The Gimle has gotten out of material and it doesn't hit at all anymore really. It's only firing its small arms at the BBS 5th season, so it actually looks like the BBS 5th season won the first battle, which definitely needs us to get into another battle to see what happens and see if we get the same results, or if the Gimle has any chance of beating the BBS 5th seasons, or if it's just a lost case. I don't quite remember what I said in the beginning, but I did some calculations, and the material disadvantage that the Gimle has is approximately 600,000 materials. So yeah, I basically shouldn't be very sad that the Gimle will probably lose this, because it is 600,000 materials is a big disadvantage. Yeah. So yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. It's a big difference. It is a big difference. So here we go. The battle again. Seeing those cram shells land, popping in there, boom. I don't think the BBS 5th season has some type of sieve system at all. They are parting ways like this, very interesting. Gimle is trying to turn. I'm hoping for good lucky hits with the cram. It has a lot of smoke, which is necessary. There is no reason to not have a lot of smoke. It's the most important thing. Alright. Got another crams popping in there. Bam! Did we get a good hit there? That looked like a pretty decent hit. But that took out more steam stuff, yeah, and engine compartments. Which is not nothing. Let's see here. Alright. So that's why we need to stay far into the battles if any of the participants is able to still deal damage, because the tables might turn. If they can't deal damage anymore, well, that's one thing. Especially if it's wrong in a big way and we don't have a lot of repair bots allowed. Look at that, they're like crossing over. Now this, oh no, this doesn't have much of a barrel left. That ain't too good. Oh no. I probably need to upgrade my AI compartment. Are you kidding me? It's like it's sentient and it knows where the AI is. Once again. Ooh! Did I see a good hit? I think I did. Didn't do too much though. I would have seen some more damage. That would have been nice. Ah. And I was just asking for some more damage, and there we got it. Beautiful. Ooh. Okay. So the BBS 5th season has won one battle. They have won one battle because they are a team of 2 of them. That does means it's BBS times BBS, BBS 25th season? Who knows? No, laser. Stop targeting the empty turret. Where is the other one? It's far away. I would really love to see them target this particular cannon, because it still has 2 barrels and they're posing a real threat. Oh, got some mortars there. Gimli is at 95% and Shillin over here. None of the main cram cannons seems to be completely offline yet. Possibly this one. It doesn't have a barrel, has it? It kinda has, but I wonder if it's probably not firing due to failsafes. Ah, that's too bad. No, we have gotten an enemy to the weak side. Oh no. Isn't that like exactly where the... Oh, no. Wow. Oh my god. If the AI is taken out by a mortar, that would be a bad day for the Gimli. Alright. This BBS 5th season is all over here. Now I don't know what the hell I locked onto. This is the bad side. But it would be good if something targeted this turret. Seems that it's out of range, so I think we should go over and check this battle over there. Look at those mortars. Seems we're getting a dose of our own medicine. Ah! Don't hit the AI. It's the only thing I'm saying. Alright. So we're trying to get all over here. This is a really big distance. I'm not sure we'll be able to hit it over there. The laser is trying. What? Why is the BBS 5th season's main guns not shooting? This is weird. Did they get some type of unlucky EMP damage dealt to them? Who knows? It hasn't been shooting in a while here, and the crams are popping in. I don't know why, but it seems that this BBS 5th season in particular isn't really a threat anymore. I do wonder if our EMP pack, it's actually pack Pierce and EMP. It's the pack Trismegistus or something, who knows. It's nice, but it seems to have maybe helped. Who knows? Just speculations. We only have 2 barrels that's completely functional from the BBS 5th season right now. Wonder if it will shoot itself now, or if it will hold fire. No? It's holding fire. Well, that's good for it. Keeping distance though. Wonder what this is. Armor piercing, high explosive, tiny shell. Okay. The Gimli is performing a lot better this match. That's really good. Remember, having 2 ships is more advantage than having 1 ship. And having having a 600k material advantage is also a good thing. Now I know Bungalow Bill doesn't think the BBS 5th season is impossible to beat, but I was really happy when my Draconia, which is like 400k more expensive than it, was able to beat it. So I'm really happy that the Gimli is able to beat 2 of them with a material disadvantage of 600k. If it is, I don't know if it will. It's just looking that way right now, because this BBS 5th season hasn't shot in a while, and this one has like, I don't know, 2 barrels left. If they both get back online, we'll be really sad. Like all of the turrets just come back online. We'll see. Arcing in and... Ooh! Big explosion! These turrets are so darn resilient, man. It's insane. I just love the original BBS 5th season turrets. They look like castle towers, and they're so resilient, it's like not even funny. It's completely insane. It's hilarious. Look there in the distance, we get some crams popping down over the Gimli. You can see that our lambs and our missile interceptor seems to be successfully taking them out. Oh, finally! The laser is targeting something that might be worth targeting. Oh yes, please. A little bit more to the left, thank you. No, more to the left. Okay, you can kill that that fast fire thing. Yes, that's okay. Yeah, sure. Do fry those barrels there. That would be good. A little more. A little more. No, don't change target. If we could tell what they would target, any battle would be much easier. That's why it's easier with adventure mode, where you can target things yourself. I shouldn't say that, since we kind of, well, you know how last adventure mode ended, I hope. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, 2 barrels are still left. One is just a little bit hidden. Probably won't fire very often then. Oh, but this thing is getting on our weak side. I don't like that. Cram! Was that fatal? No? Well darn. Oh man, look at that. It's raining crams. But it's like not doing damage anymore. It hasn't been doing damage for like, I don't know, 3 minutes. So it would be nice if the Gimli didn't waste shots on it, because it's just a sitting duck. This boy, however, is not a sitting duck. It's still dealing no, is it dealing damage? It's starting... Oh, yes it is. It is. Its turret is functional and everything. Lining up for more shots. Ew, it's having trouble with the field of fire, isn't it? Well, this battle is looking much better for the Gimle, but we shouldn't take out the victory beforehand, because that didn't end very well, did it? No, GMODISM, you were completely insufferable. And probably got what I deserved. So I hope that it would be cool if the Gimle won this battle. But it can turn again. That's the thing. It's like it can switch again. You never know. You never know. As long as these crazy uber scary railguns are still pounding on, it can just get a lucky shot and snipe our AI like last time, where at that point in time we were very sad. I just wanna see what armor piercing high explosive. I didn't want to. So basically, I just want to slow down time to the slowest time possible. And no. Ooh. Not fun times. Did it snipe the... No, it didn't snipe the firing piece. Well, let's move back to full speed. The Gimli is actually backing up here. Huh. Interesting. One of the BBS 5th season is down to 69. Do you always have to point that out, GMODISM? Apparently I do, but I'm very happy that the laser is lasing. It's back online. We're gonna see if this cram cannon is able to remotely hit this thing here, which should be a pretty sitting duck, I hope. Hasn't been seen... Oh, we're missing so hard. Hasn't been seen to do much damage at all. It's just... Oh, it's AI dead, right? That's what it is. No? Probably. This barrel just will not die, will it? It seems we've been able to fry away a lot of the other components. I do think that our laser is probably going for something hot. Which I don't know exactly what it is, but it's probably some engine or something. Well, finally. Can this darn laser just zap that darn barrel? It would be very nice. And what happened with my... What happened with my Vigoletta marksman? Why are you not dealing? Oh, it's because it's on the wrong side. The Gimle shows the wrong side of the enemy. It's maneuvered very weirdly. And since we didn't take out the barrel this time either, well, we're like completely exposed here. Our weak side towards the enemy. You can probably kill our AI from the wrong side. We don't have an ERA in this direction. If it just targets the right spot, we can be pretty fried. And we're only relying on the laser here. You can see the Vigoletta doesn't have a barrel. Oh, I see. It can't also aim that far away. I wonder what the Gimle is thinking now, because, I don't know, Captain Y is sleeping or something, because I don't know who's controlling this ship right now. Oh my lord! Is it just me, or is the remaining barrel very tiny and doesn't shoot anymore? Wow. So, basically, neither of the BBS 5th seasons are dealing any damage towards the Gimle anymore. That means that the Gimle has won the second round. It's neither of this one hasn't shot in a good while, and this one hasn't either. The Gimle has actually won one battle against two BBS 5th seasons, despite being in a disadvantage of 600k and the disadvantage of having only one ship instead of two. That's quite amazing. Well, then we absolutely need to get to the last round. which will decide if the Gimle or 2 BBS 5th season are the stronger designs. Final round, let's go! Mortars are popping up there. The laser is lasing. The crams are popping in here. Will they get a good hit on the turrets? Laser is... we're gonna see. It's very important, the first things that happen. Now these are definitely not hitting anything important, are they? We have a lot of mortars. Look at that. Hoping that our AI doesn't, any of our AIs doesn't get sniped early on. That would be really sad. Gonna see how the diff rods and lambs and anti-cram interceptors were dealing with them. Our ammo compartment got a little bit damaged there. The BBS 5th season is riding low indeed. The lasers and the Vigoletta seems to be aiming at this turret, which is great if it continues to do that. It now switched to the other one, which isn't bad, but they really need to keep focused. They switched targets. That's I don't like that. All right. We're having crams, but they're aiming for the center. No, that's hits. Those are hits. So it's good. I'm not sad about hits, but I want better hits. Okay, here. Come on. Ooh, that one, maybe. Almost for the turret. Packs popping in there. Impact, EMP, and Pierce. I don't know if the Pierce got through to anything. Maybe we can like sink the target? Possibly. 2 more crams popping in there. Mortars too. Ooh! We disabled the turret. I think we disabled the turret. Okay, that's good. If we disable those turrets early on, we get much better chances of not losing. Now, I do wonder what's happening over here though. Because we're having one... oh no. We're having one friend at the wrong side. This ain't good. Oh, but this one is missing a turret. This one is missing a turret. There is hope. There is hope. Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope for the Gimle to win over the BBS 5th seasons in this battle. We shall see how it goes. I think shield disruptors from my side was a good investment. Would it be nice if we aimed at this turret now instead, possibly? I don't know why we're aiming at the superstructure there, but we really need to deal with this situation. Right. What happened? It has clear view over us. Why does it not target? It has optimal view over us. Did we somehow EMP it? I have no idea. This thing ain't shooting back. Which makes it... look at that glorious thing in the distance. The Gimle is popping along. Very interesting indeed. Looks like we had better luck to not get our AI sniped this time, which is always preferable to not suffer. Wow. We have shots coming in from this Freund over here. The BBS 5th season still able to fight. I do think it's a great choice to have a tiny bit of EMP damage in your Doom crams, just because sometimes Someone forget to EMP, insulate something important. And that might be a very sad day. There we had some engines that went. We have more cramps popping in here. The Gimli is at 95%. Ooh. Miss. Well, that's an anticlimax. I guess we'll try again. Don't tell me that the AI is damaged or something so we can't target properly. It doesn't seem to be that off. Now the laser is popping along here. The BBS 5th season is properly smoked, however. But maybe, just maybe, we can be able to kill. Oh! Oh no. Let's see her. Excuse me. Right. Very interesting. See if we got more of them. So one of them despawned. I wonder if it was AI dead or something. It's a little bit far away, but it's sitting there. I believe this is one that is despawning. Maybe we should ride with some shells. I have an instant tutorial on how to control the camera, by the way, if you are a little bit confused and want to learn the ropes on that. Anyways, that BBS 5th season is defeated. Bam. So we only have this one left, and it has a material disadvantage now. It is of course damaged. Oh, and we got a good hit on that cram, on that APS turret. The last railgun has been damaged. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that we have a clear winner here. It seems that the Gimli is able to take out 2 BBS 5th season despite the material disadvantage of 600k materials. I must say this is a personal victory for me. I'm very happy that this turned out to be the case. Very amazing. Very amazing. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. The BBS 5th season has been a challenge to beat for years. It's a really good design. I really like the Bungalow Bill's beautiful design of the Onyx Watch fan build. This is indeed a strong player ship, and well, he might say it's not impossible to beat, and of course it's not, obviously, but I would still say it's a good ship. It's a really good ship. A lot of, like, it's hard. It took years for me to build something that can defeat this thing at a material disadvantage. So yeah, the BBS 5th season is a good ship, and that's because it's just very well built and well crafted. And that makes me happy and honored to win over it, or 2 of them, using the Gimli. So I hope that this battle has been enjoyable for you, and if it was, please like the video and do subscribe to stay tuned for future videos. This is of course your host GMODIST, and I will like to give huge extra thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST and the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST, which is the YouTube members. You can join there if you really want to support the channel. But other than that, I will be seeing you in future videos. This has been your host GMODIST, and we are indeed signing out until next time from this glorious golden hole, which we should try and get a little shot at. Do post me in the comments if there are some special ships you want to see me test against, and I'm of course very excited again to show the official battles, the official submissions, because that is ships that are built according to the rules of the Gimlet. Like, there are a lot of things I could do to the Gimlet to make it a lot more efficient, like adding water pumps, but that would unfortunately cause this stutter you see in the screen right now, so that's why I avoided it. So the battles that are official should be stutter-free. This is the Gimlet who's going to defeat, hopefully, I don't know, the Brimstone Rain. I will be very sad if the Gimlet is not able to defeat the Brimstone Rain, but this is a very cool and effective build. This is the Brimstone Rain made by Archangler, and this beautiful modern ship, as you can see, looks very sleek, very cool shapes. It's actually a lot cheaper. It's 1.3 million. And that's why I would be sad if the Gimli loses. But this is an extremely formidable ship. It's very effective, and it does win over the Ragnarök, who is the same cost as the Gimli. So this ship is no joke. It has a lot of missiles. It's pretty effective, and we should be pretty scared of it. This can most likely win over the Gimli. It's possible. Now, this one uses some cheese tactics. It has wooden tetras here, as you can see, in thick layers used to aim point spoof. Now, I don't think aim point spoofing is a acceptable tactic to use, but this ship is also a lot cheaper than the Gimli, so you know, we can just ignore that cheese tactics part, since it's like 1 million less expensive. So let the battles begin. All right. It's just gonna throw up missiles like this. It's completely insane. And these are like some Lua missiles, I believe. Let's hear what's going on with our packs and stuff. We can see they really want to target the aim point spoofs, obviously. Here we see the big crams. It has kind of a low profile, so they get deflected. It also has shields, so it gets deflected on the water surface and on the shields. Now we shall see. The Gimli is actually taking substantial damage here. Already 1% is gone. Alright. So we had some missiles. I mostly see superficial damage here so far. The Brimstone Rain is down at 96. Gimli is at 98. These are, what I understand it, some type of Lua missiles, as I understand it. So they are controlled by Lua, so they can have this kind of cruising pattern where it dives down directly against the enemy here, which happens to be the Gimli today. So Lambs tried to clean them up, and we got some diff rods trying to cover them up too, but we can see a lot of them go through too. You can see the cram turrets are a little bit damaged there. Ooh, the Brimstone Rain is actually gathering negative points. It seems to be sinking. It indeed is sinking. Well, that's pretty cool. So you know what I think we should do? I think we should pitch 2 Brimstone Rains against the Gimli. If 2 Brimstone Rains will not be able to defeat the Gimli is truly superior. But I do believe that the Brimstone Rain will kind of have an issue. What will it be? Oh yes, okay. Gimli won this battle here. So I think it was a little bit too... It seems our defenses are taking out early volleys here. You can see another flak rod is popping up there. So I do think that it's not fair enough. So we should be pitching 2 brimstone rains, and that will be, what will it be? It will be like 2.6 million in total. So the brimstone rain will in that case have a 400,000 material advantage. So we can truly see there, if the Gimli wins with a 400,000 material disadvantage, we can truly say it is much superior to the brimstone rain. This battle, I'm glad it won, but the brimstone rain actually beats the Ragnarok. Remember that. The ship is not a joke. It's cheap, but it's not a joke. Alright, here we go again. We're gonna check out here. So we got some APS. Is that a damage laser? I believe it is a damage laser. Okay, it has a little burner there. We're gonna follow these VLMs here. And these are some proper VLMs. They're like VLMs. Have some civs to try and take out those crams, yeah? Because they're firing horizontally like this for a long time. When their Lua guidance curve kicks in, it's really cool. I think this, you know why it's called Brimstone Rain, it's really... And these are some frag heat missiles, I think. I can see they're diving down here. That's some scary stuff, man. Look at that. Ooh. We're of course trying to target it with the diff rods, but there are so many. Look at that. Bam! Look at that hole, man. That part of the laser and the auxiliary energy generation is very sad. You can see my 2 repair bots put back 2 wooden blocks. How nice. Right. Okay. We're packing that one. The Gimli is at 97%. And the Brimstones is at 99%. So it's looking like the Brimstones can absolutely win this one. They should. They should, just by material count too. I bet that aim point spoofing is providing some really good opportunities. I wonder if this laser is mostly like teasing us. Because it doesn't seem to be doing much damage at all. Nah, it's probably just activating smoke or something. Oh no. More brimstone is raining down. All cram cannon seems to be online, however, which is what is important. Or well, what's happening here then? Will it hit? And it says... Now it's tiny slowing down. Now if Gimli is at 94%. Oh, that could cancel. I think that was a decoy cram, however. I wonder how our sniper cannons are doing. Because we do have underwater firing snipers. They should be penetrating pretty deep here. I don't know, maybe they're targeting the other ship. Gimli's at 93%. It's looking bad for the Gimli when it's pitched against 2 Brimstones. But again, we should remind ourselves that the Brimstones should win, and a single Brimstone does take out the Ragnarok. And the Ragnarok has some insane systems to deal with incoming fire. Ooh, that's a bad miss. I wonder if our targeting is a little bit sad. Ugh, we're just missing. The Gimle is looking a tiny bit sad with the missiles popping in here. We can really see that it's done some damage that's not only superficial. We have big holes there, we have holes there. This turret is damaged. Oh, we got more here. Oh, about damaged turrets. This cram is actually taken out. Both of them seem to be less functional nowadays. That's bad. That is quite bad. And it seems that one of the brimstones might get into the flank. That would not be good either. Front crams seems to be online. I wonder... that's just the sabot frags. Just wanted to check what happened with our snipers, if we're taking out anything important or not. Yeah. It has some advantages, and a single one of these takes out the Ragnarök. So, we should remember that. I will tell myself to feel better about this impending loss. In any case, what's really cool with the Brimstone Rain is that it has shields mounted on turrets. So it only uses shield power to defend the side that's actually against the enemy, which is some pretty smart stuff. And you can see it dodged that volley of the crams since it already kinda knew. I didn't know it would turn, so the crams couldn't have time to react to that. It turned its direction there. This is not too good for the Gimle. One of the brimstones have gotten to the wrong side of the Gimle, which doesn't have armor. Now it seems that this laser is indeed a teaser, because it's not dealing damage. And it's only shooting tiny torpedoes at us, it seems like. We do have an air gap, so could be worse. They're still at like 80%. TV Goletta has been stuck here. That's bad, because that's probably one of our better weapons in this situation. Oh no. Now more brimstone is raining down. And I don't think we have much flash rods. We can't protect from the above as well either. The Gimle is being very sandwiched here between two brimstone rainers, and the superstructure is hanging on by a few threads, which isn't great. Here is one of the sniper rounds from the really big sniper cannon thing. Well, it penetrates deeply, that's for sure. If we're lucky, we can hit something important, but well, the Gimle is down to 76% just now, so it's not having a great day. Well, it's providing another volley of brimstone. Oof. Scary stuff. It's really keeping its distance too. Let's see how far away it is, but it would be cool if we managed to sink these. Then we could defeat them, perhaps. Look at that. Woohoo. Here we come. They come. Aren't we going a little bit too high now? What? Why? What? Okay. What happened? They're not gonna go that high. That must be a mistake. Alright, what's happening down here? It's trying to find where to maneuver. I wonder if it lost its targeting there. That's really weird. We'll see with the next volley then. Look at that. One of the brimstones has exited to, I think it's over 5,000 meters. I do believe we have penalty points for running away from the battle over 5,000 meters because I don't want to have long-range sniper battles. It seems like one of them is... I guess that's over. It's really far away. I think I set the... We can check the rules afterwards, but I think it's like 5,000 or 6,000 or something like that. That you can't run away too far, because that, if you continue run away, you will get penalty points, basically. Weird. The Gimle's cost hasn't, like... Oh man, it's looking really sad. Okay. We're like... This needs a moment. We're like lucky our AI isn't dead right now. Yay, to repair bots. But here are the AIs, man. Okay, we're so hurt. This, you can see it's like empty. But I am actually surprised how well the first 5 minutes of this battle has gone for taking on the Brimstone Rains. I did not expect it to survive this long, because a single Brimstone Rain does, again, obliterate the Ragnarok. I think they also kill the Titan Slangs and stuff like that. So the Brimstone Rainers are pretty strong ones. Alright. But I haven't seen so many... I wonder what happened with its targeting. Seems we have another volley coming here. But... Wow. They seem to be dysfunctional. No? They don't target. Huh. Ain't that weird? It's like these are still working. I wonder if our... Like, we have some EMP damage. I wonder if our disruptor conduits against the shield could possibly have leaked through and killed some, like, targeting Lua blocks from the missiles, so that they won't, like, hit. Now the other... I can't even see the other Brimstone Rain anymore. Okay, let's pause and find it. Like, seriously? Where did it go? Oh, it's over there. There it is. Its lasers are really weak. I can't imagine it's dealing laser damage from this distance. I don't know how far away it is. It's like, look at this thing. Whoops. Didn't mean to photo it, but whatever. It's over here. It's going away. It's like so far away we can't even see. It better turn back to try and engage the Gimli again, because otherwise we are seeing it as it's trying to leave the battlefield. 25, 26, 26. Okay, now it turned around to go towards us again. So if it does another one of those rounds, it will get despawned. And it's like further away than it can reach to its own weapons. That must be some maneuver mistake or something. And look at this Brimstone Rain. Somehow its missiles are disabled. What are the chances of that? I was really preparing to lose this battle, and now I am getting a little bit uncertain. It looks like we're winning this battle, because the last few volleys have just gone up into the sky. We must have shooten off its detection or whatever. But look, there is our detection. So it must be the missile parts. It must be some Lua targeting thing that, you know, since we have those snipers. Look at that cram. Ah, they jump on the water surface. But since we have that cram, not the cram, I mean. Since we're having those snipers that shoot underwater at really high speeds, there is also always the chance that we can accidentally sniper and kill a block. So maybe we killed like some missile guidance thing. But I wonder what happened with the other Brimstone Rains missiles, because I haven't seen any missiles raining down in a while. We're only getting those tiny missiles shot at us. Like we haven't been getting serious damage dealt towards us since for a while. So it's still, the Gimli is like far way back in terms of health, but it's doing a lot better right now. This Brimstone Rain is just not dealing a lot of damage, is it? Oh, 0 materials? We killed its material box. Look at that, reminds me of one of the other battles. Wow. Oh wow, okay. It's actually I can't believe this. It's actually looking like the Gimli can beat 2 Brimstone Rains, even though its material is like 400k less. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. It's probably more than 5. It's like, isn't it 13.5? Isn't it like 500k disadvantage for the Gimli? Because it's like, these are 1.3 million, yeah. Oh, the other Brimstone Rain got out of range, and well, it wasn't engaging in combat. We hadn't had missiles shot at us in a while, so it decided to go out of range and despawned. I see. And it looks like this Brimstone Rain, who is still at 90%, is sinking. So it is submerged. It should be getting penalty points. I have some lay room in my rules, but it's kind of too much below water now. So wow. That's pretty cool. It's despawning. Oh no, it's coming up again. But it isn't like those missiles it has. I don't know if they dealt damage from the beginning. They aren't dealing damage now. Haven't seen any deal damage in a long time. Look at that. But the Gimli won against first 1 Brimstone Rain and then 2 Brimstone Rains. So the first battle, Gimli was severely much more expensive, like 1 million more expensive. So of course it has 900k to be exact, but ish. But it had a big advantage, and that battle was win. But the Brimstone wins against the Ragnarok, so it's still a feat of victory for me. And now we pitched it against 2 Brimstone Rains, and the Brimstone Rains stopped dealing damage. The missiles were stopped guiding. One went out of combat, didn't even try to engage, and the other one just couldn't guide their missiles anymore. That's really cool. Ooh. Could it be so that those tiny lasers that were not dealing damage on our hull, they were probably laser target? Oh, we must have shot off the laser targeting equipment. That's what. It's probably lasers. Oh, laser guided missiles. Of course there are. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not 100%. You can download the Brimstone Workshop and check out if you really want to know, but I'm just trying to understand a little bit what happened. But this battle could have gone either way too. Like, our AI was very close of being completely killed. Yeah. If this damage would have been at the other side of the AI, our fast fire and laser AI would have been taken out, that's for sure. Anyways, let me check the rules here. So you can just check them out if you want to see. Max altitude, minimum altitude 30 meters. So you really need to be sinking. And then I thought I don't want to watch 5,000 meter battles. So if something starts running away, you know, it's battleships, they will accidentally go to longer distances than they intend to. So I set it at 6,000 meters, so you can't be that far away. I don't know if the Brimstone Rain is designed to fight at like 6,000 meters, but it seemed that its missiles didn't reach us at that distance, so I guess not. We're here for another Gimli battle, and this time we will have this beautiful craft, which is the greatest crab that have crawled the surfaces from the depth. Indeed, this is the Crabulon Resurrected, and I believe it is actually an amphibious vehicle. I'm pretty certain it is, but we'll of course test it in open sea rather. But in any case, it is very cool. It's made by CXOB. It's available on the workshop, not the workshop, the workshop, and this has the interesting name of Crabulon. Crabulon, yes. Not to be confused with any Terraria mods or anything like that. In any case, this is an absolutely stunning craft. The predecessor of this, the Crabulon, the Destroyer, participated in a Beta Ragnarok tournament. That's how I found it. And then I saw on the workshop that the resurrected version has been uploaded. So this is basically an updated version with better armor and better weapons. We can see we have pack eyes. This thing is so cool. And it is actually a melee ship, if you can believe that. It has the cost of mere 2,076,000. Pretty decent firepower. And I have no idea how this will fare against the Gimli. I don't know if which will win. In any case, we'll check the interiors of this thing because this is absolutely stunning. It looks so amazing. We can walk around here outside. We can walk on the deck. It's like a big nice crab. It's just very cool. Needs to be experienced. So it has melee claws. I haven't seen them in action, but I do believe we should test them out here. I don't really know. I think it uses mostly crams. I don't know what types of crams, but we're gonna check that out. So here we have engineering. Oh, it has so many interiors. This is really cool. We can even walk down here. Oh wow, it is completely accessible. Isn't that kind of amazing? Oh my god, look at these interiors. We can even reach the steam engines here. That's just too cool. Yeah, well this clearly has an amazing interior. Wow. Today's objective, conquer the world. And here we got some, whoops, doors as well. Man, I'm already lost. We even have a little, what is it? What? I'm certain I heard. These are locked. Oh my god. The doors lag. Oh my god, we fell down to the... There is just so much interiors on this thing. This is really a joy to explore. I'm hearing some soundtrack from some anime. Now I'm stuck too. This is what happens. Thank you. Anyways, we even have super cool drones on this thing. So this is like a World War II type plane. It got missiles going on there. Just super cool shape on this thing. I think I've seen this in the workshop too. Just the details with the trim on the wings here just makes the entire difference. That's absolutely stunning. Looks great. And then we even have this thing that has a hard time sitting still here, which is a little bit of an agitated type of crab. Look at that, it looks so cool. It even has detection as eyes like this, and I like this a lot. Smart to use the mimics for the safety, yeah, what is it called? The safety fuse thing for local weapon controllers. Looks super cool. I love this little micro crab thing. Jet A. 200. Oh, it's a little petrol station thing, a little gas station. Yes, it is. Wow, the details. There is so much to look at. It's really cool. We can even have a little walkway to access it. It has wheels. Yeah, the details on this thing is quite amazing. It's really nice. And there are just so many rooms on this thing. Like, we can walk around here. It even has a nice little aquarium with a tiny crab. It's like a pet crab inside a crab. It's a lot of crabs. Any case, crew quarters, a little bit down under the water, but I appreciate the details here. And like, I'm not sure we can... Oh, we can't go down here. It's too cramped. Well, that's sad. Yeah, it's so cool. Bridge. Let's see if we can even... Like, we missed several parts to look at. Oh no. We got stuck in the armor. Well, never mind. We're just gonna sneak look through this little thing using this little cutter here. So you can see here. If we do like this, you can see what it looks like from the top down. We can see it's certainly well-built craft. We have a bar area there. Now it's a little bit Sims feeling here. That's a big APS there, okay. We got loads of different systems. And we got a meat red inside, just like the Turtle Lord. Isn't that pretty nice? Well, if we go with the left to right, we can see here we got the main area there. We got the engines and the different compartments going for them there. Air command, well, that's so cool. Whoops, so left, right, let's see here. If we just go through it there, we can really see what's going on. And we can even have a front to back cut, so we can see how it looks like. So here we have, there is a real pack system in the eyes, lots of front armor. Very nice, is it not? I think it's a really cool build. I just love this thing. It's just something with unnecessary interiors and immersion that I just vibe with a lot. Like what? War room. So we got the war room. Oh, and it switches. Oh, it switches different cameras like this. Alright, that's pretty cool. And these are, oh, that's so much details. It's like a proper war room. Okay. Kitchen. Man, there are so many areas here. So what is this? Lifeboats? On top there. Well, it's properly labeled. Have to give it that. Captain's quarters. Look at that. It's just so much detail. It even has a little toilet with... Man, I almost become tired of seeing this details. There's so much, like toilets and everything. Navigator. Here we have less flashy toilet room. Looking very steel-like. Damn. This is a lot of detail. This is a lot of detail. We even have a storage room where pirates play cards. Of course they are. That's so cool. So, we have the kitchen too. We gotta dive into that. Looking great. So much unnecessary detail. Like, the Gimli is not even decorated if you compare to this. And look, these are real chairs. We can actually sit in this, even though it doesn't look like chairs. So this is one of the super cool. It has a personal little bar, and you can see it's like a crab thing that's also a sushi thing holding a drink is the logo mascot thing for this type of, obviously a sushi bar with like alcohol and sushi pieces, and it's, yes please, I'd have a sushi there. That's really nice. Yeah, well, anyways, this is absolutely stunning detail. This makes my Gimli look like I didn't put details in it. Like it's just so immersive. We're now gonna test if it walks on land, because that would be pretty funny. So I don't know. I think I remember it saying something that it can walk on land, but it's not recommended because it's like super slow. So yeah, we'll see. Look at this beautiful crab just sitting here. So let's see if it. Let's see what happens when we're approaching land. I just love the way it moves its tail like this. It feels so... Oh, it's actually using it to steer. That's super cool. This is like... This ship is so darn decorated, so I realize this is a Gimli battle video, but this ship has so much details and it absolutely deserves a nice showcase. Now, it will be highly... Oh, yes, it actually extends its legs. Look at that. It has wheels on the legs. It extends them. Oh, yes. It kinda got a little bit damaged there, but... I don't care. It works. It actually works. It has joints. It doesn't walk, but it walk drives, and... Look at that. Can it climb? No! I'm not sure it can get up here. Anyways, the hill is probably too steep, but it's looking splendid. This is a screenshot for you. This is a real screenshot for you all. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. This looks amazing. Anyways. I'm just spawning this ship here a little bit because I want to see it if it does any type of melee action. It goes towards it. That's super good. I think we're gonna repair this thing. Oh, I think I think we need to repair it a couple of times. Come on. Oh yeah, it's gonna die. Okay, never mind. A crossbones has a little bit more health. I just wanna see it in melee action, because I don't think we're gonna see it in melee action with the Gimli. Look at that. It actually uses its claws. That's cool. Okay. It's trying to pinch it. Look at that. Yes. It's actually pinching away parts. That's super cool. Look at that. Its shields turn to... Oh! It has RGB shields! That's cool. That's an unnecessary and cool feature. RGB shields. Everything is better in RGB. Well, that's great. Okay, it comes in here a little bit. It's like metal, right? Does it have like... It has pinchers, but does it have anything to pinch with, I wonder? That I'm not sure about. Now it's just feeling like it's ramming. who knows? Who knows what we're doing? But I felt we kind of seen it in action. So I'm gonna spawn a bunch of ACBs on this thing to disable smoke and lights and stuff like that to make it lag, and the screen to make it lag a little bit less. And we'll be back with a battle. Alright, these friends should be keeping the lag low. Let's get into battle. Alright. Here we are inside the game. We got the battle going for it here. So we're gonna start this battle. It's best of 3. Now I expect we'll have some luck. Holy crap, that's some rainbow packs. The pack sounds is ear deafening. It's slowly knocking off percentages there from the Gimle. We got a big decoy going on there. We got the diff rods popping in there, killing the first round of missiles. It's really doing some sandblasting. The RGB shields are online, unable to stop the crams it seems, even though they did indeed miss. Looks like the Gimle is behind in terms of percentages so far. I wonder if the Crabulon will go and try and perform some melee. This is obviously an unofficial battle because the Crabulon does not reach the requirements for the official battle, since it's using intentional melee and it's using water pumps, I believe. I didn't check it too much, but it's an older ship, so it's just so beautiful. I wanted to show it here, so yeah. We're just moving back with some unofficial battles just for the great looks of it. Oh, DTA builds have churned. Looks like the Gimle is now in the lead. Crabulon is down to 94 percentages. I mean, it's really sandblasting here. It's a very even battle. Red cooked meat is exposed. It's using some old checkerboard armor. Very nice. It has natural floatiness. Maybe it doesn't use water pumps. I don't know. We're not lagging yet, at least. Oh my god. That looked like a painful explosion. Oh, it's going straight towards the Gimle. Is anything seriously damaged on the Gimle? The lamps are working. The crams are working. Ew, it's trying to get in close. Not good for it. The crams are quite powerful. Oh, it's spamming shots there. Look at that, it's trying to shoot at the incoming cram shell, which got deflected. That's a lucky one. Alright, what's gonna happen here? Best of 3 it is. Lobster copter and emotional support plane. The emotional support is disqualified. Lobster copter is still online. Good for it. It's not being the bravest over there, but well, it's doing its part. Our decoys, the decoy is definitely attracting some of the anti-missile missiles. Oh! Yeah, I believe we wasted some diff rods against the VLMs there, the vertical launch missiles. Lobster copter is damaged, I see on the stats there. Crabulon is down. Crabulon, I guess, is down to 86 percentages. It's not getting in close to do melee damage against the Gimle. Gimle is up at 93 still. Where do we aim here? Are these flags? Alright. Alright, okay. Oh no, it's not stuck. Would be really sad if one cram turret got stuck there. One of these support sabot snipers are dead. How do you fire without a barrel, I wonder? It can't be very high speed shots there. Look at that. Are we firing diff flak rods? Yes, we are. Well, it's working. Those VLMs are not reaching us yet. It's only been 2 minutes in game battle. One thing I do kind of want to know. That's kind of what shells we got here. So this is a hash, isn't it? Probably hash. And this one is a tiny flak rod with a armor-piercing head. Alright. Well, got a mix there. Seems to be a lot of flaks going on here. Both of us are having flak. Look at that. Wasted one. Goes against the decoy. Well. Another cram shell incoming. Bam, that's a painful one. 80%. Gimli still at... Ooh! We even got some mortars popping in or exposing more meat. We have stone armor in here. That's a good cost saver. Alright. That's a decoy cram, wasn't it? That was definitely a decoy cram. Here comes a real one. Bam, did some damage inside. Well, at least the RGB shields are working. Gameness at 91%. So it's on the upper, it has the upper hand right now, but man, it has indeed taken damage. Bam. I think the Crabulon is looking a little bit sad now. It's starting to sink a little bit, it seems like. Look at that. Oh yes. Oh no. Well, Crabulon is down to 74. I do believe it will lose both the lobster copter and the emotional support plane is offline. So I do believe that is not the most fun day for the resurrected Crabulon. It's looking splendid though. Look at that. Right. Here we have a like 45 cal. That's probably flak, isn't it? Most likely. It's doing a lot of surface damage, it feels like. Definitely. Oh, look at that. One of our crams is actually has it barrel or firing piece shot off there. No? Yeah, I don't think that's very effective anymore. Not sure it even fires. Wow. Oh, it does fire somehow. Well, that's good for us. The barrel length doesn't decide the shell speed for crams, because crams is a different beast. For APS it really matters how long barrel you have. You need to have enough length in the barrel. It's in my tutorials if you want to know that, but yeah, if you don't have enough barrels, your shots will be real slow. Yeah, if it's gunpowder, of course. But for the crams it doesn't really matter. So there we have it. Crabulon, 66%, but I have to give it. It's a strong fighter. It still continues fighting, even though it's like soon to despawn. Even though it's almost dead, it fights to the last breath. Its power is online. It's going forwards. It is trying some melee maneuvers. It has a few guns still online, even at 64%. Really feels like a resurrected thing indeed. Does indeed make me happy, because it reminds me too of the Draconia, which is like fighting while despawning, which is you have to appreciate the spirit. But this is best of 3, so we will of course need to have another round. That's obvious. This round has only been 5 minutes in game time. So yeah, it might go either way, who knows. The Crabulon might get a really lucky hit that will indeed change the tide of the battle. But the Gimle is still above 90%, which is great for it, but less good for the Crabulon. Cool indeed. Well, we'll have to say that the Crabulon's interior design really is something else. It's one of the most intricate and nice looking interior designs I ever seen. So I highly recommend you check it out at the workshop too. It's a really cool thing. Well, seems like we had worse days at the sushi bar here. It's still reasonably fine, isn't it? It looks pretty nice still. Man, the like 45 cal sounds for the APS is like really World War II harsh one. If you want to know how all the APS sounds like, I made a video going through all of them. I think it's like 21 or something. If you want to check that out, there is that walkthrough of each and every sound and which caliber intervals they appear at, because it's only linked to caliber. 56%, it is despawning in like there. So next battle, see if it goes the same, or if the Crabulon will do a resurrection return and win. Next round. So we're gonna hang around here with the Gimle a little bit, just to see what's happening with the first volley. Bam! It killed the diff gun. It's a nice blast. We got some packs going on there. It's pouring in flax. The lambs have a hard time keeping up. More packs popping in there. It's really sandblasting. Not sandblasting, it's like flak. It's more annoying than dangerous, it feels like. The packs went from top here. I do predict they are in the... Oh no! Look at that! The entire cockpit is gone! Oh no! Well, I do believe that we'll have to call up Captain Y, who is... No! Where is... No! Captain Y is missing in action. There is no second in command here. None of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST seems to be present right now on this ship. It seems that the AI systems need to take over. Well, damn. Anyways, I will give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. Your help helps a lot, and if you want to join there, check the links in the description. Right, let's get... It's like... I love those RGB shields though. It's trying to flank in there. Looks like the lobster copter and emotional support plane are both DQ'd already. I don't know exactly what happened to them. I wonder if it will get in to do some melee combat now. It's actually closing in though. This might be this might turn the tides of the battle. It's not really closing in, is it? I think it needs APN guidance there. Ew, it got hit by a couple of mortars too there. Nah, it's missing the mark. It's like it's using its tail to turn, but sometimes it's twitching in another direction just to make it look a little bit more organic, perhaps. It's getting in behind. Smart. The Gimle has a pretty good turn rate, but not like the Crabulon. Still struggling with that name. It's not easy, man. Alright. The cram cannons popping in there. One hit, one miss. The sniper cannon is 2. It seems to not really catch up with us, does it? One thing. Oh no. Okay, it jumped. Never mind. Alright. Seems like it's not getting to deal much damage towards us at all. It just doesn't get close enough. It has the wrong maneuvers for that. And the Gimle is made to be decently fast, so it's also hard. Ships of these sizes can be a little bit difficult to make really fast because you want to focus most of your materials on firepower, of course, and if you don't do that, you'll probably just die. So the Crabulon is down to 81%. I think it's unlikely by now that it will win this battle. Things might still happen, of course, but yeah, that's my assessment. When there is this large of a difference, it has been very rare that the tables would turn. It has happened in tournaments, you can see on the channel earlier times. So I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's unlikely. Which makes it all the more exciting when it happens for battles. Alright. Oh, those crams do some pretty scary damage, man. I do believe the Crabulon is pretty well protected against lasers. Its smoke seems to be pretty darn efficient. You can see we are really struggling with burning away blocks there. So it seems to have very proper smoke. Does it have lance? Probably doesn't, right? Oh, that's a bad cram hit there. Gimle is at 94, while the Crabulon is at 74. So it's a 20% difference, but you can see it's starting to sink, man. Oh my god, look, it's lost its forward propulsion. This crab is dead in the water, ready to be cooked. We're actually cooking a crab live here with lasers. Look at that. Ready to serve. Man, that's dark. In any case, oh no. Did my game crash? No. It's just lagged a little bit. Holy! Look at that, 70. Did we kill the AI? Oh my god, what? Damn! Okay, that was a magazine of some kind exploding. That's... Bam! Going out with a bang. I'd call that. That's insane. In any case, there we got it. The Crabulon resurrected is defeated by the Gimle in this best of 3 battle. It put up a good fight and it's an absolutely stunning design. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and the bars and the interiors and everything of that ship is just so darn cool. We have a golden hole here, of course, but not the bar like that. That was nice. This is the Emperor Fenrir battleship, which is front-sider, I can pretty confidently say. I haven't tried it at all. It's of course going to go against the Gimle, which you already knew from the title of this video. But anyways, This is made by Xenodragon, who has participated in a lot of our earlier tournaments actually. So you can see that Xenodragon, I think Xenodragon won a design award back at the Fylke battles or something like that. It looked super cool anyways. And this thing does too. It even has a cool logo and stuff like that. So we're here in designer mode at maximum quality to take a little look at this beast before we start the battle. So we won't be checking all of the weapons like that, but we can see we have a lot of different types of shells. We have a Doom flak, well, that's interesting. We have a diff shell, so we have some hash there. Okay, we got loads of different shells there. We got a repair unit. I do wonder if it's gonna spawn drones. This is, by the way, one of the unofficial battles, because this was made earlier. I just thought that the Emperor Fenrir looked so darn cool that we have to pitch it against the Gimli for sure, 100%. It looks quite fantastic. So this is a meme sabot, which is super cavitation. I don't think that's a meme sabot. If you want to have a meme sabot, I think you need to have tracers and no... Yeah, anyways, we probably are going to have some instant tutorial about meme sabots. I got taught in the Discord how to make meme shots. I haven't used them yet. But anyways, let's see the interiors here. The interiors is this little spawn pod. You can see that the interiors are very limited, but they also look absolutely fantastic. It's like some AI textures. It looks like this is a space game all of a sudden. We have a lag screen and yeah. I wonder if, I think this might be, this is not the interior design ship. It's pretty compact, uses wood efficiency. It has era, stone, all sorts of stuff. So you know what I think we're gonna do, we need to do some cutting here. Just go through it a little bit quickly, okay. Left to right cutter is what I actually wanted to see here. So we got a lot of wood in the front. And if you didn't know that, wood is the best armor in this game if you care about efficiency. It's the most amount of armor per materials actually, which is kind of insane. Especially health points. Of course it's weak against explosions and stuff because it has very low armor, but it's also very cheap. In any case, we can see we got a lot of wood. It's probably pretty efficient here. It is an APS based system. By the way, it has a cost of 2.155 millions. So it's very similar in cost to the Gimli. And if we just do a little front back cut, we can see here. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a front-sider. One thing that I absolutely love about Xenodragon's ship here is the lamb nodes. These look so cool. Look at them. I adore these lamb nodes. They look super cool. A design I haven't thought about. Looks super retro at the same time as futuristic. Well, it looks very robo-like, so I guess this is this. We got some torpedoes too. I wanna see if these are torpedo interceptor or if these are... Nah, that's interceptors. So it protects itself against torpedoes, more like. Well, I guess that's that. Let's get into the battle. There we are in the battle. Gimli is here and the Emperor Fenrir battleship is right here. So let us start the time. Oh my god. We're having some fast fire guns here, alright. The first oh, it actually took out those crams here. Alright. This may be a battle that the Gimli will not win. Which would be a first. Alright. Alright, the Emperor Fenrir is at 99 point. It's barely scratched. Ladies and gentlemen, it's barely scratched. Look at that, detection tower is gone. It just spam shots, man. Wow. Did we fire a blank? It sounded like a blank. No, it's just lagging. Holy moly, so many shots. Oh, I do believe they are targeting hot blocks. And they did find that hot block. That was a decoy. Alright. Emperor Fenrir. Oh, it seems we gotten its first hit here. It's now equal. The Emperor Fenrir and the Gimli battleship is at equal footing. Emperor Fenrir seems to be going in close. Man, those doom flags or whatever we're using are really taking out my cramshells here from the army of GMODISM's Gimli. So, oh, but some get through. Look at that, they're trying to really... That bounced though. The Emperor Fenrir is doing some weird maneuvers. Well, thought so. The crams are still being able to penetrate here. The Gimli is a bit scratched, however, but since the crams are getting through, I am confident. Oh, now we took out Fenrir's like detection tower. Alright, it seems that the fire rate from the Fenrir has severely decreased. Now it starts again. Does it have belt feds? Is that what's going on here? Seems like the lasers have a hard time keeping up here. I wonder if the Gimli has some engine problems here. Who knows? I do believe our LAMS system is not really working very much. Not good enough. Oh my god, look at that. The Emperor Fenrir is down to 86%. Bam! The cramshells are melting through. Whoa. We're starting again here. Bam! That's some scary shots there. Okay, the turrets are taking damage, that's for sure. Alright. Just gonna check in here a little bit quickly. I'm just curious. Because when we had that AI crit the other day, many weeks ago, that was scary. If you haven't seen that battle, make sure you go and watch all battles. They're cool. Wow. About the army of GMODISM, I just want to give a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. I'm gonna list their names in the description if I will remember that. So if you wanna see all the officers there, I will list them, including the cadets. Anyways, if I forget, remind me. But in any case, let's see here. The Emperor Fenrir is down to 81%. It has these cannons here on the side. Rail assisted. That really helps. They're out of the center of mass, so they have a less likelihood of getting hit by a big cram. But, man. It's speaking. Okay. This thing is speaking some AI language too. That's pretty insane. Oh yes. 76%. But will the Emperor Fenrir be able to get the Gimli down under 90 before it's sinking? I wonder now, because I do not believe the Emperor Fenrir will win this first round. It looked it had some good chances. The initial damage it dealt was pretty good. But then the Gimli took the upper hand. I like the armor though, a lot of wood there, that's smart, I believe. But it has too little bulk. That's the issues of the Emperor Fenrir. It's a very compact design despite all the wood. It spends its money on Dakatu, which is a good choice. So actually seems like some of the cram turrets are not offline but damaged. This sniper is sad, that's for sure. That's why we need many turrets. Everything for redundancy. Bam, 67%. I'm pretty sure the Gimli has already won this battle. I think that... Oh, that was a lucky strike. The Emperor Fenrir will not be able to recover from this. 65%. Does it fire anymore? Sometimes it does. Yeah, well, it's just shedding turrets and parts and stuff. Now even the mortars hit them to add insult to injury, as they say. Because these mortars are not very... they're mostly there to distract enemies' lambs and stuff, but... Yeah, under 55%, it is now despawning, and it's not looking too good. Gimli is still at 91%, which is nice, but we'll see how it go in the next round. This is best of 3 after all. We're here for round 2. So, let us spawn... start the timer, I mean. We're gonna stay here with the Gimli just to make sure and see how it looks when the first volley comes in. Looks like the lambs are trying to take the shots out, but there are so many. It's like wasted effort. A few of them get popped, but ain't much. Get into broadside angles. The lasers are not lasing because the lambs are too busy with the swarm of shells. So the lambs drain all the laser energy. They seem to have a little bit like a higher priority somehow. It's just how it is. The Gimli's lambs and lasers are, if you remember, on the same system. It's the same thing. Bam. It's just chewing up that superstructure, man. That was my heat decoy. Well done. Now it will start aiming at the shields and stuff. Man, I should have more heat decoys on the Gimli. It's worth it. Alright. The Gimli has lost more percentages than the Emperor Fenrir, and that was the same case the last battle. It seems that the first volley of crams, the Emperor Fenrir, she's able to take him out, yeah, but then they start getting through. Look at that, it's backing off, trying to save its skin a little bit. Now it has one of the pauses. I do believe it's like a burst gun of some type. It fires most of the shot in early rounds, and then it kind of slows down a little bit. Bam! It's pretty cool that the crams are possible to take out though. That's pretty crazy. Alright. Now, some crams, if you remember, are more like decoy crams. They're not hard to take out. They're just there to waste interceptors and stuff. They're like literally firing. Oh, that was a mortar, wasn't it? That got zapped. That's some doom flag right there. Smart. Best way to take out cram shells, that's for sure. Alright. I must say that I'm extremely happy about the Gimli's performance in the battle so far. I think I think I really made the best ship I ever made, because it's obviously much better than my other ships, and that is a lot thanks to you, my community over at Discord, who give me some tips, as well as some of you in the YouTube comment fields who also gave me a lot of tips when making the ship. If you haven't seen the series where we actually build the Gimle, that can be a fun watch if you like building videos, see how it was made. And in the comment section there, some of you have really helped me out with good tips and methods of improving the effectiveness of Gimle. Oh no, my my pack is packing itself now. You know, when I built this pack cannon, I made sure to not put it above my own AI or something like that. Of course, I don't want it to pack something important downwards, but I put it deliberately that it wouldn't crit itself if the pack got damaged and started to pack itself. Pretty smart, eh? I think that's kind of baseline smartness, but anyways. Emperor Fenrir is down to 85%. So, it looks like the battle is turning the same tide as last time. But again, I just said that, like, thanks for all the tips in Discord and YouTube. It really made me be able to make a better ship, for sure. The Gimle is a very strong battleship, but all that cred is not mine. Even though I built it myself, the knowledge and tips is of course collected knowledge from a lot of different players over at our community. But it seems that the Gimle is stronger than the Emperor Fenrir battleship by Xenodragon. It is a very formidable ship, it's very cool, and I just love these aesthetics. They're so different from what I make. Now it's speaking again, isn't that quite cool? I guess that's made with some type of ACB something, but I don't know, it's a really funny thing. I don't know how that's made. Maybe we need to go into Discord and ask Xenodragon. Or if Xenodragon is watching this, you can write how you made that in the Discord. Could be fun to see. Fun to know. Oh, and do remember that this is an unofficial battle for the Gimle, because the Emperor Fenrir is not checked for the rules. It's just a super cool ship from the workshop that has a very similar cost. But the Gimle Open is an open submission battles, so you can still submit in ships that meet the rules to officially battle the Gimle using the same set of rules that they must adhere to. And those rules are mainly there for us to ensure that it doesn't lag. Yeah, and we're much more liberal in terms of block count. A lot of people have pretty low block count. We have a pretty big allowed block count, but yeah, it's a little bit different. For me, block count doesn't lag, but water pumps does, so those are banned, for example. But anyways, the Gimle submissions is open submission, so you can submit whenever you like. Within reason, of course. I can't promise there will be any Gimle open in like 3 years, of course, but who knows though. Emperor Fenrir down to 69. Starting to shoot again there, but I think we all see where this battle is going here. So yeah, that is it. When we built this ship, we made sure that Captain Y sat in this chair here. It seems that Captain Y is MIA right now. That's too bad. What's happening? Is the feast still going strong in the Golden Hall, I wonder? Hey, most of the table is fine. Maybe the air conditioning is a little bit over the top right now, but otherwise than that, you know, some of the partygoers gone somewhere else, but yeah. The chef is still chilling. So that's good to see. Anyways, Emperor Fenrir. No, Emperor Fenrir. I don't mean Xenodragon Your Emperor Fenrir is a really cool ship. It's looking great. But it seems that in this best of 3 it is indeed despawning in a tiny little moment. We're here in this beautiful little armored cockpit, which it's not a cockpit, it's just a box for storing rambots. They're pretty useless, so why just not store them? In any case, this is a build from Danny 1722, and this is the Haragnor. I don't know what this means, because my Old North and English dictionary is from English to Old Norse and not the other way around. So I don't know, maybe it means something. When I googled it, it just came up some ships from some other games. Anyways, it's a cool name. Haragnor sounds Old Norse, I don't know if it is. Bridge outside the ship. Now this ship is a little bit different than many other ships. I do highly appreciate these interiors here. It's pretty cool. Getting a little bit burned here. Okay. So here we have the little bridge. As you may or may not notice, this is a ship that's, well, a ship, an airship, not a naval ship. Which is a little bit unusual. Are you kidding me? Do you only need 1 square meter? I thought you need 2 square meters for ladders. Okay, well, you learn new things every day. So this is an airship that is an official submission to beat the Gimle. We will of course check it out that it meets the rules a little bit quickly. And if you want to do that, because it was some time I did do this, I can just show you a little bit quickly using this ship. So we have a block counter, and that means we can sort them by name. And if we sort them by name, we can go down and check one of the requirements here. I can just show you. We'll just see repair bots. It doesn't have any. Well, you can have 2, but it doesn't have any. So that's for example. And some of you also asked me in an earlier video. I know I already responded to you about that. Excuse me, but whoops. What is this? Ew. It auto drops boys. Buoys. I don't know how to pronounce that. But in any case, I already answered some of you this thing, but you wondered how we do the cutaway menu. You go into build mode, worse in build mode, and you click end. And on end, you have the left-right cutter. And just cut above, cut below, whatever. And you can just... and remember, you can resize the menus if you think it's in the way. You can just check what it has, what it's about. So for the Gimle battles, you could have had airships, as you probably know, with some certain rules for that. So this is our first airship, and it's an official submission too. So that will be really cool. We can check the blocks here, not too many blocks either. Meets their cost requirements. Seems to be absolutely a-okay. So we're gonna put the Haragnor to battle with the Gimle using our rules. And for all the battles, I have maximum quality usually, but for all the battles I go to boost my performance, so literally the lowest ones. So yeah, it's like, that's why it, but it looks kind of the same from long distance, but if I don't do this, I don't get nice FPS. But what you do if you want to have battles like this, just click boost my performance, then you click use recommended light settings. I sometimes actually increase the ambient light a little bit. Then if you want nice colors, just enable color post process and it looks a tiny little bit nicer. All right. So when you're having a custom battle, you of course goes to the custom battle, and what I usually do is I have loaded presets. So I have loaded AOG Gimle battle open, and for those we have they spawn 3,000 meters apart. You get 500,000 materials per team, and we have a 0.05 salvage per materials destroyed. The rules are like this. Use maximum altitude of 600, minimum altitude of -30, so that we don't have subs. But you know, some ships may go low. I think the altitude depends on where the AI is. So if you have an AI really high up and you have a ship that goes pretty low, that's why we have some playroom with 30 meters. Then we have use maximum distance, 6,000 meters, which I actually think is a little bit too long. After having the battle with a certain ship that was going out very far. Won't spoil anything if you haven't seen the episodes. But well, anyways, these are kind of the rules we have. We have some penalty points going on there. Maximum distance. Should probably, I don't know. But these are the rules. I'm not going to change the rules, of course, by now. 900 seconds is 15 minutes, which is the time limit, which we have enabled. So yeah, that's kind of the rules if you didn't know that. So let's get this started. Another way you should know is that you see we have tiles east and north that I have selected. And that is because if you leave them at 0, 0, you will spawn at the edge of the map and it looks super stupid. It's like you see the end of the world. It just looked really shit. So put these numbers somewhere in the middle if you're setting up battles yourself. So this became a tiny tutorial, but oh, I just remembered we need to spawn this airship at an altitude. Never mind. So there we go, altitude, 200 it is. And now we can start. So what I usually do when I start battles, you can see here, we need to let things load in a little bit. And I'll just click on pause for like half a second to make sure that the ships are kind of ready. There we go. And at this point, I usually start the actual, like, recording with presenting the ships and stuff. So that's a tiny little tutorial if you want to make some custom battles yourself, and you need to unpause it for just like 1 second, and then you can kind of check out the ships so that, you know, the decorations and stuff load in. Well, that's basically that, a little tutorial on setting up the battles and checking out the ships before them and see if they adhere to the rules and all that stuff. But anyways, let's go. Danny 1722 Haragnor versus the Gimle. Let's go. Oh my god. Best of 3. We're firing shots here. Bam! We are penetrating! I should be lucky. Look at that. Our decoys are going towards what? Exactly. Oh my lords, was that a hit? The Gimle is not in the lead here. Oh my god, that's scary for the Haragnor. It's dropping blocks. It's shooting missiles. Those missiles ain't got much health, boy. If Danny's Haragnor is going to be a little bit smart, it's gonna get on the other side of the Gimle. This is like the only advantage, I think, with airships, is to go to a side where the Gimle has problem shooting, because that's something that will need fixing. I'll most likely update the Gimle, but I want to, of course, not change a tiny bit until all battles are recorded with things that want to send in against the Gimle, because it wouldn't be fair to update the Gimle on the fly. So maybe we'll do a Mark 2. Are you kidding me? Okay, the Haragnor does not have evasion, so the mortars actually hit. The mortars actually hit. Are you kidding me? That's cool. That's cool. The interceptors are having trouble to get out there in time. The Haragnor is down to 89%. So it's just dropping blocks. I don't see it firing much. It's like it's trying to laze the Gimle, but I don't know how well it's doing that. It seems to not have any type of evasion, which is a little bit problematic. It's very good for the Gimle that it has flak diff sieves, because when we fire a flak rod in the close proximity of those missiles, both of them take damage. Alright. We can see mortars are popping down there. Oh, damn. You know what? I think the Haragnor needs some evasion. It could easily go to side by side or up and down when we're having incoming cram shells here, because now it looks like the Haragnor is sinking on the first battle. The Gimle hasn't really been scratched. We're gonna check that out a little bit more, of course, but as you can see, this thing for the first battle ain't looking very good. It has some pretty scary sabots. I do think it can be lucky, especially from the front / above. The Gimle has some weaknesses when it comes to that a lucky shot can snipe the AI. We can see we got a hole here. This turret is wrecked, so it has done something. But as you can see, the Haragnor is trying to submarine and thus gaining penalty points. You can see we have some really penetrating stuff here, but... well... well, we're trying to aim there. There we go, the Haragnor is DQ'd. So, let's just have a quick damage assessment of the Gimle. We can see that nothing had a lucky shot on the AI. You can see if you shoot, if you kind of, in the start of the battle, if you shoot like this a little bit from above, right down here, you'll just crit the AI, no problem at all. But that's of course extremely lucky. I think most ships have a similar problem that you can like crit them like that if you're lucky. Well, in any case, I suppose that's that. So let's move on to the next battle. Round 2, let's go. We're firing everything there. Missiles popping along. Railguns railing. Ooh! These lambs ain't no joke, man. But I think they are a lot of storage lambs, so I think they can take out the first crams pretty easily. And after a while, yeah, you can see they start to leak through. And and when they start to leak through, the Haragnor is real sad because, well, obvious reasons. I think the Haragnor would have gained a lot on getting closer. Probably. Whoa. I didn't see. I didn't notice. It just looked like the Haragnor was shooting a cram. Was that a bounce back or something? Well, it's taking a lot of cram, that's for sure. We're dropping railgun parts here. When it starts to bleed APS, it's usually a bad sign. I do think we are going to have a similar end to the second battle as well, which means that the Gimle will most likely very much win this best of 3. Look at that, crams keep popping in. Those crams are no joke. That's for sure. And it doesn't help, it's lazing a bit too. Especially ships that don't have much to distract the Gimle's lambs with something. That means the laser will deal full damage. So, and that's of course bad times for anyone, because these lasers, they're pretty big. Well. It's sinking, caught penalty points and stuff like that. Let's just check a little quick damage assessment. AI is untouched. It seems that the Haragnor has not been having a chance against the Gimle. But I will say this, I think it's really brave of Danny of sending in this ship, which is untested and stuff, because I know some people, won't name names, who have built like, I don't know, a lot of different ships, to try and beat the Gimli has done private testings, and they were unable to beat the Gimli, so said person don't want to send them in. Actually, there are 2 persons like this, as I know. I think there are more. But in any case, many people want to beat the Gimli. They build ships and try to beat it, don't beat it, and they don't send the ships in. Instead, Danny 1722, I believe, built the ship, tried to beat the Gimli, didn't test it against the Gimli, so Danny didn't know, probably, if this was gonna beat the Gimli or not, and sent it in for public trial. And I will say, that courage deserves an applaud. Thank you. Now, we're going to pitch the... now, you might look at the size of this ship and you're saying Gimli is very outmatched. And this is not really the case. The Gimli has a cost of 2.2 million. And this thing, which is the Secret Advisors / Cobrax Hollowwood class Super Dreadnought anti-lag version, we have to have it. It's only 1 million. So this beast has half the cost. Half the cost of the Gimli. But this design wins over, I don't know if all, but basically all ships of a similar size. Like this thing is pretty insane. Like not similar size. It wins over most ships of the similar cost, of course. This is just a humongous amount of wooden tetras. It's completely insane. It's equipped with a shitload, if I may say so, of diff guns. And it's absolutely terrifying. So I will expect that this beast will win this battle. It is like how long is it? It's 1.3 kilometers long. So yeah, you can see the Gimli is tiny in comparison. So, I didn't mean to take that screen. Let the battles begin. Game speed is 0.2. Oh my god. Wow. We're at half speed, so we have increased speeds. Look at that. I'm hoping that the laser can cut it in half, kinda. Oh my god. We're having some lag here. Man. And the crams. You can see these are doom crams. And they deal so little damage. I think the non-doom crams can deal almost equal damage. No, they can't. They only deal a tiny damage even against this. It's crazy. I don't know why it's not aiming yet towards the Gimli. It's so bad at turning. I don't like to spawn ships with the side towards the enemy. I don't think that's reasonable to do, but I wonder if it's required in this case. The first volleys are fired. Oh yeah, we're having some extreme lag. Because now it starts to fire shells. Look at that. It's crazy. The lambs are trying to defend. But the amount of diff rods that are popping in here are infinite. They're not, but there is a lot. Look at that stream. Man, this is a proper slideshow. I'm kind of surprised that I can... When I recorded this recording last time, I had a slightly worse setup. I have a NVIDIA 1080 Titan GTX, which is better than the 970 I had before. So that helps, but man, it's still lagging a lot. The Gimli is at 91%, and the Hollywood class it's at 93. Look at this thing. The only thing I have that would deal reasonable damage against this thing would be the laser, and it's not active right now, is it? No, here it is. It's lasing sometimes. It just has so much bulk, and its health points are so spread out. It's like literally hard to deal damage with anything that's not sandblasters. Look at that, another swarm. Gimli's down to 88. Oh man. Look at this. They're like completely chewing up this. This cram turret is completely offline. It's absolutely chewed up. I think we've never seen the Gimli in this as a state that's this bad. We're lucky that the AI hasn't been targeted or killed. But I don't know anything that beats the Hollywood class Super Dreadnought at a similar cost. That thing is absolutely scary. I think you could design a ship to specifically beat it. I would think you would like to use something like hollow point shells, really quick hollow point crams, hollow point APS, thumper missiles, and impact packs. And then I think you could crush the Hollywood using that. But a setup like that would make it almost useless against any other ship. Look at that. More rods. Like they're really chewing us up here. The lambs are trying to defend us, but they really can't. Look at that. It's only equipped with diff rods, by the way. It's down to 89%, so I think it's doing better than perhaps the Draconia did, but I think with the Draconia battle it lagged so much I couldn't complete the battle. We could probably ask the secret advisor, or perhaps Suzu, or maybe even Dr. Kreutzer to help us and record a battle of this size with better FPS. Let's see here. We have a game speed of 0.5. It's only half speed, that's not that bad. I wonder if the battle is turning here. Why doesn't it move? Did we somehow AI kill it? No. Now this one activates. It's hard to understand here. So the Gimli has quickly and swiftly moved behind the Hollywood class. This is a tense battle, man. And for some reason, the Hollywood class does not activate its guns here. I don't know why. This is aiming and all. But it ain't shooting. It also have a block count that's, I don't know how high it was, maybe it was like 200,000. For the official Gimli battles, the max amount is 100k, and that's just to get some type of sensible limit. I think block count is usually not a big issue, but I set it to a level I thought was high, but I already know 2 people who was a little bit unhappy with that block count and wanted it even higher. One of those people may have been a certain individual called Kobrax or Korvax, also known as the Secret Advisor. So yeah, he advises you to build bulk, and he tries to prove that point with building these monstrosities that usually win over any design that has a cost that's remotely close to it. It seems its guns are hard, doesn't really line up. It's so laggy we can't see the explosions of the crams and stuff. It starts to fire again. Interesting. One thing I notice is that the Secret Advisor's Hollywood class does not have... Oh man. Oh man. It does not have any materials left. It's kind of amazing that the crams are still working. I don't know how it doesn't have materials left. We must have hit a storage box or something, because the ships got the same amount of materials at the start of the battle, which is maximum 500,000. Bam. Look at that, we're aiming at the superstructure here. The pack gun isn't dead yet. Interesting. I think we're gonna follow one of these. Which isn't the fastest trajectory. Here we go! Bam! Look at that! It's a hollow point, so you can see it removes a chunk like this. You can imagine if half our budget for the Gimli instead was these types of mortars, I think we could win. Yeah. I think a mortar shucker that shucks hollow points at this thing would be a winner here. Now, I think the Hollywood Super Dreadnought can win over the Gimli. I probably think it can, but right now it looks like the Gimli is winning. But this battle is so slow that I normally do best of 3, but we're only gonna have this battle with this particular ship because it's a little bit too laggy. I think it's too many diff guns, too much block count. It lags too much for me. So we'll do another battle with the Secret Advisor's other ship, Woodinator Gigantua, in the same video right here, right now. So after this battle is done, which it's really looking like the Gimli is gonna win this, and I hope it does, then we're gonna do that. I'm actually very happy that it seems that the Gimli indeed can win this battle, because I really didn't think it would. Look at the laser go! Look at that. Seems like the engine is really sad. It just sits there in the water. I don't know exactly why, but man. I think this is really cool. Now, I'm very happy about this win. I'm sorry for not sounding more excited. It's just that this battle has been a while. I've been pausing it from time to time just because it's been a little bit slow. Like the recording, I just, edited out parts in a live way just to make it a little bit more effective. Because as you can see, it's pretty boring right now. Nothing is like happening. But it was really cool to see. We're gonna stay with it a little bit more and see if anything changes, or that we can conclude that the Gimli is winning. Because right now, the Secret Advisor's Hollywood class doesn't have any materials, it doesn't really move forwards, and it doesn't shoot back. The Hollywood class just passed by the health number. That's the best number there is, they say. Well, we're down to 67%. We're slowly we're slowly making a bonfire of this Hollowood class using our laser. So it indeed seems that the Gimle is a winner of this battle, or I will conclude it so, because I don't want to sit and wait here anymore, and the Hollowood class hasn't shot at the Gimle in a while. We must, however, say that this was the closest battle, I do believe, that we didn't know would win here. I think the Hollowood class can win. It can punch upwards into a ship that's so much more expensive than it. Look at this beautiful redundancy. It's damaged, but it still fires. Anyways, we're gonna stop it here and just look inside here. You can see we have a lot of damaged parts. What could have happened is that the Hollowood class, she could have been really lucky and aimed towards the general direction of the AI, and then I think we would have been pretty obliterated. But it didn't, so yeah. As again, I think the Hollowood class can win. If we do a best of 3, I am open to the possibility that there might be other results. But it's only been 8 minutes in game, and I can tell you it has not been only 8 minutes in in my life for this battle. So we will suffice with 1, and I can definitely say that Gimle is winning this battle. So let's move on to the next one. Here we are. Let's turn on the battle. This is the Woodinator Gigantua, and it's a tiny ship. It also costs 1 million only. It's only 100,000 blocks, but it's like half the cost of the Gimle. So this has a huge material disadvantage. It is, I think this thing is kind of solid wood. It is, let's see here, only 590 meters long, so it's half as long as the Woodinator. Gigantua is half as long as the Hollowood class. This thing is built mostly with proper wood blocks and not with what is it? Tetras, wooden tetras. Oh my god! Oh my god! Already? Man! Wow. Okay. The secret advisor's Woodinator Gigantua is outmatched. It seems like. It's very outmatched. The Hollowood class we looked at before, that thing is so laggy because it's so big and has so many diff guns. This is another type of build. It's using railguns and stuff like that. So if we look at it here, it has much armor to the turrets too. So it's a lot denser than the secret advisor usually likes to build. But remember, this thing is big, but it's only half the materials of the Gimle. That really needs to be remembered, because, well, the Gimle has a big advantage here. The Gimle hasn't taken much damage, actually. It's having railguns like that. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. But I think we both know that the Hollowood class, it lags too much for me to do, but I do think that 2 Hollowood class, the previous ship, would be able to defeat the Gimle without breaking much of a sweat. Because they're just so big and take so long to kill, but yeah. You can see it lost. Is this turret functional? It still stays there, yeah. But is the turret functional? There it goes. I believe that's the last of them. I think it doesn't have any weapons left. You know what? This ship lags a lot less than the Hollywood class. I think the game speed is almost full speed. So I think that we can actually try and pitch 2 of these against the Gimli. I may be able to record that. Okay, here we go. We got 2 of them here. They're so much smaller and so much less laggy. So it's really nice. You can see, only 1 million cost. Wow. These are some scary guns though. I do wanna check out what we have here. Is that armor-piercing frag? Armor-piercing frag explosive, right? Well, let's do like this. Look at that. And they got caught by the era. Good for us. Bam. Scary shots. Let's see, I think the different AIs we have will probably target different ships, I'd suppose. Look at that though. It really lags when the crams hit, because, oh yes. When the crams hit, it lags so bad. Because it has to calculate all those fragments. Look at that tiny turret neck. Why would one? Why? I never understood tiny turret necks. See where it got. It has a weak connection point in the bottom, it seems like. There aren't very maneuverable either, these ships. So they really have issues with turning and maneuvering. Just like the Hollywood class. By the way, the Secret Advisor has built a official submission that adheres to all of the rules. This is of course one of the unofficial battles. We haven't had that yet. It's been submitted, the ship, for a long time. But I want to batch up so that I can look at more of the official submissions in a row, so we can get like a streak like that. We did 2 battles already that are official, and you should check them out if you haven't seen how they went. I won't spoil you, so look at all the Gimli battles in the playlist. But in any case, I want to bunch together. Look, another one goes. I want to bunch together in any case a lot of the official submissions so we can have a more of a tournament feeling. So we've been looking a lot of awesome, very cool, big unofficial ships. But it really looks like the Gimli is able to beat 2 Ordinator Gigantuas, which is very cool. I think it has. I think it doesn't have smoke, so it's very weak against this laser. And what we can see is that. God, the lag. Yeah, what we can see is that the crams really pop off these turrets. Let's just pause the game here. I want to see. Because it doesn't seem to be at a turret neck, it seems to be at a base where there is a connection point that's a little bit too little. So yeah, how does it... I'm just gonna pause it here to avoid the stuttering. Look at that. It doesn't have turrets left, does it? It only has tiny turrets. This one also doesn't have. Okay. Okay then. That's pretty cool. So basically, the Gimli is able to defeat the Woodinator Gigantua. I think this is against the Woodinator, this ship here. I think it's pretty conclusive evidence, you know, best of 3. One of the battles we had 2 versus the Gimle, so it can definitely defeat that. And it can probably defeat 2 of these again. As for the Hollywood class, I do believe that the Hollywood class can win if it aims at the right spot of the Gimle from the start. But that battle is so laggy that we will suffice with one of them. I think it's available on the workshop if you want to check it out. It's an absolutely cool and crazy design. If you can beat the Hollywood class using less materials in it, you have made a very cool and customized design to do that, and that would be cool to see. So contact me if you do that. But in any case, the Hollywood class is a lot scarier than the Woodinators, but, well, it was really cool to run these battles, and you're gonna see the Secret Advisor's official submission in the future for the official battles. And we're gonna see how that goes. I haven't checked it out yet, but it has less than 100k blocks, so I know it will be a little bit different from the Secret Advisor's preferred normal building style, which will be very interesting to see, because I know he's a very skilled builder. This time we're going to pitch the Juno class super battleship against the Gimle battleship. Now, this build is an enormous thing. It's absolutely insane how big and expensive this is. This is indeed a super battleship. It has the cost of 8.7 million, so almost 9 million. I guess that would be able to fit us a couple of, I don't know, is it 4 Gimles versus this? To kind of get it to have the same material value. So, since we did pitch the Gimle as a, well, against a lot of cheaper designs, just to see how they performed, compared to the Draconia, I thought it would be funny to pitch it against something that is severely outmatches it in terms of materials. Now, the Juno class super battleship is built by Azusa, and it's available, I think it's available in the workshop, not 100%. But in any case, Azusa has said for a while that she would like to upgrade this battleship because it is very outdated. Or not very outdated, but that it can be improved on many places that it was built a good while ago. And that might be so. But that hasn't happened yet. So until then, I thought that maybe, because the Gimle is so much cheaper, but that it's kind of fine-tuned, maybe it would be able to survive the Juno class super battleship. Now, this is very unlikely, of course, but I thought that, like, why not? Why not try it? Could be a fun thing to see if we can try. Oh my god, the lambs! They took it out! So close to it, man. So, almost 9 million. So it's 4 times as expensive as the Gimle. So as we tried it against some stuff that's less expensive, it's also 315 meters long. Yeah, I thought it would be kind of cool to see if what happens if the Gimle would really punch upwards. No. I'm just trying to check the length of the Gimle here because I don't have it in my head. 374 meters long. That's cool. So the Juno class super battleship is very... It's a very big thing, of course, but they are like similar in length. They are also similar in block count. It's just that the Juno class super battleship is a lot more expensive. 4 times as expensive, approximately. Yeah, kind of very close to 4 times as expensive. Those lambs, of course, take out the Gimle's crams here. One got through. That's pretty almost surprising there. So, the Juno class super battleship is down to 96% and the Gimli is at an 89. Yeah, there is no chance that the Gimli will be able to win against a ship that's 4 times as expensive. I would have liked to pitch 2 Gimlis against the Juno, and maybe then we could see what type of damage it would deal when it comes to a opportunity where it's punching upwards for 2x, so things that are 2 times the expense of itself. But I don't think, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to record that. Oh no. Look at that. That doesn't happen very often. So 1 cram cannon is completely gone. Gimli's bad down to 81%. This laser is really drilling some holes there. Wow, interesting indeed. The Juno is at 95%, so the Gimli has dealt some damage, but you can see we lost one of the main turrets here. That's not good at all. This is a decoy cram, by the way. We're just following it to see what's happening over here. Gimli is at 79%. The Juno is kind of running away here a little bit. 4 times as expensive as the Gimli. That's a big difference. Oh my lord. This is a lot of vertical launch missiles. See if our interceptors start popping in here. We have several of them, but these are a little bit too much. Better have some diff rods popping in here to clean this up. It can clean up some of them. Oh my god, but there are so many. Look at that. There is so many. Ah! They are going for the Arkebalista. We got an entire turret missing there. How is it going for this laser to drill here? Maybe our smoke protection is actually decent enough. Is the AI damaged? Whoa. That looked worryingly. Seems that the AI is... Oh, the main AI compartment is untouched. There is another secondary AI compartment, by the way, but yeah. Let's see here. Juno class super battleship. 94%, Gimli 76. Not looking very bright for the Gimli, is it? Civ systems and lambs are trying to take these out. It almost went through, but not quite. So I don't know if we have anything that can go through. Our laser is trying to zap some stuff here, but I don't think that's quite enough. Here we got another cram shell popping in there. It somehow managed to ish get through. Didn't deal a lot of damage though. Oh, another one's popping in there. That seemed to deal some better damage. Look at that. Is that turret disabled? Yes. It doesn't have barrels anymore. We successfully took out that turret. Oh my god. The Juno class super battleship has 0 materials. I think it has a good couple of repair bots. So I think it might have used its materials for repair botting. That's crazy. Because it didn't have so much material storage. I think it only had like 200k or something. So probably the Gimli dealt so much damage that it it kind of decreased. Oh my god, that's interesting. That can really turn the tide of this battle. That's absolutely insane, because as said, the Gimli is like a fourth of the cost of the Juno class super battleship. I would love to see, I know that Juno is an older project from Azusa, and she's more proud of a recent project, or not recent, it's pretty old too, but a lot newer and a much more developed version, which is the, not version, ship. And that's, what is it called? That is her Saturnus class battleship, and that ship is 16 million. Of course, the Gimli could not take on a 16 million ship. That's also modern and much more advancedly and better built. But it would be very interesting if Azusa would, or someone else could be able to help us to do a recording with, like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 Gimlis versus that one. Could be really interesting to see how that would go down. See those lambs there, really popping. Big fat lamb nodes, am I right? Gimli is at 71%. Whoops. What is this? This is heavy head. Alright, that's kinetics. Heavy head sabot things. Our only hope, I believe, is that the Juno runs out of materials and will not be able to reload its gun. Since it doesn't have much materials, I do believe this laser isn't dealing too much damage anymore, but it still seems to have shots in its magazine, which really is giving us a hard time here. Oh, look at this AI. It's still kind of intact, but we're just waiting for an unlucky reload point. Alright. Here we go. This is one of the Doom crams. The Gimli is down at 66%, and the Juno class super battleship, she's still at like 92%. So it's pretty unlikely that the Gimli would be able to salvage this situation and not die. But we did take out that turret, so look at this armor. It's like really thick. It's like really thick. So yeah, that's why the Juno isn't so much longer than the Gimli, but still 4 times as expensive. That's a reason. All right. It hasn't fired in a while. Ew. Oh my god, I do look. Oh, and these lambs. Oh, of course, they don't have a lot of firepower left. Oh yes, they don't have a lot of firepower left, so they can't reload and he can't shoot. Are you kidding me? Will the Gimli be able to beat the Juno that's 4 times as expensive? That would make me very happy with the performance of the Gimli. I felt like the Gimli has been winning a lot of battles. Darn laggy. Is this a helium pump? That's a helium pump, that's not a water pump. Well, we're having stuttering, the water pumps are pumping. That's what's happening. That's, you know, that's what they do. Alright. Gimli is at 64.7%, and the Juno is at 90. But the Gimli has a lot of materials and functional weapons, including doom crams. But the Juno is sitting here like a duck, with the yellow paint precisely like a duck, and just taking damage. She's taking it. Will the Juno sink? Of course, the Juno, she's lasing the Gimli, and well, she's just trying to stay calm over there, having very big holes in it, but man, these lasers probably don't deal a lot of damage since the since the engines are probably not running very much at all because there is no materials. Unless the Juno has a lot of stored steam, but man, look at that, the Gimli is kinda sinking, isn't it? We're going really low here. Yeah, we're not using a lot of engine power. Oh my god, this is so much missing blocks. Look at that. That's absolutely crazy. Wow, I'm not sure I ever seen the Gimli this damaged, but still functional. That's actually pretty cool. Man. Okay, I'm happy that the Gimli fights until the last bits of materials. It ain't looking good. But it's also functional, which is like the world. Oh, that's really nice. The Juno super battleship is going down in terms of materials. Does it deal damage at all? The Doom Crams are getting through. I think the Lambs has some type of engine power left, but I wonder if the Juno is like passively floating or not. Our game speed is like 0.5-ish, so kind of half speed. You can see she's trying to stay afloat. Oh, that's some parts. I think we did some EMP damage, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting indeed. I don't think the Juno, I don't think she's been dealing much damage to the Gimli in a while now. This is like a steel frame. The Juno doesn't have engine power, it seems, because now every stored materials are gone. It's just sitting here, very still. See there, it's like passively spinning a tiny little bit. Oh lord, that is a lot of interceptors, man. Oh my god. Wow. And well, missile spam, ladies and gentlemen. 64%. Well, we're of course gonna have a best of 3 here, but I do think we can conclude that the Gimli did win the first battle against the Juno. So let's go with round 2. I'm actually like more impressed that we are actually not lagging so much, that we actually can record this thing. I think that's the most impressive thing with this battle. I'm very impressed over my computer, and it's not that good. Maybe the Juno isn't very laggy after all. Azusa told me that, and I didn't believe her, because it is a 9 million ship almost, so well. But apparently she's right, it doesn't lag that much. There we go, round 2. Gimli is sitting here and having a good time, not really. Getting very fried by that lasers. Glad we got the smoke here. The spawn smoke in the front, but it still almost doesn't help. I don't know if this is a continuous laser or if it's a charge laser or if it's something in between. But it's pretty strong. All right. Oh, look at those missiles. Very scary. See how our crams, we entered the degraded mode, it seems like. Can they go through? Oh no, they bounced. They bounced. Not good times. The Gimli is at 94%, yes. The weather is bad, so we don't see very far. Look at that then. Oh no, look at the front here. Looking very sad. Alright. Laser is lasing here. Well, I don't know if it like... We have smoke still, so I don't know if it does anything important, that laser. Smoke is a good to have. No excuse to not have smoke. Here are some cram shells. I don't remember which are decoys or not. This is... That's not the decoy. Bam. Bomb. And you can see, like, if we would set up the Gimlet to battle the Juno, we would probably set it up to have a lot, like, longer penetration depth fuse, like time after impact fuse, so it would like detonate a lot further in. That could help the Gimlet a lot, I believe. I haven't seen our laser in a while. Wonder what happens with that. Our crams are popping in there. That's good. Look at those missiles, man. We're not having the FPS of our life right now. Our... Look, our lamps are so busy with this missile rain. Oh my god. We kind of a quarter speed game. Well, that's something. The cram cannons have changed its targets, it seems like. Let's see here. Those cannons are not a joke. They're very scary. If we get an unlucky hit, it can probably take out our AI. That would be really sad. I'm very happy that the Juno doesn't lag much more than like ships this size, but I do believe that's because it's so compact. Even though it's 4 times as expensive as the Gimlet, you can see that the Gimlet is a tiny bit longer and a little bit slimmer. The Juno is a little bit more fat, but it's not a lot. Gimlet is taller, of course, but there is not happening a lot up here. By the way, it seems that the Juno does not have AIs that are targeting blocks over water. So the party inside of the Golden Hole is unusually good. Unusually unscathed. Well, the Gimlet is at 84 and the Juno is at 94, so I do believe that the Juno will probably not lose this one. They're really close to. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It kind of depends if the Juno's missiles will be able to target the Gimlet even though they're so close. It seems they will be able to. Oh yes. I think this is great for the Juno. Actually, this is not great for the Juno. Look at that. They're like arcing over by a slight... Yeah. If we were like 100 meters to the left, we would probably not be able to. Yeah. Interesting indeed. Where are our crams? They're really readying their lance and stuff like that. You can see it. Boom! Got through. Is that a big turret? The Juno shedded a big turret there. The Juno has shedded 2 big turrets here. Interesting. Well, the torpedoes are a little bit scarier. The Juno seems to have a lot of torpedoes too. I did see that in the previous battle, but I kind of forgot about them. And they're really slowing down the speed of the gimless forward propulsion. Our back sniper cannon seems to have been compromised, and our mortar cram seems to be severely damaged. I will check the AI compartment here. Oh my lord. So the main AI is heavily compromised. The other two AIs are fine this time, so okay. I don't remember what parts we lost, but I think we didn't lose the mainframe, but we lost some processing. I think there has been some incredible amounts of close calls when it comes to the gimless AI. Like, a lot of the time it has been damaged in the edge but not quite deleted, which is interesting indeed. I wonder if that's the placement and angles of the ERA, that the ERA protects the important part of the AI, but that it doesn't like protect all of them. So the Juno has missiles and 2 big cannons left. We're really struggling with these missiles here. We did shed a large cram turret there too. That's not good for us at all. The Gimle is down at a nice round number of 69. Oh no. It's really looking like the Juno will be able to take home this battle. But the Juno is running out of materials again, isn't she? Look at that. 23,000, 22, 21, 20. Oh my god, this is so exciting. This is very interesting indeed. They do get a tiny bit of material too for dealing damage, but not a lot. The Juno's lambs are still strong and stuff like that, but I do wonder if it has a lot of repair bots or something like that, because I don't know. Oh, it's out of materials. I don't know how it would otherwise be able to spend so many materials so quickly. That's usually what happens if you have too many repair bots. So the Gimli is down to 66%, which ain't good. I kind of want to see what shells we have here. This is armor piercing secondary heat and solid warheads, just to not die too quickly. Yeah, we have broken through the ERA layer here. 65%, not good. The Juno is out of materials, but you can see the lambs are still going strong. So it's probably steam, yeah? Probably has a lot of steam. I also would want to have some water pumps. Would save so much materials per second for me. would give me so much free engine power. So you can see we have some stuttering here. If you see it stops every second like that, that's because of the water pumps. For many people they cause this kind of lag. I'm one of them. So the Gimle doesn't have water pumps, just to lag a little bit less. Are the lambs? Oh. So I believe those exterior shields on the side of the ship does help with detonating the crams further out than they would have been otherwise, which is really good for the Juno there. Cram coming in? No, it got deleted. Another one? Nope. Look at that, it's firing VLMs now again. It has 0 materials, but man, it got away a few of them. Interesting indeed. So the Gimli is at 62%, and the Juno is still at 91%. It's really looking like the Juno is going to win this, even though it is has no materials left. Well, the Gimli is down to 60, but it seems that some of the guns have gotten out of ammo. So the Juno battleship seems to be losing its ability to deal damage. Gimli is at 59%. Oh my god. This is so interesting. The crams are still not really reaching through there. We're gonna follow one of the shots through here. Wow. Look at the interiors here. Poor Gimli. It's very damaged. Very damaged. How is the auxiliary AI doing? If we can even find it. Let's see here. Well, these engines are really sad. Is it not? Anyways. Too crammed. 59%. Well, let's see if we follow one of these ones. I don't know if this is a decoy or if this is a real... Oh, that's a decoy. Okay. That's a real cram, right? Did it deal some damage? Who knows? Wow. 58.9 versus 91, but this one has no materials left. It doesn't fire, does it? Very interesting indeed. We're getting in more crams here. We got some packs going on here on the Juno. I do believe it probably has some RTGs, so it can deal some slight damage using that. And it's still at 90%, but it's really stopping here in the water. This is going to be really interesting to see what happens now. If the Gimli wins this, well, then it won 2 out of 3 battle, which means best of 3 is already achieved. So, very interesting indeed. I will just give a huge thanks to all of the YouTube members and all of you who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. The commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM. Your support helps me a lot. I just wanted to say that. In any case, if you wanna support the channel but get something out of it that's not in the package of features for YouTube members or patrons, you can always go to our merch stores, gmodims.com/support or merch/support or /merch, and you can see some different options there and /merch, and you can find some merch there. Very cool. I have a homepage which I need to update. In any case, this battle has really stagnated, hasn't it? It fired a missile. Oh my god, that's so unexpected. Look, it fired 4 more. I don't know where it's getting its materials from. Well, finally our interceptors have something to do. Not enough of them to overwhelm the Gimli's anti-missile systems. The Gimli has a pretty high budget into anti-munitions because we had some, I was a little bit scared about the Turtle Lord for obvious reasons, so I did want to spend a considerable budget of getting problems like that out of the air. Literally. 58% versus 89. Oh my god, but no materials. So I don't know if it's gonna reload its gun or something like that, and that it's gonna start to deal damage. If not, the Gimli is actually slowly winning against Azusa's Juno's class super battleship, which is old and needs updating, but it's 4 times more expensive. So that would be, I would be impressed. Maybe it's luck. Our AI area is damaged, so it could have just gotten its AI deleted too. I am very aware of that too. But I'm just doing a best of 3. And I would love to see the Gimle being pitched against the Saturnus super battleship, which is 18 million, I believe. It's really expensive, but in that case it's just not fair to put one Gimle against it, because the Juno was a little bit old and a little bit unpolished, so I thought that the Gimle still kind of has a chance-ish, hopefully, maybe. I didn't really think it would win, but I thought it would possibly win if we took 2 Gimles and put it as, against the Juno. But the Gimle really exceeded my expectations by a lot. 4 times more expensive. Quite amazing. But I would love to see the Gimle be pitched against the Saturnus, which is a much more like well put together design from Azusa. It's much better. But of course, having a single Gimle against that would be very unfair, because that would basically mean it has the same cost as, what is it, 8 Gimles or something like that? So in such a case, it's like severely outmatched. So I would guess that we would probably want at least 3-4 Gimles to even start looking at that, because otherwise it's absolutely certain that a Gimle would not like have a single chance. Even if it's 4 Gimle against the Saturnus, it will still be outmatched by double, so even that would be an unfair battle to the Gimle, but it would get the added benefits of having like several ships, which is always a benefit. But in any case, I don't know if that will ever happen, because I know that with my current setup I can't record that myself. So that would be up to Azusa, or perhaps a Secret Advisor, or Dr. Kreutzer, or someone else with a Uber computer that would like to help. Wow! The Juno is actually able to take out the mortars that are popping in here still. The mortars aren't very scary, but they're there to distract the lamps, and I guess they do that. Look at that! The Juno has put together and gotten some 5 new missiles. Looks like our AMS system will have something to do then. The lovely thing with the anti-missile missiles is that they have a slight area of effect thing too. Well, too few to overwhelm us, so yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the Juno class super battleship has gotten so little materials left, it is now sinking. Which means that we can officially crown the Gimle as the, oh my god, look at that, it's despawning, so it was able to reload its missiles. Can we get, okay man, it will DQ, right? Oh yes, I thought so, because otherwise I was wondering, are we gonna have a last second like turn of the tides here or something like that? Now I don't believe these are guided anymore, since that they are probably relying on the detection system that doesn't exist anymore. But anyways, that's that. The Gimle has probably never looking this beat up ever before. Man, it's really looking very sad. But it was able to defeat the outdated, yes, but still 4 times as expensive battleship, Juno class super battleship of a slight cost of almost 9 million. So I'm very happy with the Gimle today, and with that I would love you to like the video, because this was quite amazing, wasn't it? Haven't I built a pretty good GMODism? You're being insufferable right now. Here we have the Zenith Star by Star Reach. This is a flying creature, so that's pretty cool. And we're gonna check out some weapons it has. Now, it has the fleet colors, and it got spawned with the fleet colors of the Army of GMODism, which I have a tutorial if you wanna know how to add that. as a secondary option I can show you in that tutorial. But anyways, we should be checking out this little beast here before we get into the battle, just to see what we're having, and to of course check it abides by the rules. Interesting. So here we have tracer rounds, solid warhead bodies. Okay. Alright, AP, high explosive, and sabot. And it's just some stable stuff for the different guns. Well, we have the different guns set up here. I think we should just check out a little bit quickly here. We can do a little left-right cut. I think that can be pretty interesting, just to have a quick check. Interesting. Very nice indeed. Looks to be pretty decent, I'd say. Well, it's gonna be Sandblaster. Gonna be really interesting to see if the angles we will get are gonna be good, or if the angles will kinda not hit it. If we are not able to hit this, we're just gonna be slowly sandblasted away, I'd suspect. But if we are able to kinda hit this thing, I do think it's gonna go down pretty quickly. Anyways, we have a little hut here. Light off, press right ACB, lights on, press left ACB. Well, then we should turn on the lights so we can see it with the lights, because of course it's going to spawn without the lights, because otherwise it's not going to be very legal, is it? We have some like police feeling here. Oh, I like these guns here. That's that would be beautiful 3D print, wouldn't it? This craft is improved upon the decommissioned Hypernova hull brought from Scarlet Dawn Nether year, well, very old. I don't know if we have more interiors. Yeah, it seems to be legal, so let's go to the battle. Alright, let's get into the first battle here. So, I think we can see the Zenith star. Oh no, I realize I need to spawn this a little bit higher up. It's a airship after all, 200 meters maybe. Light to team. And there we go. So here we have this Zenith star. I seem to have trouble pronouncing this. Anyways, it looks pretty amazing. Looks very modern, looks very spaceshipy. I think our good old friend Xavercrowd would really enjoy this design. Well, anyways, I guess we'll just spawn, start the battle, see what happens. Now it gets some colors I selected, but whatever. Oh, we have some active moving around here. We got pulse lasers too. I kind of missed those when checking it out. Bam! Something heavy died on the gim layer. Let's slow down time. See what's happening here. Oh well. Alright, so here we have the Sandblastings. These are some sabot heads with a lot of fins and stuff. Oh, let's see here. It's gonna be pretty cool. I wonder what kinda killed something very much. I don't think we have any chance of look at that! We're dropping blocks, mate. Poor thing. So it is hitting pretty hard. Gonna be interesting to see in the second round kinda what did this type of damage early on. It's gonna be pretty quick. It's only been 26 seconds. And the Millennium Zenith Star does have the lead. Anyways, let's go back to regular speed here. Man, Sandblasters are nasty. Oh. And I guess we can follow these cram shells, right? And they're not gonna hit because this thing has some active projectile avoidance. So, if we can shoot this thing down with a laser, it's gonna be game over for the Gimli, I believe that. Fortunately, the Gimli has a pretty decent laser, and the Zenith Star does have smoke, of course, but it's moving pretty quickly, so we can kind of burn through this, can we? Alright. Are we firing properly here? Oh yeah, there we go. Next sand storm is incoming here. The ERA can't do nothing against this sand blasting through here. Alright. I wonder, do we have like... I think we have kind of... This is the fastest we can do. Game speed 0.67, 68. Right. Some decent FPS. Oh, I do think that the Vigoletta Mark IV here is just gonna be a really heavy contributor to a potential win for the Gimli's part. This cannon is pretty good. And it's like the only thing that's doing like reliable damage at this point. Look at it, we're so blasted. Luckily we have so many outputs for the laser. But the Gimli is down to 87%, and the Star Reach Millennium Zenith, she's still up at like 92. And it's moving up and down. Look at that. It's like our Vigoletta ain't hitting too often either. See that? It's like trying to target, but it's missing most of the shots since it's moving up and down. Man, we're like always aiming at the wrong spot. Look at that. They're not fast enough. It's only the laser that has any chance. I'll just want to pause this thing. Ooh, though. We're targeting hot blocks though. And hot blocks means some important things here. We're gonna dig through to the rail system powering the sandblaster. That's a big ass rail system. Unfortunately for the Gimli, it seems that the packs are offline. Man, if the Zenith Star would be located at the Gimli's weak side, it would have like 100% chance of winning, I think. Now we're digging through here. We've chosen a new block. Tides may turn, though. Look at that. The Zenith Star is down to 89 and the Gimli is at 82, so the Gimli is not in the lead anymore, but look at that. I think we have taken out some of the propulsion, so now we got to hit with the cram cannons. That's just very unlucky for Star Reach here. It's definitely very formidable design, but is it formidable enough to be able to defeat the Gimli? That's the question. And thanks for everyone, especially the secret advisor / Korvax for again and again saying how great the Gimli is as a benchmarking ship. And that might be true. I never thought of it like that when I built it, but I'm really happy if that's like the new benchmarking ship. That's amazing. Because it's like, of course I built some years in from depth, and if you're starting new, it can be a little bit difficult to build a ship that beats the Gimli. So yeah, and people that have played longer than me usually can make a ship that beats the Gimli. Depends how much you know invested in trying to learn the nooks and crannies of from the depth, but if you kind of did, you can probably beat the Gimli if you have played more than me. I don't know if you have. Some of us share the total playtime we had in the Discord. I had more than I thought, but of course I shouldn't be surprised. It's like my main game on this YouTube channel, which is, you know... We are doing some videos and stuff, as you have noticed. Look at that. We're actually probably gonna beat this thing. We're leading now. The Gimli is leading. We're gonna look at the poor state of the Gimli right now, though. Look at this sad thing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah. Look at that. I think it's almost a little bit unlucky for the Zenith star here to not have sandblasted on the AI. The AI is completely intact, and that's like the only area that's completely intact. Most of the cram cannons are kind of damaged, which is pretty crazy. We don't have a cockpit anymore, and half of the dinner guests all have to stand and duck for cover at times. Well, look at that, we're going low here. The Zenith star is going pretty low. I'd be so surprised if it wins this first time. It is shooting back though, but I'll be surprised if it wins this first one. It's still trying to evade our shots here, which is probably making it stay alive a lot longer. It's only been 5 minutes in game battle, but I don't know, it felt like a lot more. But oh man, we're going dangerously close to the water surface, and we're going down to the water surface. It's probably not going back up again. Look at that, we have... I hope you didn't have anything important in here, because that was an EMP surge. Oh, look at that. Oh no! The Zenith star has officially lost the first battle. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very helpless and is about to despawn here. So let's check out the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start a second battle exactly right now. And we are sticking here with the Gimli in absolute super slow motion. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I want to check out if these shots... Man, this is a little bit too slow, okay. Never mind. I want to see the first volley here, yeah? I'm just so interested what dealt that... Oh, look at that. Alright. So, this might be a charge laser. Oh, you're going straight for the AI, are you? Man, this is gonna be so interesting. Okay, and here we can see the initial blast here. Bam, going through there pretty deeply. Ooh, the laser. The Gimli won't be able to have time to turn, will it? The AI might be sniped out here. It depends a lot on luck and how long that laser surge is staying at the same place. Anyways, that was like the initial blast here. So we kind of missed a little bit exactly what happened, I don't know. But the laser is still focusing on this area here. So I'm glad I didn't skip armor in this area completely. Because if we had done that, we would have been pretty dead now. No AI hit there. And now it's targeting something else. Oh, damn. That's... That's like our accurate detection. Well. Our most accurate detection is gone, but what the heck. We might need it, but whatever. So the Gimli seems to be able to turn kinda quick enough to not keep it on the bad side. If the Zenith Star would have gone a little closer, I actually think it could have sped the Gimli's turning rate, probably. Because, of course, at this range, it's gonna move darn fast to outpace our turning range, and if it was a little bit, like, closer, it wouldn't need to turn as fast, because, like, that's regular laws of, I don't know, physics and rotational angular mathematics and whatnot. Anyways, I guess that's good news for the Gimli. Well. And let's see here. I just want to see, does it have some type of anti-munition system trying to shoot down here? It got some missiles, yeah? Oh, that cram cannon shot was almost about to hit. And we're digging through here again. It's gonna be interesting to see if the Zenith Star is able to... Oh lord, look at that. That's a pretty sad cram hit for... Ew, darn. We're losing a lot of power here. Man, does that mean we're going down? Ladies and gentlemen, is the Zenith Star going down? No, it has enough backup power. I guess that Starreach anticipated to be pretty hurt from the Gimli, which is a good anticipation because it's pretty hard to not get very hurt by the Gimli. It is, after all, a pretty dangerous thing, I'm happy to say. Like, when we're shooting here, it's shooting with such an RPM. It looks like the barrels are like lagging or whatever. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. So we're just gonna check out here. Did we have a lucky hit here yet? Just pausing the battle a bit. No, we did not. It's so much up to if those sandblasters are gonna sandblasters, I can't speak apparently, are gonna target the AI or not. Well, some of the cram cannons are like really sad. Well, I do wonder if our Arquebalista Invictus guns are doing some good action or not. I wonder. I wanna see if this back one shoots. Look at that. Now it's getting sandblasted, so I don't have my hopes for that to happen, really. Wait, was that a fire? I think it was. That's the Arquebalista Invictus round. And he's shooting really quickly. I would have expected that one to hit though, because that's so darn fast, but I guess we're just so far away that we're just missing here. Damn, this is a pretty close battle. I feel it can go either way still. Look at that. Just dodging all those shells. But the Gimli is so chunky and strong, it just won't go down easily. But now the Zenith Star has a lead of 10%, and we're kind of we are a bit into the battle now, so that lead is actually significant, especially considering that the laser system seems to be damaged enough. Let's actually check the laser core. The laser core ain't dead. I think it's maybe just the pump energy and stuff. Like many parts of the laser system or the engine power possibly. Can it be the... I don't know. Well. Look at... Well, anyways, it doesn't really matter. Our lasers are not delivering especially much damage right now, which means it's actually looking like the Zenith Star is gonna win this thing. And stuff is going a little bit slow, you know. I think it's all comes down to if the Zenith Star is able to survive all the cram shells popping at it. If it can dodge them all, it probably lives. If it doesn't, it might get into trouble. At such a possibility, I think the tides can turn very quickly. Well, it's taking damage too. Not much damage anymore. Since the laser went down on the Gimle, well, the chances of the Zenith Star, the Millennium Zenith Star, has just increased a lot. But damn, that wasn't a good hit for it. Mostly laser systems, so it shouldn't be too sad. You can see that at an early round, at an early point of this round, that cram shot would have absolutely possibly eliminated this ship. But because the cram cannon it was fired from is so damaged now, the blast radius of that shot wasn't as bad as it would have been otherwise. The Gimle's crams are no joke, but if they are damaged as much as they are, well, they kind of become a joke. Sandblasting system is still very much alive. Trying to jump on some of those shots. Ooh, look at that. We're targeting some engine power here, are we? Ooh! We're gonna have less power. Man. We're starting to look a tad bit sad here, are we not? Oh, but we have our superstructure left this time. The Millennium Zenith Star is gathering penalty points because it's... Oh, lords, it's sunk. Wow. Okay. So the Zenith Star has lost both battles, which means we have an official win for the Gimle. Wow, I didn't expect that. Well, I asked you in the comments a little bit before if you want to see the third battle or not, and most of you seem to want to see the third battle, so this time at least we're gonna see the third battle. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here again. And we're gonna play this battle, and of course this doesn't actually affect the outcome of the battle. The Gimle has still won this battle. We're just here to check out if we play out the third battle, if the results could have been any different for this particular battle or not. I do must say that Star Reach has made an amazing submission with the Millennium Zenith Star. It is very good. I think it's a very competent design. It does dodge a lot of the firepower that Gimle comes with. Like, we're not hitting very often with our cram cannons. If the Gimle didn't have a laser, it would absolutely not win against this thing. You know, some of the ships that have won against the Gimle, like the 10 Commandments, would be absolutely devastated by the Zenith Star. I do really believe that. So we're gonna... Maybe the Zenith Star will have a return. I am thinking right now that I am going to pitch the losers against each other, and the best of the losers will be back into the battles, because I do of course want to pitch some of the ships that are beating the Gimle against each other to see kind of which one is the best of them. But that will be later. We have a lot of Gimle submissions to go through still. So if you're building on something that you want to send in, well, join the Discord, find the rules in the description and on Discord, #GameEvents, and you can send in the submission too. There is still some time to do that. Look at that. It's just, the Gimle just looks so sad while getting a whooping from this thing. If it just targeted the AI. You know when we fought the steampunk turtle, it kind of almost, and I don't remember if it did annihilate our AI one turn, or if it just almost did, but that was damn scary. I think that pack is pretty important. It hasn't been sandblasted yet. Well, 96 versus 89, so it's really getting the lead of the game early on. And the lasers are even trying to target some of these cramps. I don't know if it really matters much. Look at that. See if our pack is gonna shoot here or not. The pack should hit, right? Every time. Oh! Or no, we're just maneuvering. I thought we were going down there for a second. I think it's pretty cool. I do really like the design of this thing, but apparently it is from Scarlet Dawn 20, like some previous. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't check out the in-game designs yet because I haven't really started the campaign, so I'm a noob at this game. I haven't really played a campaign, even though I played for so long. You know, I just got stuck in building stuff. But we're gonna play the campaign. Trust me, it's gonna be either on the GMODIST YouTube or we're gonna have it on the Twitch channel. And if it's on the Twitch channel, the VODs won't be popping up here. The VODs will be popping up at the GMODIST channel, so you should check that out. By the way, do you like my new like channel banners art and stuff? Because I designed some new stuff. I'm pretty happy with it. You might not like it, but do please tell me what you think about it in the comments. My new channel banner. It's pretty... I think it's fun. It's a little bit chaotic. But I don't know. I went for a maximalist design this time. The game is down to 79% this time. So this is the best results that the Zenith Star has ever gotten. I think this is the best lead it has gotten so far, actually. So that's pretty interesting. Maybe it has a chance to win this one. Look at these. These anti-missile missiles are not very well set up, though. They need to be so much faster. They need to wait a little bit before the thrusters activate. They need to... I'm not sure if they have turning thrusters, but... Let's just pause here a little bit quickly. No, they won't. They don't have that. Is that a decoy or something? No, that might be an APN, right? That's probably an APN guidance. But for this size, you should probably have some faster things with turning thrusters. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hit cram cannons. I do hope I have that in my AMM tutorial. If not, I need to make a new one. I do know I covered this in videos before, but, well, anyways, about that, I need to make a lot more tutorials, that's for certain. Well, it's doing pretty well this time. Well, we're gonna see how the Gimli looks now. Poor thing, look at that. The Arquebalista Invictuses are really sad. The laser system seems to be doing alright. The AI seems to have not been hit anything this time at all, which is good for it, but... Look at that, we're just losing so many blocks. Gonna be pretty interesting to see. And now when we tried it, can you also tell me in the comments if you think having the third battle is worth it or not? Because this is like the first video we do that on. So the positives on this is that the user can see how much of a chance the enemy ship had. Like if it lost 2 battles and then won the third, it might as well have won. But if it loses all 3, it probably couldn't have won. That's the pros. The negatives are that the video is gonna be longer, so fewer people will kind of like watch all of it, which means that the watch time, or like not the watch time, like the retention time or whatever, will be lower. So it might impact the videos like total views, so that like fewer people will get it recommended. So this video might get fewer views because we have the third bell. And that remains to be seen, but that's kind of the pros and cons of this thing. So you'll just have to tell me in the comments what you think and what's your experience. And of course, you're going to be biased because if you're not watching in the third battle, you would have already clicked away, right? So that's not like a perfect system, but yeah. I guess that doesn't matter then. Oh, look at that. The Gimli is down to 67%. Wow. Wow, this is definitely the best round that the Millennium Zenith Star has made. Man. Well, sorry mate, but you lost the first 2 battles, so you're not winning this thing, but that was darn interesting. Because this means, like, when I see this, it's so close that I know that the Millennium Zenith Star is a component design to be able to win against the Gimli. Now, in this battle it didn't. This last like round, it seems like it's gonna win. It really does, but well, it's already lost. But that's kind of why I want to give the best ship in the losers bracket one more chance, because we can clearly see it is a good design, man. Look at that. Pretty cool, I think. I suppose it's gonna lose, but yeah. Well, so that's actually pretty interesting. I don't know if maybe we'll watch like the end of this battle, possibly. It can be interesting to see, but it's at 59%. It's going to lose. Anyway, huge thanks to our commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, Admiral Scooberox, Commodore Owen, Lieutenants and/or Gravy, Pardbagreed and Vincent Veritas. Your continued support does really help the channel a lot. And with that said, Gimli is at 58%. It is going to lose this battle by most chances. The Zenith Star is at 77%. So, and it's still shooting and dealing damage, and I do not think that the Gimli is able to deal much damage against the Millennium Zenith Star anymore. So, with that said, here we can see, you might think that, oh man, the Gimli definitely won that first 2 battles, it was undefeatable, and if you have clicked off you won't see this, but if you didn't, you can see that, you know, maybe the Gimli just was lucky, because the Millennium Zenith Star won the 3rd battle. But anyways, lost the first 2, so it's going to the losers bracket. This time we're going to do a rematch with the Zenith Star, because, well, it lost the last round, but that was in some weird alpha setting updates where lasers were too powerful, which means the old results of the Zenith Star from Star Reach is disqualified, which means it has another chance. GMODIST. And here you can see the beautiful creation in front of you. This is the Zenith Star. We looked at it a lot in the last episode, so we will not look at it during this episode. It will of course be meeting the Gimli battleship as usual, and we're gonna see which is actually the strongest setting now, the strongest ship now that the fire update is actually released. And there we go, the battle is ongoing. I set it in super slow speed just in the beginning to see what is happening. In any case, I will just say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month. It really helps us a lot. And we got some new cadets that has joined too. Also thanks to all of the YouTube members, you in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST. You know who you are, and there is a little thing below the video where we can see some of the supporters, and you were probably able to see this video before anyone else could see it, because you have access to early access to videos, which is a nice feature I could automatically implement. So if you want that, well, you know where the join button is. So I just wanted to see the initial blast here, because 2 crams are coming in. Here we have an initial swarm here from the Zenith Star with its burst guns. Gonna see what type of damage that does. But we're gonna move back to full regular speed. We can see they penetrated very deeply. We also have a thing now where the steam engines actually will blow up. So if the steam engines get hurt, it will cause a explosion with the following fire inside of here. And the Gimli is obviously not equipped to deal with that, because when we built the Gimli, that wasn't a feature. Oh, my tracking turret! Man, we're shedding so many turrets here. Oh, the bridge, I mean, is so sad. Well, we want to be needing that anti-missile system anyways. It's not that we can use it. Alright. As long as our laser stays online, we have a chance of not dying. Now is the question if we can get a land with the cram cannons. Ooh. Or not. Now we don't have the tracking turrets anymore, which is a problem. I want to follow the Arcabalista Invictus rounds, because I do feel they have a chance of hitting, right? They missed. Well, the Zenith Star is in a good lead now. It's at 99.3%, where the Gimli is at 92%. So we'll see how this armor burns away from the laser. Because smoke is not as efficient as it used to be. Though the raw damage of laser has been cut in half, so the Gimli is a lot less scary unless you're made out of flammable blocks. Like this thing. Right, we have a little swarm of incoming bullets. It's very interesting to see what's happening inside of here. Here we can see we have a fire. I don't know why we have a fire here, but we do have a small fire on the deck here in the wood. We have another fire on the surface here. Bam! Well, it's obviously the lasers from the Zenith Star that is barbecuing the wood armor on this thing a little bit. Wood health has been boosted, however. But man, the Gimli is not looking happy right now. So it does currently look like the Zenith Star will be able to turn this battle around and maybe land a win this time. We're gonna see what happens. This fire is burning pretty quick though, because it's moving pretty fast. That's something to keep in mind. Yeah, that heavy armor is burning. As heavy armor should. Well, those mortars, I would be pretty surprised if they actually hit. Oh, no. No hit with the crams. The Gimli can fight quite a good bit under 80%, so the battle is not over by any means. All it takes for the Gimli is to land a super lucky hit with the crams. That's what we've seen in the last round. But in the last round, the laser was a little bit more effective. However, the Zenith Star also have a problem that Gimli has. If this, if the steam tanks get destroyed, like one did here, it actually causes a explosion, which makes surrounding things burn. So this might be a little bit sad for the Stennis Star. Here we can see we had an internal explosion of a steam engine, I believe. Or it was a pack system that might have caused that. But it shed a lot of blocks, and Millennium Zenith Star is down to 86% just now. It's really starting to shed a lot of blocks here. Oh! Oh no! The Zenith Star... Well, at least the fire is being put out. But I do not think that helps it now. It has lost power. It seems to be a dead fish in the water. Oh my lord. What is it going to do? Well, it's collecting penalty points and it's going to despawn. Now it also gets some helps with the Gimlet's Doom Crimes, which will help, well, put it out of its misery faster. It was very... it was closer this round though, after the update. After the update come out, it seems that it improved the Millennium Zenith Star's chances of winning. You can see that it could have won this battle. The Gimle is looking super sad. And even the Gimle has suffered a bit of fires here. You can see from this steam engine, it has some explosion, it's burning up here. So the Gimle is having severely handicapped power generation too. I do believe the Gimle has a bit of fuel tanks among its fuel engines too, and that will of course be a fatal fire. But anyways, first battle goes to Gimle, so same results as last time. Same results, but a little bit more close. But anyways, we're going for the next round. Here we have round 2. It's really dodging those initial cram shells there. Oh, is it gonna go into it? No. We're kind of having a 3D perspective here now. Or 2D perspective, I mean, not 3D. Man, those sandblaster are just deleting the superstructure of the Gimle. Bad times for the Gimle. I think the Gimle is very happy having shields. She is indeed. Millennium Zenith Star is taking the lead in the first of this battle, just as it did the last battle. This shell is going to miss, I believe. If it doesn't miss, I believe it is extremely lucky. It's not extremely lucky. Alright, so the laser is focusing on the same point as last time. Unfortunately, I don't see shots from the Marksman 4 Vigoletta system popping in here, which is really heavy lifter during this battle. However, we have started some fires inside of the heavy armor. We'll be joining this swarm here. It's just deleting blocks. Oh, we have a fire around here on the deck. Bad times for the Gimle. We'll just have to watch these shells because no, they don't hit. I want them to hit because I know that those shells will go through the armor. And they're really quick, the Arcaballista Invictus shot, but this Millennium Zenith Star by Starreach is she's pretty quick, just going up and down like that. Smart way to dodge most things. And we're focusing on the middle here. If it just shoots a few more rounds here, I think it will start an eternal fire. The Vigoletta turret, 67mm, is pounding on, that's good. Let's see what's going on here. It's just shedding a lot of blocks, but no fatal wounds so far. Really lost something big there. That's a Arcaballista Invictus barrel, I think. For some of it, it has a lot of barrel. Here the laser has started a fire. This cram system is surprisingly alive, which is funny. Half of it. Oh, look at that. Just so much on fire here. And now a lot of people are really scared of using wood now due to the fire update. But don't forget that Wooden's HP has been boosted. And before the update, wood gave you the most amount of health points for the cost. So wood was before the update the best armor against kinetics. And it's still the case when you think of costs. Because remember that 1 meter of heavy armor is the same cost as 25 meters of wood. Yeah, and after the update it's even more true. Wood is really the best kinetic armor against for the cost of it. But you probably need a couple of layers, and if you're building really big ships you're easily going to probably reach some block count maximum limit. Gimle is at 83% and Zenith Star is still at 96, so it's looking much better for the Zenith Star during this second round. Let's see here if our... Whoa. Wow, okay, what's happening here? I think we'll just need to do a quick pause and see what's going on here. Here we can see... Oh, yes. Very close to be damaged, this steam system there. The AI is not touched. We seem to have no fatal explosions in the... It's pretty good though that the steam engines are usually below the waterline, which will mitigate a lot of that damage. So you can see the Vigoletta is just being after a little bit, since the Millennium Zenith is going up and down using some kind of sine wave. Now it's looking much better for the Zenith Star now, but that's a lot thanks to the Gimle's laser. It seems that a laser has been successfully taken offline. Or you can see we had some internal explosions here. Oh yeah, this cannon is disabled on this side. Half of it at least. Laser is still online though. Seem to be looking pretty good still. Yeah, this might be a win for... This might be a win for the Gimle, actually. No, for this, the Millennium Zenith Star this time, actually. So it will be up to the third round, probably. We'll see, though. Here we can see the laser is definitely taken offline here. All the laser nodes... Yeah, all the laser nodes are disabled. I wonder if that means that the laser core system has been damaged. No, but we do seem to have a... Oh! Somebody hit a boiler. So we're having a big fire here in the bow steam engine, which is spreading to the other cylinders, and it's gonna cause some more explosions later on. If the fire continues, it will spread. It seems that some parts of the laser system is working because the lamps seem to react sometime. Oh my god, so much blocks is missing from the Gimle here. Look at that. The Zenith Star has done a real good job. This is an exciting battle, really, between two similar power crafts, which we already knew, by the way, but it's fun to see some potential other results here. Here we can see they burn down. We missed that explosion. And now we have a big fire here. You see, this engine has started to burn. And you can see it's not quite below the waterline here. Man, that's It's a high price to pay to keep the Gimli at the most aesthetically pleasing looking level, because it's wow. If the Gimli was just sitting as at a more natural position, but that doesn't look as good, so we won't do that. Those fires would have been put out by themselves, I believe. Well, can't believe that, my god, look at that superstructure really literally hanging on by a infinitely thin thread. Ha! That's crazy. Well, the Gimli should really start losing power now. I can't believe it's still fighting. You know, actually, all 4 of the Doomcram systems are still functional. So, if the Millennium Zenith didn't bob up and down like this, basically, if the Gimli were meeting any other ship, the Gimli would still be a really scary foe. But it seems it really is able to dodge everything, so I think it will be pretty safe here since the laser is offline. Really looks like the Millennium Zenith is gonna win this. Oh, are we losing power? No? If the Millennium's... Oh, that was close. If the Millennium Zenith loses power, it's pretty much dead. So it's a little bit scary for it. Now we are... Wow. Look at that. Are the ammos starting to burn? Almost. Gimli is down to 63%. We're closing in on despawn territory. Wow, wow, wow. We're just zooming by and not hitting. Still at 96.7%. The Millennium Zenith Star is doing a pretty darn good job here. All thanks to disabling the laser early on. Very good luck and skill by choosing weapons that actually have the chance of disabling a big backed up laser system like that. You'll have to specifically select some special weapons like swarm blast guns like this to actually have the to have a proper chance of disabling a spread out and backed up system like that. Well, battle is continuing in the predictable direction. 59%. We can soon call this over. You can see those 2 cram cannons are offline. It's basically only the Vigoletta doing the lifting now. It's probably dealing all the damage, if any damage, to the Millennium Zenith Star. But we can pretty much, man, I don't think, it's very rare that the Gimli is looking that beat up. But damn, look at that. And somehow the AI core just survived to the very end. I think I armored that pretty well. Very nice. Well, you can see by the stats, it's very much over for the Gimli. Let's do the 3rd round, which will be the decisive round if the Gimli or the Millennium Zenith Star wins this 2nd encounter. Here we are, 3rd round. Let's go. We're gonna stay over here just to see. Oh, looks like the laser chose to target the other area this time. Wonder if we'll have any shots coming in and hitting it here. It already took off 2% of the Gimli. Some really nice hits here in the beginning. The laser is though exactly targeting the barrels, which is a little bit scary for the Zenith Star here. Also, I wonder if any of the Arcabalista Invictus shots will manage to hit it, because if one of those hit, it will go pretty deep. It can be scary. It can detonate the steam stuff. But now we just have to move over here because something happened, obviously. 5% gone from the gimlet already. The superstructure are in shambles. The anti-air gun is gone. The pack gun is gone, which is of course a great weapon against fast targets like this. But all hangs on will the Millennium Zenith Star disable Gimle's lasers, because those lasers she got, they burn. Burn, burn, burn. I wonder if these tiny shots are reaching. They can weaken the shields, but they are moving. Nah, they don't have a good chance of hitting. Okay, so the Gimle has switched what side it wants to damage. Probably not the best idea, since those barrels here are still alive and well. The Gimle is down to 91%, but the Millennium Star is down to 98%, and the laser is still active. So it might look a little bit dark for the Millennium Zenith Star. It is in the lead by 7%, 9%, 7.9% I mean, but is that enough? Only time will tell. Oh, and here we can see we are slowly getting through this heavy armor here. We have started a fire, which is taking on a little bit. If the Millennium Star loses power, it will have some problems. We're sandblasting away here, but we haven't gotten very deep in the Gimle's armor. It seems that none of the engines... Oh yes, we have a fire here, but that's probably just from one of the fuel tanks, which was probably put there for aesthetical reasons. And these cramshells. What are the chances of them hitting? They did in the previous battle. This is the rematch, of course, but in the previous battle, they hit and they hurt. Gimle's side laser node is offline, but the two turret nodes are still online. If you're wondering how I'm filming this, like how I'm locking on to shots and whatnot, watch the tutorial in the instant tutorials, which is about screenshots and camera movement and stuff like that. And I'll teach you everything about that there. Alright. Look at that. We had an explosion here inside. That's probably one reason behind the fire. The Millennium Zenith Star is down to 89%, and I think that might be a problem actually, because it needs to be more in the lead. Because when it wins, it usually disables the lasers faster. So this will be a very even battle. Impossible to tell which one of them will win so far. Really focusing those lasers. You can see, oh man. Oh no, look at that. I think we had a big explosion here in the back. I think this fuel storage somehow got... Maybe one of the arqueballista shots hit, because the fuel back here obviously burned down. Oh, we missed the bulk of that fire, but that's looking like the Millennium Zenith Star might, after all, not win the rematch. The Gimle is down to 77%, that's true, but... Oh no! The Millennium Zenith Star is backing away. It is exceeding the maximum allowed distance. The Gimli is trying to slowly close in, but it's not going to happen. Maybe because it's damaged. The protocols for controlling the proper distance to the enemy seems to be offline. It is trying to be too far away. And we're of course having this rule of, what is it, 3,000 meters or whatever? I don't remember exactly. Is it 4,000? It's in the rules. We looked at it before. It was in the rules for the submission of the Gimli ships. But anyways, we have a maximum limit to just not have too long range battles, because long range battles will be boring, because the targets will often not be able to damage each other very efficiently. Like, we can follow this swarm of bullets, and you can see, even though they're pretty accurate, at this distance, you can see a lot of them is just missing. But the Millennium Zenith Star, the third battle, it disqualified itself by keeping too far away from the Gimli. Which means that the Gimli wins this second meeting with the Millennium Zenith Star. Star Reach will then stay with the Millennium Zenith Star in the losers bracket and meet some other ships there. But we can conclude that even after the fire update, the Gimli is marginally stronger. But this was a really even battle, and I do firmly believe that the Millennium Zenith Star could have won this as well. This is the North Edge. It is a considerably cheaper craft than the Gimli. But this thing is oftentimes listed as one of the strongest ships there is for its cost. And it's a very it's a very effective design. We have cram cannons here, and it's just good. It's also covered in repent or perish, in mostly, I think, Old Testament messages. So it's like that. We're going to test it against the Gimli, and this the North Edge is much cheaper than the Gimli. But again, this design beats a lot of ships more expensive than it. Because Setup and Kevin are both really good and advanced builders, and they can build some absolutely stunning things. Now, I'm sorry, I just don't remember if... Was it that Kevin built it and that Setup did the decorations on it? I don't quite remember. It's some type of teamwork. It has too many screens, so I should have turned them off before the battle. But in any case, here we go. It's a very strong and effective design. The North Edge is most people put it in the oh yes, we took out many of those cramps. They're scary. Most people put it with one of the better designs there is. Oh my god. In the price range it is, at least. So it is, of course, a... Oh no. Look at that. Look at that. That's scary. I'm just checking the insides a little bit here because it just melts through. So I want to check if the Gimli can beat the North Edge. It is, as said, a very formidable design. So I haven't tested it myself, but I do believe that the North Edge, despite its low cost, does beat the Ragnarok and the Titan Slang any time of the week. And I guess I shouldn't say that if I haven't done the tests, but I have some memory that somebody tried and it does. It's in any case put there as one of the stronger designs for the price class. So it's a good one. It is a good one. That's probably some battles that can come up in the future. But right now we're gonna test the North Edge against the Gimli. Gimli is at 98%, and the north edge is at 92. Which is very interesting indeed. I think the north edge is normally red, but I selected some other fleet colors for it. I love the camo though. And like all the details, it looks so cool. Setup is so skilled with detailing stuff. The fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vile. There is no one who does good. I see. In any case, so we'll see how the north edge deals with the golden hole of the Gimli. The north edge is down to 80%. That makes me really happy, because that means that I do believe that the Gimli is able to beat the north edge, which would make me, oh my god, did you see that? Holy moly, that's a detonation. This is a lot of heavy armor, man. Any case, you know what? I think we're gonna do like the steampunk turtle battles. If the Gimli indeed wins this one, we're gonna put it against two north edges. That would make the Gimli outmatched by ish. Oh my god, it's sinking! It is sinking! I'm very happy. We're gonna make it pitch. We're gonna pitch again two north edges against the Gimli, because then it means that the Gimli will have a material disadvantage of 400,000, I think. Let's get back to that. Look at that, 1.45. Wow. So that's basically, man, that's 2.9 million. That means that we're outpaced by, what is it? It's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, that's 700,000 materials. The Gimli will have a disadvantage of 700,000. Yeah, well, there is absolutely no chance that we're gonna win this. Alright, here we have them. Look at these boys. They look much better in Scarlet Dawn colors. I don't have Kevin's fleet colors for the RN faction as a pre-saved thing. I actually only have my fleet colors as a pre-saved thing, even though I have a tutorial on how to teach you to add the Army of GMODIST fleet colors as a secondary. But anyways, I guess that's my content creator privilege. It's of course optional, but if you're enjoying some GMODIST, Army of GMODIST stuff, you should probably have the Army of GMODIST as a preset, shouldn't you? You should. You absolutely should. In any case, I'm gonna try and be a little bit quick here. Gonna see wherever, just see what comes in here. Let's see here. I wanted to see them fire because I wanna see. I wanna go to slow motion and see what happens. Ooh. It kind of only penetrates halfway. Well, that's disappointing. Let's go back to full speed. I wonder if the north edges have collision avoidance. I'm sorry, Kevin. Your ships doesn't look the best in Scarlet Dawn. I know you have more white and stuff. They look much more... they look more angry with your colors, but I just don't have them. Looks like the north edge is lining up in two lines here. Now it's hard to see the shots, Because it's so, like, we are in, ladies and gentlemen, we have entered a degraded mood. Just kidding. I think we had degraded mood kind of from the start. Well, let's follow these crams here. They're really competent crams. Both Setup and Kevin are excellent builders. So I do expect us to take some heavy damage here. Look at that. I hope our AI doesn't get sniped. That would be kind of unlucky, but definitely possible. There is like a reason that the Gimle has mostly crams, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. What? Did we follow this? Oh, they went through. Look at that. Ain't that cute? We have torpedo decoys here. So then it means that my interceptors have something to do, which is great, I guess. Alright. Repent or perish, they say. But will the two north edges with the material advantage of 700,000, that's like half a BBS 5th season, be able to beat the Gimle? The Gimle is severely outmatched in terms of materials, but also in competence. Setup and Kevin are very good builders. So I still expect the Gimle to lose this battle, which we shall see about. But I'm very happy that the Gimle can beat one of them. Like, one north edge, the Gimle beats the north edge, which is good. But beating two north edges is probably too much to hope for, isn't it? Alright. Let's stay here in the golden hole. Look at that. The chandeliers and everything are ready. And we have some holes in the wall, but whatever. They missed. They too. That's good. Wonder if they're targeting hot blocks and that they are trying to target my heat decoy, which stands around there. What's... Oh, it's a bit sad, isn't it? Isn't my Civ system going to do something about this? Hard to tell. I think it's time to check. Oh no! I think the weak point of the Gimle is actually its AI. Let's just check it out a little bit here. See that it hasn't taken... Seems to be intact. They seem to be okay here too. Yeah, seems that the AI is intact, but yeah. Who knows? My packs are packing. I do believe that my disruptor conduits, these boys, do provide a lot of firepower in terms of just disabling the enemy's shields. Now, I'm not 100% that the North Edge uses shields, because I don't see them. Maybe they're invisible, but I just assume that every good battleship uses planar shields, because planar shields are better in general for most things. I mean, you can deflect like 30% of cram shots that are incoming, and if you can just like, if you can deflect the first volley of like doom crams coming at you, you have a considerably higher chances of winning that battle, because yeah. All right, we got some small caliber stuff popping in there. Look at that. They're dealing tiny damage against the sides here. Oh no! That was some... Oh, look at that! They've exposed the interiors of the cram cannon. Not good for the Gimle. Oh no! Is it just me or... Ah! The AI's exterior layer has taken a lot of damage. Makes me not happy. Gimli is down to 90%. Team North Edges, they're at 85 and 92. It's actually pretty even, maybe. Whoa! Ah! No! Poor Gimli. I wonder if this cram is gonna fire blanks now. It's not looking too happy, is it? Ah! More shots incoming. I think it feels like they're targeting the AI. I don't like that. Neither does Captain Y, by the way. Let's see if Captain Y is... Captain Y is still chilling, so that means that nobody is on the bridge. Any case, let's just continue and see what happens. One North Edge is going far away. Ah! More crams. No. Well, one North Edge is far away. The other one is heading on a collision course. I hope they don't have ramming AIs. Oh my god, I'm not looking forward to this FPS. Not looking forward to this. Oh no. Can you just not? Why? Like no. Get out of my face. No. Stop. You're no. You're just opening up. Not okay. No, not that part 2. So, for the Gimli battles, intentional melee is banned. Unintentional melee isn't. This is, however, not an official battle, because I haven't like the North Edge is a lot cheaper, and now we're having 2 of them. And having two ships face the Gimli for official battles is not something I've agreed to. Really, it's just that since we win over one North Edge, I want to see if the Gimli can beat 2 of them. And I expect it can't. But, yeah. What? Oh no. This laser is looking sad. That's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so... our AI is very exposed here. So our main AI is very exposed. The other AIs that were here a second ago are gone. Which means we will not be able to utilize our laser anymore. And yeah. So that's not great at all. Alright, yeah, I was starting to hope that we would win this battle, but I do believe we are definitely not winning this battle against 2 North Edges. 77 versus 86. Look at those. Ah, no, no. They're dealing so much damage. We need to be able to deliver some real crit hits in order to turn this battle around. But I do suspect that's quite unlikely at this point. The cram shells keep coming. It's not like the diff guns where you at a certain point can stop worrying about getting shots at you. I wanna see about my Arcobalista Invictus. Look at that. This is like sloped heavy armor. We're still almost able to kill it, but not quite. Yeah, that's some sleek calculations. Now the north edges decide to collide with each other instead. Are you kidding me? Why? Well, they weren't close a moment ago. Man, is that just lucky or what's going on here? Kill him! Kill him! No! It has EMP too. Why is this part of the ship missing? Oh no. Is it despawning? Is it completely AI dead? Look at that. This ain't great. Yeah, well, as said, this ain't great, but it's not great for the north edge either. We should probably check their... This is my 64 pounder. Yes, I have one functional 64 pounder. No, it didn't hit. Well, never mind. The north edge decides to collide with itself. I don't know if it's breadboard or something, but it doesn't seem to have the best collision avoidance. The Gimli has reached a nice number of 69 in terms of health. The game speed has decided to go down to less than half speed, which ain't great. This one is shooting blanks. Not that one. That's the wrong thing. Somehow the lambs are still online. Alright, this can go either way. We had some unlucky damage taking from the Gimli and some unlucky like maneuverability from the north edge. Look at this thing. It's absolutely sad. 68%. Oh, what's going on over here? We need to follow these cram shells. Ah! Our fast fire cannon is completely offline. So it's up to the remaining guns to see if they can deal with this situation. It doesn't look too good. Really doesn't. The pack is at least online. That's one good thing. Wow. They have stopped colliding with each other. It's good for the north edge and very bad for the Gimli. Oh no. Oh no. The Arcaballista Invictus is not very Invictus anymore. It looks seriously sad. Interceptors are trying to deal with those. Yeah, that we don't have access to the laser anymore is really bad. That's really bad. Oh no! Big damage! It's like a question of time before the AI gets an unlucky frag at it, isn't it? Yeah, it kinda is. 65%. Ah, that was just at the sweet spot. No kill, it seems. This is painful to watch. 64%. Does the Gimli even shoot back anymore? This one is firing blanks. We have loads of crams popping in there. We're shedding turrets. Yeah, we're having a situation here. The Gimli is actually sinking. Oh no. Is it just me, or are the north edges, while losing, going on a very bad collision trajectory here again? Wow, okay, we're gonna see where this leads. The Gimli is at 62%. Oh no! Okay, that's not that dramatic, but it's not looking good. Alright. I wonder if we're able to even deal damage anymore. I don't think we're like... Our laser AI is offline. So we have lambs, but that's about it. Like, lambs is something. Better than nothing, but... I don't see us dealing damage, to be honest. Well, I guess it was a little bit too much to hope for to actually be able to beat 2 north edges by 2 of from the depth sharpest builders with a 700,000 material disadvantage. It would have been unreasonable. But perhaps it could have happened, who knows. This time, however, the Gimli is definitely losing this battle. But I can say that the Gimli can beat 1 north edge pretty reliably, probably, but not 2 of them, not at a 700k material disadvantage. And it seems that the flaw in the design right now is that the AI can get exposed because it's only protected by double era and heavy armor and some stuff in front of it, which just isn't enough. It's like a red flood just coming forwards. We're getting down to despawn territory there with the Gimli. So yeah, the Gimli can't beat 2 north edges in this particular battle, but I would say it probably beats a single north edge. So that's not nothing, because the north edge again is a very competent design, and it would have been unreasonable to think that the Gimli could have taken on 2 north edges with that 700k material disadvantage. It's actually a lot. Half a BBS 5th season, to be exact. So here we are looking into a build again by Kevin Try. This is another Onyx Watch fan build. So we're gonna check this out a little bit. I already checked. It doesn't contain any repair bots, it doesn't have any water pumps, and yeah. The rules are met. It's a official build, it's lawful and everything, and it looks pretty darn amazing. So previously we've seen some kind of rebuild of a fan build. So yeah, so before Kevin Try made a fan build of a fan build, basically, or an upgrade to a fan build, which was the BBS 5th season, which is an Onyx Watch fan build by Bungalow Bill, and Kevin Try upgraded it to fight Gimli. It died, no spoilers, sorry. Check the previous playlist with all the battles and you'll see. But here we have a design by Kevin Try that's original, I believe. Onyx Watch fan build original. So this is not something we've seen before. This looks pretty darn cool. It has much more details and stuff. I think I accidentally controlled the turrets here, and as you can see they got stuck, so this makes me understand that the turrets don't really have a set up a limitation of how much they can move, which isn't great, but that's how it is. It's under 2.2 million, so there we are. It doesn't have too many blocks, so there we are. Looks pretty splendid, so there we are. In any case, 433 armor piercing high explosive, AP, HE with some EMP and stuff. We got some EMP with some extra frag. And we got some diff guns. We even have some, look at that, we have some EMP diff guns. Don't worry, I won't save this. I just accidentally click all over the place. So these are some screens. They are playing my YouTube videos, which are cool. Or something. But in any case, I like that. Look at that, going on to there. We have some storage stuff. And one thing I just have to say, look at this thing. 60 meters per second? Darn, this thing is pretty quick actually. That's some stacked azipods. Well, really stacked azipods. The Gimlet tries to do that a little bit more sneakily, but yeah, it's basically the same deal. So anyways, it's a little bit hard to actually walk through this when we're moving at full speed. But we have some pretty cool interiors here. Here we can see we have some storage space and actually real material storages. And the huge man moving around boxes. That's how large you have to be to move around these boxes. In any case, here is some beautiful lore to the crew or things, which you can pause and read. Really nice. Lunch. Oh, I think I remember someone getting stumbled and flying all over the place. This feels like it has a lot of interiors. It's like an entire story or something hidden beneath it, inside of it somehow, which is really funny. So we have some stone metal checkerboards going on here for some HP armor. And man, that's pretty cool. So here we have I like those ammo bands. That's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. We can just move around and check out. Yeah, there's some nice columns going on there. We have another large man moving around staff. We have patrolling all over the place to the next floor, which will go here. I love those windows, really Onyx watchy. We have so many patrols. Yeah, this is well guarded. Not that Gimli cares. Gimli is busy with doing its part in. There we got the emblem too. That's nice. Nice touch. And here we have the throne room. Indeed, we need to rest a little bit if we're guards. They're standing with their huge lollipops and just chilling around there. Yes, let me sit here. Anyways, so here it is. Beautiful little build. We have many floors of interiors, which is pretty cool. We got command centers. Yeah, there's so many people on board this ship. I think that's pretty cool. And we got a little maneuvering room going on here. I like that. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's pretty cool. So many tiers, so castly. Use of stone does really fit well in here. In most builds, when you use stones, it looks kind of half-assed together because stone isn't supposed to be there. But yeah, in this particular build, it works really well because stone just feels kind of Onyx watchy. This poor thing is clinging to this bell. Yeah, and here we have the bells. Very nice indeed. And if we just look a little bit quickly here, we can see we got a lot of... Okay, we have alloy and stone checkerboards, some staggered era. Should be pretty good float and pretty good HB trade-off mix there. We got some steam going on here. We got some fuel. And if you didn't know, the game development is kind of working on something that will be like fire on ship fire, and stone will be a great isolator on fire. Yeah, by the way, keep subscribed/tuned into the channel, because whenever there is news about the flamethrowers and incendiary ammo, or whatever it's called in English, we're gonna do some channel video updates about that. Why is this thing sad? Well, whatever. Loader needs 3. Okay, it's a little bit slow at reloading. Well, whatever, that happens. Well, railgun based. This is a railgun based system, and already I will say my bets are on the Gimli. I think the Gimli is gonna win this battle, because anything that has not been a half sheety sandblaster has, like, anything else that hasn't been a sandblasting thing has not been able to defeat the Gimli with APS. And that particular build was, yeah, and not within the official rules. Otherwise, we have stuff that's within, not within the official rules by, like, the Secret Advisor, which just spams diff guns. That's technically APS, but in my brain, diff guns are a little bit of a separate entity than regular APS cannons, kinda. I don't know, maybe that's just in my head. But we're gonna go on to the actual battle. And sorry if any interiors were missed, but they were really beautiful, and it's a lot of them. Well, we're loaded up, so let's get some best of 3 action. I think this is gonna be pretty cool. Alright, so here we have the ships. Man, the Gimli is a lot larger. I almost didn't expect that. But anyways. Ooh, we get some deep penetrating railguns going on there. Damn! Let's just pause here and see what damage it has dealt in the first blast. Damn, we have some propulsion damaged already. And EMP surgers. Alright. Laser is going on there. Prams are locking in there. This is gonna be interesting. Man. They're definitely penetrating deeply. Alright. It's like we're not targeting it. Oh, it's trying to go. There we go. Let's see what damage we deal. There we have some proper EMP surges. They're just flying all over the place. But man, here we have some proper EMP insulation. Yeah, that's really good EMP insulation. GMODISM approves of that EMP insulation. Right. So the obelisk gate is indeed in the lead. Ooh, it did indeed take out those crams coming in there. So here we have another round. We were not able to take that out. Oh, damn! This turret is super sad. Man, there we had some fragments really cutting off some important stuff. Ooh, here we got some mortars. Well, they don't really deal a lot of damage, but you can see they nicked off some of those firepower in the side. And here we got another one. Bam! That is some explosion. Alright, we got some parts here. We're coming in with another one, and bam! We have some proper defenses here. Those diff guns are not joking around. We're dealing some proper damage here. Let's see how the Gimli is doing. Oh lords, the Gimli ain't doing super good. Look at that. So the Gimli is going really low into the water. We'll just have to pause and check out what happened here. So those guns have really penetrated deeply. I must say, in the beginning, I think I underestimated those railguns, it seems they have been able to deal some proper damage. Look at that. This is just cut off. We have really penetrated deeply there. Let's check out what's happening with the AI. Oh lords, look at that. This is like minutes, or like not minutes, like inches away. No, I don't understand inches. Let's not pretend. This is centimeters away from like a proper AI kill. With just some luck, I think it would have sniped out that AI. And look at this. Our secondary AI compartment is basically completely wiped out, which means, this is like the extra compartment, but that basically means that we don't really have a proper altitude control anymore. The Gimli is basically gonna sit at whatever level it's kind of floating at, thanks to all these wood. Anyways, let's continue this little battle. We are playing this at full speed. Alright, let's see here. Game speed is basically full speed. But most of our cannons will not be able to target ship here. Now, the Obelisk Gate by Kevin Tries is fast, but it's not like insane fast. So we are going to be able to target it anyways. All our defensive measures are basically wasted now because we are not facing missiles or other cram systems. So since we're not facing those systems, we will not be able to use most of our diff defenses. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting what happens here. I just wanted to pop in. Hello. In any case, we have some exchange of cram shots here, but those cram shots, when we're dropping in here, we're like dealing some serious damage. That indeed has to be said. Very interesting indeed. Well, well, well. Look at that. The Gimli is in the lead now, however. The Obelisk Gate is at 88%. I think it did a really good job. I must say that Kevin Try really upped his game since the last submission, the BBS 5th Season Mark II or something it was called. This is a much more serious opponent. It really looks like it has the potential to beat the Gimli. Like, if it's just a little bit lucky, look at this thing. It's basically just sitting here. Really looks like it has the upper hand right now. But percentage-wise, it really doesn't. And now it's going to get to the dangerous side of the Gimli, which ain't too wise. I wonder if this is like smoked. Looks pretty sad, to be honest. It's also possible one of our AIs is kind of wasted. Look at that. And here we have our railguns is trying to get a aim. And it's kind of designed to shoot underwater as well. But I'm not sure it has whatever it needs to fire. I don't know what it needs. Maybe it doesn't have energy. Oh, I think it fired there. Anyways. Well, it's best of 3. We're gonna see if the initial volley in the next round will be more beneficial to the Obelisk Gate or not. But here we have this turret is a little bit sad. Man, that's a lot of detection on the turret. And smoke. Looks like our main damage dealing systems are in a quite a sad state here. We have a pretty serious LAM systems going on there, but it seems to be semi-fried. Well, the Obelisk Gate is now not really on the right side of the Gimli, so I think it's gonna be pretty difficult for it to turn around this battle. You can see it doesn't fire anymore. And the Gimli is definitely damaged at 91%, just with some serious shots dealt to possibly some of the AI systems. Yeah, the Gimli is a little bit in a sad state, that is true. I think one of the AIs that the Gimli has is kind of taken out. And I don't know what happened with the laser here, but I will say it ain't lasing. Oh, these turrets are just wiped out too. So we have some serious damage, that's for sure. I wonder if it's even the laser core, possibly. Here we have the connection. We can see we don't have any connections going on there. Yep. Yeah. The laser control core system is actually down on the Gimli. That's why we don't see any laser action. But the Gimli is surviving pretty well here. But I must say the Obelisk Gate is very impressive. And I really love to see that the Kevin Fry has really upped his game and learned a lot about the game, because this is a seriously sophisticated ship that would possibly be able to beat the Gimli, whereas the previous submission, it wasn't a very fair fight. And this just with a little bit more luck in the initial volley, it could have won this first round. Anyways, I'll see if anything changes, but right now the Obelisk Gate doesn't fire back. Which gives me the great opportunity to thank the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month over at Patreon. And that absolutely helps tremendously. So thanks a lot to Admiral, Skurox, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Ant-O, Cravey, Powered by Greed, and Vincent Veritas. And of course, to all our cadets. Also thanks to the members in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODISM via YouTube memberships. And then I will also say there is a third option, which is the Ministry of GMODISM. Yeah, we're really doing this. And that's over at Fourth Wall, link in description. It's a site that also has our best, most high quality merch, which I am going to receive and review properly very soon. High quality is based on other people's reviews. Anyways, the Obelisk Gate is at 65%. Yes, it hasn't fired back in really a while, so we can go and actually go for the second round. So, first round's victory goes to the Gimli. Very scary. GMODISM, that's not really scary. Here we are in the third round. We're gonna chill a little bit here. Now we're just gonna play this battle out. We're gonna see how it deals with the first volley. We had some heavy smoke in the front, taking out the initial bite of the laser, which is lasing all over the place, shredding random parts for sure. We're launching out some really high velocity shots going there. Good angles on those turrets here. Laser is looking at hot blocks. I don't know where the hot blocks may or may not be. Looks like we have a good couple of like altitudinal, what is it? Not rudders? Yeah, rudders. But this is like what are they called? These are like not azipods. They're called something else. Hydrofoils. Yes, that's something. Ooh, we got the first cram shot going through here, so the crams are kind of going through sometimes, but a good couple of them is able to be taken out. Now we're getting to the Gimli's weak side, so the Obelisk Gate is really trying to launch itself to the really unprotected weak side of the Gimli, and here we have some golden opportunities to basically just kill that AI. It ain't very well protected from this side, so yeah. Oh man, that's some EMP damage from the Gimli via crams. Man, these turrets are just not very resilient. Just a little cram shot with some frags, and most of the barrels are just not working anymore. All right. Let's see what happened here. Oh, that cram got taken out. That one exploded there. Something happened here. 95, 95. Yeah, the Gimli is down to 94, so the Obelisk Gate is technically in the lead, and it is indeed residing at the weak side of the Gimli, which is pretty interesting. Here we can see we have some armor-piercing high explosives. Look at that. And here we go. That's where some staggered era comes in. But wait, it exploded on... It exploded. Okay, so we used our staggered era to not make it hit. Like the side that we don't care about, but whatever. This time our AI didn't die yet, but you can see some of those little era pads here on the front is actually dead. So this does really witness that we had some really scary damage coming in there. Our lasers is still online, which is really good for the Gimli. Ooh! A Arqueballista Invictus is down. And the other Arqueballista Invictus is kinda down. It doesn't have a barrel anymore, which is a huge deal. The Obelisk Gate is actually still in the lead somewhat here. Now we haven't taken out the oh no, it's not in the lead anymore. That last cram shot did do some serious damage. We got some cannons zooming in and dealing some damage there. Oh man, that was a large cram shot. Did it shed any important parts? Maybe it didn't. That's just a turret. Small turret. Well, it actually is looking like the Gimli will be able to take this home. It's very much up to if the Obelisk Gate gets a really lucky shot at the Gimli's AI. In the first round, it was so close of getting the most lucky shot, just taking out the entire AI completely. This time, it has not been able to scratch the AI yet, which means that the... oh, and it also managed to take out the laser core, like the actual laser block controlling both the lamps and the damage lasers. It actually took him out last round, which was super nice. That really was super close of flipping the table. It also took out the AI almost, as said, not quite, but almost. So, first round was a really close call. But this round, it's much closer to something I would expect from a APS-based build going up against the Gimli. Really need those crams to deal some damage. Diff guns works too. I guess you could deal with the Gimli using some torpedoes. That's a little inside tip, by the way, if you want to. No. The Gimli has some torpedo defenses, but they're not great. So if you do a torpedo-focused ship, I think it could break through the Gimli, definitely. Yeah, so now we lost one of our main turrets here on the Obelisk Gate. And that is indeed... You can see this has armor on both sides. The Gimli only has focused armor on one side, which you probably know, and if you don't, you probably want to watch Building a Superior Battleship. A building series where we bit by bit construct and refine the Gimli. Can be very helpful if you're looking to build a battleship, just following the process that I went through building the Gimli, and if you watch that series, I think you would be able to build something that's similar or better to the Gimli, because the Gimli spends a lot of its resources on looking darn cool, which I do hope people agree it does, because I think so. Well, that's up to taste. It's a weird style, I will give you that. I build in a weird style, but I like my golden hold it. AOG Invictus. Indeed. So yeah, looking at Kevin Try's second submission, I think it is, the Obelisk Gate, that is darn cool. However, I don't think it is really able to get up to the Gimli standard in terms of firepower due to its focus on APS systems. I do believe that if the Obelisk Gate instead focused on cram cannons, man, I think this could have been a much closer match. Indeed, crams is just more bang for your buck, like it or not, but if you're gonna face big ships like this, it's only fair that the cram cannons are actually a good bit better. Because if we're having really small and quick stuff, we can't have big slow cannons like the crams, so it's only really fair that the cram cannons are more bang for your buck. I know that limits everyone's options when building ships that are larger than the game is even intending, like costing from 2 million and above. But when we're dealing with ships from 2 million and above, well, if we're gonna meet ships of a similar size, it seems that right now cram cannons is just the way to go. Paired with lasers is a great combo. Some call it even meta, pairing lasers, pump lasers with cram cannons. I don't know if it is, but it's working for the Gimli. I'll say that much. So yeah, thanks a lot for the submission there, Kevin Try. The Obelisk Gate is unfortunately going into the losers folder. Yes, indeed it is. Because we can see it doesn't fire back anymore and it's getting slowly eaten up by the Gimli's weapon systems. Anyways, pretty cool fight, and the first match was darn close, I'll say that much. So, some of you have maybe thought, why is spamming diff guns prohibited for the official submissions of the Gimli battles? Well, let me demonstrate. This is the Secret Advisor's paper Naginata, and it's a front side ship. This only costs 580,000 materials, so below 1 million, but below, like just above 500,000. And you can see it's just a super thin wooden shell, has huge of bulk, and inside all of this bulk, you know, it's wooden tetras anywhere, and we have small boxes where we have ammo and stuff. It's absolutely insane. And you might wonder, okay, diff guns, loads of diff guns, okay, it's forbidden, but why? Because you can fire like a couple of volleys of them, and it'll deal a lot of damage, and it's a little bit broken. So, of course, this is 500,000, this is 500,000. Together, they are over 1 million. The Gimli is 2.2 million. So, the Gimli should absolutely win this, but I'm not really sure it will. Because these things are brutal. Whatever the Gimli does, these out-Gimli the Gimli. It's just pure bulk. And by the way, Secret Advisor is one of the persons who's really inspired me to change my building style of not being compact and instead being bulk. The Gimli, as you can see, is much smaller, even though one Gimli costs about 4 of these ships. Now, I can't load in 4 of these ships to get an even ground, but I think this is gonna be close enough anyways. I've even spawned the Gimli at an angle, which I never do for any of the official or other battles really, just so that it might have a chance of outrunning the initial volley. Because if the Gimli gets hit by the initial volley of the paper Naginatas, it will die. And I'm just gonna show you the entire reason behind this. God damn it, the Gimli has to start moving forwards now. What our game speed is a third. Okay. Man, this is slow. So of course, the Gimli has already dealt damage to the paper Naginatas. Oh lords, the terror, the terror. Can we just have a quick moment of appreciating the terror? Look at that. Look at that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, look at that. Oh, it misses the first. Many of the shot missed. Okay, so it has a chance. It has a chance. If that would have hit, we'd be dead. Lambs are trying. Let us sit in here just to appreciate the view of the diff rod telephone pole cloud coming in here any moment. So having hundreds of diff guns will make you be able to deal 5 times whatever amount of firing piece you have. That number of shots, you need a couple of them, and then you can deal a pretty darn hefty alpha strike 5 times until you run out of firepower. And for many ships, it's enough to take out your enemy vessel completely. It's gonna be really interesting and see if the Gimlet even has a chance of beating these 2 paper Naginatas with... You know, these paper Naginatas together are like half the materials of the Gimlet, pretty around those numbers. So the design that the secret advisor slash Kovrax comes with really punch upwards. It really punch upwards. Look at that. Look at this. It's terrifying. It's just hash upon hash upon hash, and it deletes turrets. Oh, we still fire that one. Oh no, this is about where the AI is located. It can drill through anything. You can see it lags so much. Are we done removing blocks now? Somehow this turret didn't die. I think a lot is thanks to the era inside of there. Could take out some of those rods. And you see, these telephone poles, they're no joke. It's like hash poles. It's pretty insane. Look at that. We're getting out of view a little bit. I think this is going to be a thumbnail. So the lambs are desperately trying to clean up these rods, but with mixed results. Look at that. We did a real hit. We did a real hit to one of these. And you probably understand how insane these type of weapons are if I begin with spawning them at half the cost of the Gimlet. Also, I can't spawn more than that. But begin with just spawn at the half the cost of the Gimlet because they are so darn powerful. It's not even funny. Alright. It seems that the Gimlet can maybe outmaneuver them a little bit. Gimlet is at 86%. One of them is at 87, the other one is at 89. So the Gimlet's cram surely does some damage, but... And if you wonder why this battle is slow, that's because the game speed is like 0.01 at best. And these are like some tiny shots. What are those? That's like 60mm cannons or something? It's just completely insane. So yeah. You can build ships in many ways. The reason why tournaments have rules and stuff is because having a papier-mâché construction that just delivers infinite diff rods is gonna be a good strategy. Oh my lord, the lag is insane. I'm wondering if the paper Naginatas are Yeah, they're colliding with each other. See the health numbers going down there. Oh lord. We also have another death cloud incoming, which the lambs are desperately trying to deal with, but to no avail, I believe. Will not be able to take out even 10% of this damage. I think we need to pause the game a tiny little bit just to see what's happening over here. You can see, I'm pretty sure you can build a ship, specifically set it up to deal with stuff like this. And I did spawn them with the max distance in between them, so it was hard to avoid this. But in any case, I think you can set up a ship that just spams hollow point crams and at like low packing and like impact packs. Maybe a hollow point sandblaster with APS could help too. Well, any case, we'll see how it goes with this little... Man, our game speed is sad. The Gimle is ticking down rapidly in health, 80... Oh man, it's just so many rods going off at the same time. Together with the collisions between them, it's a pure lag fest. Okay, we're down to 79 despite the game speed. Remember, we're like at 0.1 game speed. Oh, look at those holes. It's absolutely insane. We're down to 78. And the Gimle even got help with the paper Naginatas colliding with each other. Like, I'm pretty sure a Gimle can beat one paper Naginata, but yeah, not two. No way. We may need to try it against one paper Naginata, since the result of this battle is pretty clear by now, I think. Look at that, we're just shedding turrets and stuff. And the block count of the paper Naginatas is, of course, like, the paper Naginata, they break all sorts of rules. This is obviously an unofficial battle, if I didn't say that already. But look at it. The lag is here, and it's not leaving us alone for a while. Yeah, so game speed is like 0.1. We're getting in more clouds of death rods. We're gonna switch to the Gimle versus one paper Naginata, which I think the Gimle may win. I'm not 100% positive that will be the case, however, seeing how it's getting very critted by these clouds. Now, the scary thing with the diff clouders like this ones, the papier-mâché diff clouders, is that they basically shoot a cloud of damage, and if that damage is remotely aimed at the part where the AI is, it will be deleted. So that's why I even gave the Gimle the benefit of spawning at an angle, because otherwise it would just have died. But against one, I think we'll spawn them with the normal spawning rules instead. But this FPS is too sad, so let's move on to one Gimle versus one paper Naginata. Okay, there we go. Maybe a little more even, who knows. Oh lord, look at this cloud. Now we're getting some game speed that's actually... And remember that the flak divs we have as active defenses, they're not dealing damage to these types of clouds. They're not even targeting them. Ooh! I'm glad we have shields, but look at that! Man, that barely helped. Holy cow, look at this. The AI was about to be critted even. Even with great tips from the secret advisor, he just makes the better job. The paper Naginata, she's absolutely terrifying. And there are so many of them. Of course, you only got like 5 shots of actually taking us out. But look at that, man. Oh, lords. Yeah, we have a more sufferable FPS with only one of them, but I'm wondering though. Look at that. Paper Naginata, firepower is like this. Armor costs so low. It's pretty insane. Look, it's taking down blocks pretty quickly here. Of course, I believe our laser may be trying to burn it. More diff rods popping in there. Again, if they go for the AI, it's game over. It's just drilling through, man. It's like no way to defend against this, so that's a little bit. That's a little bit thing with From the Depth. There are different ways you can kind of cheese your way to make things better. And when it comes to deliver alpha strike damage, diff guns is pretty much your only option. Charge lasers can be pretty good against compact targets too, but I don't think anything beats diff gun spam really. I don't know really how to deal with this because I don't like to set up rules like you can't do this and you can't do that. But like, I seriously think that the ship design that's just diff rod spam is just the best way to build, actually, in terms of effectiveness. Look at that. I'm glad we have this huge engine compartment in front of the AI, but if it aims remotely in this angle, we're gonna be so dead. I didn't expect one single Paper Naginata to be a very scary match for the Gimle, actually. I didn't really think so. I think it would have a fair chance at fighting like 2 of them, but I didn't think it would be about to lose against a single one. Which honestly does surprise me and really underscores the point I was trying to make. And all our penetrating shots are basically just hitting at our... There you could see the damage that our crams does, our our mortars. Look at that. Oops. Oh my lord, look at that. Oh. And this is also the reason why the secret advisor got a little sad that I said no spamming of diff guns for the official submissions, because, well, it's pretty OP. The block count is insane though. When having 2 of them, it's a little bit too much for my system. Look, here comes another swarm. Are we going for the AI? No. We're going for that laser. Man. We're like, this superstructure is hanging on a thread. The Paper Naginata is down to 77%. This is like the only vessel where my decoy crams are dealing remotely some damage. Our laser is of course grilling these blocks so quickly. If it shoots, because they're busy with dealing with rods coming in too. These are like machine guns. These are no, these are tiny diff guns. I wonder where the machine guns are. Oh, they're up here. Yeah, there's just simple cannons like that. 74 versus 74. Well, one thing is pretty sure. The Paper Naginata will win this battle with only a single of them if its barrage is aimed towards the Gimle's AI remotely. Like in that direction, it will just win. Looks like one of our crams, yeah, this poor thing is firing blanks. That's bad. But now I do believe that the Paper Naginata has ran out of its main shells. It's probably fired more than like 5 times now. And its engine power seems to be lacking a little bit, so I think my assessment that the Gimle would take on one of these is pretty true, as long as the Paper Naginata isn't critting the Gimle in the first shot, of course. But of course, this battle in general, we were not really interested by the results. If you're using this papier-mâché tactic and having loads of diff rods, you will win when you are given an equal amount of materials. And thus we had special rules, of course, for this tournament. But we don't really, like, we don't care too much about the results of this battle. It was just more to show a point. I'm pretty sure that a papier-mâché diff gun spammer will win over any craft, basically, if it is allowed the same material capabilities and are of course not limited by block count and all those common rules that people put up. And again, the reason why the rules exist is that this is OP and super laggy. 72%. If the Gimle wasn't so darn like resilient and redundant, it would actually have no chance against this thing. Not even a single of them. Things that are not redundant will just instantly die from this. Just instantly die. Well, it's very hard to miss your cram shots. This is like big. Look at that, 64%. 4 minutes in-game battle. So the cram have of course a constant reload time, but all these diff rods, like when they fire their 5 shots, they're like reloading at least a minute. So it will be a little while before they will come back online. And until that time, I think that the Gimle may have won, which will seal this victory. So yeah, as said, we're not too interested by the results. Like, this was more to prove my point. The Paper Naginata and such similar designs will win over the Gimle if it's allowed a similar material percentage. This is like 500,000 materials versus 2.2 million, and it's a close battle. Yes, the Gimle can win, but again, a quarter of its own cost. It's insane. We're really having some heavy lifting lasers there. In any case, this record, I'm gonna schedule this recording for real late. So this recording is like prehistoric, but I will give a huge thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM that are supporting the channel at the time of recording this video. So this list may have changed when this is released, because I'm gonna schedule this like really late after all the other battles, even though I record it now, which you have no idea about. But anyways, huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Also, huge thanks to our new cadets and any potential new higher up commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who might be on the list now. Also, huge thanks to the YouTube members. This is a ship from Nova Galaxy, and this is the Police Super Cruiser, which is going to go against the Gimle. And what I understand it's actually made to go against the Gimle, but it doesn't quite meet the rules. So it is in the bracket of unofficial battles, because, well, for once it's too expensive, but it's a great cool ship, and we're gonna throw it in there in the unofficial branch, and Nova Galaxy said it'll probably come back with another submission that does meet the rules later on, whenever that is done. Wow, this is a lot of stone in this thing. In any case, let's check out a little bit what type of stuff we got here. So we have, wow, what is that? Armor piercing frag. Okay. Right, so we have armor piercing frag, and then we have some civ shells. So this seems to probably all these turrets are probably AP frag in that case, yeah? I suppose. I believe so. So we got some pretty big APS guns here. And to go with that, we have some beautifully crafted custom missile with active radar seekers. Look at those. Look very realistic. I like that rack. It looks pretty nice. Right, and that's basically, I think that's the weapon systems, missiles and APS. Very popular choice. We have a bulbous front here, and we got civs, of course. So in any case, we're gonna go and do a quick little thing here, so we can see what type of armor we have in here. Oh, look at that. We have a little interior too. That's nice. So we got stone and alloy. Stone and alloy. Lots of stone and alloy. And wood. So it is floating too. Very nice. Looks pretty cool. It doesn't seem to have water pumps, which is absolutely great. That means that our FPS are likely to be pretty good. So it probably almost meets the rules. But in any case, let us get into the official battle. Or I mean, technically, unofficial battle. And there we have it. Here we have the police supercruiser, and we are met today with extremely bad weather. And I just realized that we need to lower the graphic settings, otherwise we will lag. There we go. Alright, let the battle begin. This is a low rider. That's probably because it per my request, does not use water pumps. The Gimli is using a lot of power for up props to stay at the most aesthetically pleasing level. To make the Gimli a little bit better, you probably would want to sink it around 5 meters. Then it gains a huge boost in engine power, but that doesn't look cool, so we don't do that. Here we got the crafted missiles, looking modern and everything. Why does it look like the missiles are halved? Who knows? Wow, okay, we got some lags there going on. Gimli is material-wise in the lead. I do believe our era belt in front of the important bits does help a big bit. Right, we got missiles incoming here. I wonder if these are medium or like large or something. Oh, bam! I do believe they went for the radar decoy, didn't they? Yes, they did. Bam! We're even starting to use our flags there. We don't see too far because of the bad weather, but we're gonna follow this cram shell here and see if we are hitting. Big pen, big boom! Oh my god, it's an ammo compartment. We got an EMP blast close to that. Probably nothing of EMP worth to kill right there, but man, that was some damage. It seems that the police supercruiser from Nova Galaxy is not able to take out the cram shells that come in there. It has some sieves. I don't know what this sieves is doing right there, but it's not shooting at the cram shells, that's for sure. More missiles are popping up there. This superstructure is so flat. It's like the opposite to the Gimli design. It's like very low, low sat and flat. Gimli is like a tower. Oh lords. We got a big explosion inside of here too. Bam. Down to 85%. That's some big holes, man. I do believe the police supercruiser seems to have some issues moving forward at the desired speed. Gimli is at 97%, so it's not doing too bad right now. Civs are trying to take out the crams, but not able to do so quite. Alright. Interesting. More crams are popping in there. We got some damaged barrels here too. Seems that the police super cruiser does not really shoot back anymore. It seems that something important got damaged. So for the first round, it really looks like Gimli has the upper hand here. 77% versus Gimli's 97. Yeah, it doesn't seem it shoots back at all. Well, it hasn't shot back yet. Well, we're not shooting back, it seems. The Gimli is still lasing and blasting on, and Nova Galaxy Super Cruiser, Police Super Cruiser, is down now to 66% and dropping. So, since it doesn't shoot back, we have to conclude that the Gimli has indeed won the first round. I do wonder in the next round if the police supercruiser can perhaps, if they are lucky and trying to aim against the Gimli's AI, it might get a lucky shot and win that way, but we shall see. But yeah, first battle goes to Gimli for sure, as we can see. Anyways, next round. Well, there we go. Second round is online. What was that? Okay, that was some really fast frag popping in here, I believe. Alright. We're gonna stay here a little bit with the Gimli and see what the incoming shells, what happens with them. Our lamb seems unable to take out the shells when they pop in there, so that's for sure. Well, we're launching shells and launching shells. Let's see, are popping in, launching the crams. The lambs are trying to take him out, but the Gimli's crams are designed to be hard to take out too. So yeah, there is probably that. Other turret gets into range, starts firing rail-assisted gunpowder. Right. Seems that the Gimli's lasers are not activating. That is most likely due to they are busy with being lambs. Many volleys or missiles are fired. They kind of look small, but I do believe that these missiles are large ones due to the launchers they come with. Now they have a full shape, that's good. So I believe the missiles are what, yeah, the lambs are cleaning up those missiles. Most of them. The Gimli actually has some pretty powerful lamps because the damage laser, which is a main system, and the lamps are connected to the same, as you probably know. Well, so far it doesn't show any signs of getting any lucky hits on the AI or anything like that. We can see we got some damage leaking through here. The AI looks absolutely untouched here. Not too much interior damage. I do believe a lot of the damage is either absorbed by our era belt. Ooh! Here we have some serious damage to the bottom of the cram cannon. So yeah, that could have been a lucky strike for sure, but it only did some damage. Oh, now it did some more damage. But of course, the cram cannons, they have a Tetris, so that you'll need to damage them a lot in order to actually take them out. I think the most likely way to completely take out these cram cannons are to damage the weapon controller that's somewhere there. Which is of course EMP insulated. So it has to be done with lucky shots. I think on these big turrets too, I think I may have a backup local weapon controller too, in case one gets sniped out. So the only weak point is really the barrels. You can see the cram is still firing. This shell is of course weaker than it would have been otherwise, but it's strong enough to get through the super cruisers, police super cruisers, damaged lamb systems. Mortars popping in there too. Yeah, well, I do believe that the Gimli is having a pretty good chance of winning this one too. It's almost certain, because we are again in the situation where I don't see the police supercruiser shooting back much at all anymore. And some of the turrets are indeed offline. So even though this police supercruiser is about 200,000 materials over the allowed budget, and thus more than 200,000 materials more expensive than the Gimli, it seems that it's not able to tackle the crams, the very strong crams of the Gimli. It does not take them out using its sieves or anything. So they go through and they deal a lot of damage. Those cram cannons are not a joke. The detonator Super Davidos variant, very strong. Quite expensive though, but very strong. So yes, indeed. Nova Galaxy, if you do submit a ship that officially reaches the rules, then, well, best of luck with designing that ship, and better luck with that one, because the police supercruiser does indeed not defeat it. This time, Project Broadsword from Scrubbus is going to meet the Gimli. Will it meet its destiny, or will it create a new destiny by, I don't know, bisecting the Gimli as you do with a broadsword? This truly looks like a bastard sword. Really big, really thick, really clunky, and very utilitarian. I would love to see some paint slapped on it, even though if it's just another shade of grey. Anyways, otherwise it's looking very intimidating. And you might think these are cram cannons. You're wrong. They are APS. All of them are APS. It's APS. And that's Advanced Projectile System, if you're old. Also known as Advanced Cannons. In any case, let the battle begin. We really got some packed shots here, man. Alright. It's like launching shells like an archer. What do we have here? We have frag heads, fragmentation, warheads, emergency ejection defuses, and not 100% of the last back part. Maybe it's a timed detonation thing? No, it's not. So, we are raining down fragmentation. The Gimle's lamb is trying to kill some of them, why I almost thought it was some kind of time fuse. But you can see we are trying to just overwhelm the Gimle with a lot of fragmentations, which is probably a really good strategy. Now, I wonder though, we're keeping the Gimle's lasers offline due to the laser trying to shoot these shells down. That's a really good strategy from the Project Broadsword. We can see they are digging through. Gimle has pretty light armor. Thankfully we have a layer of ERA, making, not that it makes big difference, but whatever. How is it looking on the Project Broadsword? It is in the lead, material-wise. It has a lot of hydrofoil. No, not hydrofoil. Yes, hydrofoils. By using these rudders here. And it has jet engines and azipods spammed all over the place. Now we need to pause and see if this... No, these cram shells grazed right on top of it. A very good luck from the Project Broadsword, unless it may actually be moving up and down to dodge the enemies. I don't know if the Gimle is just very lucky with the weather, or if this is the Project Broadsword's natural movement pattern. Here we got one explosion with Cram, however, but I think that might have been a decoy Cram. Man, Gimle is down to 87%. It's getting absolutely shredded with frags. Man, we don't have much barrels left for most of those Cram cannons. Good we are at close range for the Gimle, because otherwise it would have no chance of survival. We are going to see though if it has a chance of survival or not. And I think we should be doing that by following this Cram shell, because I do believe this is a hit. It is not a hit. However, its friend... That's the friend. That's a hit. But it didn't do much damage. It detonated in an area where there is not much to kill. Bam, these shells are just flying in here and they're really keeping the Gimle's lasers busy. Well, this is one of those ultimate APS vs Cram showdown. The Crams are of course shedding off a lot of armor, but man, look at this. This is so much spaced and thick armor to really protect itself against those Cram shells. Look like the Project Broadsword, being pretty fast as well, are going to go back on the back side of the Gimle here. Seems to be really hard to disable these guns. I just love this little radar tracker decoy looking and rotating up there. It just adds so much. 70%. It's looking pretty bad for the Gimle. Here we had, of course, a lot of fuel, which has started to burn after the update. I do believe the Gimle is probably having more than one internal fire. Ooh, I think they're aiming for the AI area. That is crazy. Only 2 minutes in the battle, and the Gimle is looking pretty darn sad. Where did we even hit with a pack? I didn't see that. Alright. It doesn't do much of an attempt at even targeting the Crams, but it doesn't matter much. Keeping the laser offline is doing a pretty good job itself, but now it seems that we got one turret. The detections is off. It's really crammed with APS turrets here. It's crazy. I wonder if we're getting even the mortars popping down or not. The thunderous sound of 500mm, I think it is. If I know my APS sounds. Wondering, like, does this do any damage? No, we have so thick armor here. Even though it penetrates a bit, it's aiming the wrong places. We really need to be super lucky in order to take out these turrets, because we are well armored here. We're super well armored. And the broadsword is a two-sider, so I do think it will switch its side towards the enemy if it is 2 damage too. It almost looks like the gimless crams are not penetrating deep enough, which is very rare. Look at that damage, man. The AI is about the only thing that's not dead. Our cram cannons just can't reach it. The broadsword has been able to move behind the gimlet, which is absolutely genius. That is fantastic. The cram cannons, they're trying as hard as they can, but not even a third of the broadsword's cannon seems to be disabled yet. Yeah, that's a good punch for some good old gunpowder-based frag. 59%. Gimlet is dying. We are behind in health a lot, and we are even getting stalked from behind by the broadsword, which is trying to cut off our rear by now. It even aims for the general AI area. Oh, you can see here. We got an internal explosion. The engine started to burn. Which means explosion in like very few seconds. It's looking bleak for the gimlet, at least the first round. We'll see if this changes the upcoming round. Or not. We didn't get the explosion I promised. Well. Anyways, the gimlet lost, so let's move on to the next round. There we have it. Round 2, let's go. We're gonna stay with the initial swarm here, just to see what happens. Unfortunately, the gimlet can't use its diff flags to take these out. But the initial swarm is of course dealt with by the lambs, but man, that material is better spent on the laser. Against the Project Broadsword, I believe that having lambs is a really bad thing. Both of the shots bounced off. Are you kidding me? That's some good luck for the broadsword there. Its extreme speed and agility just makes sure. Oh, though, that's one turret going down. Those have really thin turret necks here. I do believe it depends a lot on where and how the crams hit. I think it looks like the Project Broadsword is aiming on specific points for a long time, so it's a lot up to if it's aiming at a place that makes a big difference or not. Another shell bounced. We probably have shields on this thing, maybe? Not sure, I can't see them. Oh yes, now I saw them. We have shields, deflecting shots. Good choice from the broadsword. Bad news for the gimlet, of course. Pretty good hit with that cram shell. But there are so many turrets. We'll have to hit a lot of really good shells to not die. Yeah. Even though we're hitting a lot of good shots, there are so many other cram shells missing and so many turrets surviving. Oh, that's one turret down though. I jinxed it. With not the laser helping here, it's a really bad news for the Gimli. It really needs its lasers. Just not worth it to spend it on taking out those fragmentation rounds popping in here. Wow. They are so close of starting a fire here. The broadsword is down to 87%. Looks like we landed a good hit here, because now another turret is missing. The shells keep popping in, but too many turrets are still alive. Now the broadsword is aiming for the superstructure, which might be a good thing for it, because I think if it can take down the tracking turret, the Gimli's accuracy will be worse. But of course, shooting at the cram turrets is probably a better idea anyways. I wanna see what the Arquebalista Invictus can do. Oh. Now we kind of lost it, but it won't... Maybe it died here. I think it died here. Well, didn't reach anything important, it seems like. But the Gimli is down to 78%. So it's looking like the broadsword has a good chance of winning this. Man, those mortar crams almost thought they would pop in to save the day. But alas, they will not. It's only 10% difference. Yeah, it depends a lot on lucky shots. But I do really think that the Project Broadsword is probably gonna win this. You can see it's pounding on happily still. And the Gimli is only landing the occasional cram shot now, because I do believe that basically all of its cram systems are pretty much very damaged by now. Look at that. Can't believe this cram is still firing. 3D cram, yay. Divigoletta is still blasting on. It's a good fighter. This cram is completely out of its range. Gimli is still pretty quick, but man, it's a good idea of the broadsword of trying to be behind it. If it's trying, but it looks like it's trying to do that. I think the Arquebalista system shot some blocks underwater, because do remember that those snipers is shooting mostly for blocks underwater. So the broadsword is actually not keeping a lot of its bulk underwater, which might be a problem when it comes to fire, but it already solved the laser situation, so it's fine for it. However, yeah, 67% versus 81%. The broadsword looked a little bit weak a little time ago, but the back turrets are just continuously pounding on, and Gimli's front crams are not really in range. Those missed also. We're looking pretty strong from the back here. It indeed looks like the Gimli is probably not going to win this, which would land the Project Broadsword in the winner's bracket, if it wins this battle. Very interesting indeed. Oh, almost looked like that mortar hit somehow. Here we have a cram shot that's a decoy cram, I believe, because that was easily taken out. Or our crams are just so damaged by now. Allow that this pack turret is still somehow online. Wow, the Project Broadsword is really providing some good continuous frag damage firepower there. Frag damage is pure and strong. Can definitely be relied upon. A very good bulky design. Most of the crams are detonated in an area where it doesn't matter so much. And this back array of turret is absolutely saving the day. For the Broadsword, or destroying the day for the Gimli. She's a very sad ship at this point. But it is a fair and strong fight. Look at it. We don't have a golden hole to sit in. We have the roof though, that's something. And now we're just shooting at useless blocks. $60 versus 76%. I will be very surprised if the Gimli manages to win the second round. But you'd be surprised. We have a AI system some stuff, so it is of course possible it gets hit. Oh, now we got the mortars popping down there. Not that they deal that much damage, but they're dealing some damage. We have a fire, however, now on the system here. So I want to keep track on this fire because it can happen. Oh, it's safe. It can happen that if that AI box started to burning, things could have changed very quickly. Wishful thinking, I know, but that's the only thing I can hold on to by now, because the Gimli sure ain't much to hold on to. Look at that thing, getting shredded by cram as we speak. Every second, new health is gone. Wow. Really powerful. We're aiming for the superstructure here. Okay. One of the last cram shots that we're able to land probably. That's a pretty good hit though. The Project Broadsword's engines are slowing down. Gimli's at 55.9%. It would be absolutely insane if this doesn't lose. Of course it's gonna lose, but anything can happen with cram shells. Wishful thinking, I know, but now we are officially below 55%, which means that the Gimli lost both 2 first rounds, which indeed means very much congratulations to Project Broadsword. It will be picked up and slapped into the winners folder. We're gonna watch a third battle, of course, just for fun, since I think you requested this. Here we are. The battle. Third round is back. The results will of course stand nonetheless. The Gimli did lose this battle and the Project Broadsword won this battle. So scrubbus, congratulations indeed. In any case, I will just want to take this initial terrifying blast to say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month at Patreon. Most notably then, Admiral Scooby-Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Powered by Greed, and Vincent Veritas. And of course, all our cadets. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month, making this YouTube channel with its creative games a lot more plausible and doable. In any case, Also thanks to all of the YouTube members, and you can probably thank yourself because you were probably able to see this video early, because I have given you early access to the videos if you are in the ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. And if you're feeling a bit eclectical and want to join the ecclesiarchy of GMODism, the join button is below this video. We have different tiers, they have fun names. Anyways. This battle, it seems that the Project Broadsword is doing an extra good performance. It's so much moving behind. The Gimle has so little chance of just shooting most of its guns. I just want to see how it goes for this particular shell. Oh. Did it shoot anything important? It didn't. But it could have. It could have shot off a turret, which is the fun thing with that. Something seriously took a lot of damage there. What happened? Crams are coming in. Yeah, the broadsword is getting a real nice angle today. The Gimle is having such a hard time dealing with it when it's... Now the broadsword is really on its A game. That's very nice. Nice to see. Ooh, and we're shedding turrets. Like skin. We'll have a kind of a thin layer on the outside, so that makes a lot of sense. Man, and it's targeting the cram cannons back here. Look at that. That's so good for the broadsword, because now it really can deal so little damage. This is probably going to be the hardest win so far. Bam. Oh. Crams can still hurt. But look at that. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the strongest win so far indeed. But anyways, this is pretty fun to see, because now we can actually see one of the few examples where a APS based ship is able to hands down beat a cram based ship. Of course, Scrabus, I do know that I do think that he knew when he was building this about how the armor of the Gimle looked like, so we went for pure frag, and that's of course an excellent counter. Look at that, we're having explosions in the backside of the Gimle. This is gonna mean fires from all those fuel tanks getting destroyed. Pretty big fires at that, because many of the fuel engines are back there. Now something interesting is happening. The broadsword is coming up on Gimle's left side, which is very interesting indeed. Wonder if the lasers have a juice left in them. 65% chance. It's staying behind here. So we're gonna see if the turrets, if the cram turrets and stuff will start shooting at it now. Or if it's just gonna die before that, because look at all that fire. Gimle has basically no armor at this side, so you can see it's just melting through instantly. Wow. That's some insane damage. And this cram cannon is looking pretty healthy, but it's actually very unhealthy, and now it's even completely dead. Look at that. I do wonder. Do we have a dead AI? No, I don't think so. But turret, we have pretty dead turrets. The Arcoballista Invictus are fighting hard to not die. But of course, we are so chanceless. This is funny though. Bam! Oh, look at that! It sniped that propeller off. Lucky, but not that it's gonna change much. Most ships have something important underwater, which means that the Arcoballista Invictus will do a lot of damage. But ships that don't have a lot of important things underwater, well, the Arcoballista is mostly deadweight for the Gimli in those cases. And the Gimli is below 55% and despawning rapidly. Look at that, we had some explosions. Wow. And there we have it. The third little battle we could take a little look at, so hopefully that was pretty interesting. And if it was, you should definitely leave a like. You know how to support us in the links in the description if you would like to do that. The time has finally come. We will do the battle between the HMS Ragnarök and the Army of GMODISM Gimli. So this is the Ragnarök, which is built originally by Swedish YouTuber Robas, who I don't think played from the depth very much anymore, but his legacy lives on. And this is the HMS Ragnarök, which has been upgraded and fixed by Brenzo to a version 2.0, where it's actually a formidable target. The HMS Ragnarök does easily beat the Draconia without even thinking, the Titan Slang, and loads of other formidable vehicles. It is a good battleship. It's decent and works very well. It also looks very cool. So we'll take a little quick look at the ship's looks. We'll look a lot about on its features in earlier videos and stuff like that. I think we dive into a little bit its guns, but we can do that a little bit quickly. But mainly, we're going to look at the aesthetics of it. In any case, Brenzo has made a great job of taking the design to its full glory and making it a really formidable ship. So, HMS Ragnarök, looking splendid. We can just have a little look, whoops, cutaway look. Thank you. So we have some steam engines, we have some regular engines spread out on all sorts of places. We have a lot of these pretty quick fire sieves cannons that works as damage saws whenever they're not needed. We can see we have some turrets here, APS turrets that are highly adapted to deal with like kinetic shells coming in to kill it. So it's a very sturdy design. Right here we can access it. We can see we have a sabot head, so we have super cavity sabot ones, the same that we use for the sniper cannons. And the cannons, they look like they have the same caliber, but they actually don't. They're a little bit different. And they have different ammo too. So this one is armor piercing, high explosive, a reliable thing to deal a lot of damage in the interiors. This is a dangerous one. Now you can have a sneak peek on some of the interiors. And we have more APS turrets here. It basically have 4 very strong APS turrets and a lot of auxiliary saws that are just very fast fire sieves cannons that also shoot at incoming. They shoot at projectiles, but when there is no projectile large enough to shoot at, they will shoot at the enemy ship. So they're kind of sabot saws or something like that, they're called. I don't know. We have some engines going on here, and we have an AI core in the bottom. EMP insulated and everything, because not doing that would be absolutely crazy. In any case, let's check the looks of this thing. The only downside is when you spawn here in the share, like you can't get out from here. You'll have to shoot the share. There we go. Anyways, Here we have a little bridge, looking pretty bridgy, very low roofed, not at all the luxury we're used to with the Gimle, but it works too. We have a nice little viewing area here. I think it looks pretty nice to stand out here. We have loads of interiors there. And we have Schlacker Captains. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I wonder what the talking was coming from. So inside here, the chef is watching all Roba's videos. That's nice, but it also lags. Oh no, I'm auto-repairing. No, don't play, thank you. Stop it. I think it has a couple of repair bots. We're doomed. In any case, down here we can go to the planning room. We got a nice little map of the Nether. Interesting. I don't know if that's a real map or not. Here we have the forbidden video screens. And if you're wondering, having screens like this in your build is causing a lot of lag. For the official Gimle battles, stuff like this is banned. Together with video screens that are active. Yeah, I think video screens may be slightly less worse, but having this, no. Having that, like, it basically makes the game render itself several times more. That just causes loads of lag. It's insane. Anyways, here we have debriefing room, as you can see. Very nice. I think they play some videos too. And then we can go down here. And we have, oh my god, maybe we should check each floor a little bit better first, because I think we should look at the Mac Valras. This is of course the staple of any Robas build. It has only trace amounts of dog meat. Well, that's nice. I don't have my camera. I accidentally equipped my pistol, so now it's like, oh look, it's a large human and a small cat person. In any case, no salad, that's good. Moose burger, blood pancakes, mac waters. Get thick, you skinny bitch. Well, that's super nice. We have lots of nice messages here. And nice cooking and back pain problems. I just love this hamburger. Can we just get an applaud for this hamburger design? It's pretty amazing. Oh, don't disturb. I think he had something very spicy. So, go down here, we get to loads of different areas. Like the medical department, where someone is a little bit seasick. You can see that because it's green. We got the barracks, cozy and everything. We got stay out, which is some type of Cthulhu worshipping. I think we should get out of here before we get problems. Cruise launch, very nice. Showers. Don't drop the soap. Remember that. And yeah, I think that's that. We got loads of interiors here. I don't know, there is just so... Now we accidentally climbed upwards, that's weird. There is anyways a lot of beautiful interiors. We have viewing decks. It's very nice. We have a nice bar with a very tall person. I think the people in this is perhaps a little bit too tall. But anyways, we can walk around the deck. It has nice interiors. It's a very nice design. I like the time spent on looking this cool. Was a big inspiration for me to make the Gimle look as cool as possible. I really tried. Even though my interiors may be less realistic, I spent a lot on aesthetics anyways. In any case, let's dive into the actual battle. Here we are! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the Gimle is here, ready for battle. This will be highly exciting, very anticipated battle. So, who will win? Who will lose? The difference between the previous battle with Borderwise's Habs Titanslang is that the Ragnarök is just under 2.2, just like the Gimle. So we have built the Gimle according to several rules that are very similar to the rules that were for Brenzo's official Beat Ragnarok challenge. So I wanted it to adhere to most of these rules and be able to beat the Ragnarok. Now, what really lags for my system is water pumps, so I completely banned water pumps. Now the Ragnarok has water pumps, but well, I don't, so it will be less lag because of that. I'm pretty sure it has water pumps. In any case, the Gimle has a lot higher block count. It has a block count of like, what is it? It's under 100k because that's my limit, but it's 86,000 blocks. And I don't know, block count isn't such a lag problem for me. Water pumps is, not block count, so I didn't, I think Brenzo put up a rule for maximum block count, and that we don't have. But in any case, a very anticipated battle, let's go, without further ado. What the hell, why is it shooting off the distance? Alright. The saws are really online there. The cram shots really missed the mark there, the first blast. Oh my god, it's very tight. The sniper's popping in there. Now, the Ragnarok has some insane LAMs and sieve systems. Man, the saws here, look at it. It's just sawing away the exterior shell here, just dealing some surface damage. Glad we have those shields going on there. Poor turret. They're gonna have a barrel cut off if it's not careful. It's very even so far. Let's come over here to... No? Okay, what's going on here? Ooh, we got a cram shell getting through there. Very interesting. More cram shells, that one got annihilated. Another cram shell popping up there. It got through, but it damn missed. Is the Gimle having problems with targeting? Bam! We got our first proper cram hit. It didn't hit anything important, just the superstructure, I believe. Alright. Let's check it out here. We got a cram shell. Oh! Bam! We got another in the middle hit there. I think the LAM systems is damaged now. Okay, interesting. The Ragnarok's LAM systems are a little bit beat up now. Probably. Oh, we got another big cram coming through there. Some of the crams get deleted, but that's probably the cheaper crams. Man, that's a real miss from my mortars. More crams popping in there. Bam, that's some damage. The Gimle's cram shells have a detonation. God damn it, what we're missing. The crams have different detonation levels, so some of them will detonate deeply and some of them detonate surface level. Alright, now the Gimle has one big advantage. That is, if the battle does not go on for so long that the Ragnarok will start to turn and switch one side to the enemy, the Gimle has all of its armor on one side, so it can't turn around and be protected, but its surface of armor, all of the armor is put to the enemy from the get-go, so the internals are more protected just by this factor. And the other big thing that the Gimle does that the Ragnarok does not is that it mostly relies on cram cannons, and cram cannons are of course super dangerous to deal a lot of damage. Now I really wonder, why haven't I seen the Gimle's lasers popping in here? That's really worrying. Well, the crams are doing some damage there. The Ragnarok is down to 82%, but its big guns are still firing pretty reliably. But looks like my lambs are able to shoot it out a bit. The lambs are still online. But what happened? What happened with the laser? Is it too far away or something? It may be too far away. Oh man, what happened to this cannon? I just need to check that. Are we damaged inside of here? Oh no, don't tell me. The compute, okay. Oh no. Wow, okay, this is interesting. I think that our AI system may be damaged. Oh man. Look at this. What's happening? Oh my god! The Ragnarok has successfully sniped one of the AIs. Look, the AI that's controlling the fast-firing weapons. Man, that's really bad. The laser and fast-firing weapon AI is completely offline. That's the reason. So the other extra AI is back here, that's one is safe, but one of the AI is dead. That's why the laser isn't firing. Man, that's a super lucky hit for the Ragnarok. Good job, man. I protected that thing with 2 layers of era. I didn't expect it to be sniped like that. Man, that is scary, man. That is truly scary. Oh well, will the Gimli be able to beat it still without any of its fast fire weapons? The snipers, they are on a separate AI, so I don't know what's up with this one. Alright. Man, we're really getting the stutters here. I think that's the water pumps on the Ragnarok doing this. Well, not much we can do. So the lambs are ignoring those small shells. Okay, we're really shooting high orcs here. The Ragnarok is down to 77%. So I think it's still gonna lose. But man, that it's sniped out. Look at that. They're really trying hard to kill those crams, but they still kind of get through. But man, that the Ragnarok was able to snipe out one of our AIs, that's really bad. That's really bad. Ooh, we got the turret there. We got a turret kill. Bam. I just love crams. Crams is the grip. It's the shit, man. You should do crams. If you're having big battles with big ships, crams is the way to go. More internal blast for the Ragnarok. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna lose by now. Its auxiliary guns are mostly shooting, but man, that the Gimli's fast fire guns are taking out, that doesn't sit well with me. Bam! This one then? Yes, a hit. This is how the Ragnarok looks underneath. So that's some damage. But yeah, we're just chilling here. This battle has started to become a little bit boring. The Ragnarok of course has ways to deal damage, but this is a best of 3. So we need to put them up against each other. Maybe the Ragnarok will be lucky and shoot out all of the AIs early on. Then the Gimli is very doomed. But right now, 62%. Yeah, it's not gonna win this. More of them are coming. And it just continues. Well, not much is happening for a while there. We're just getting more damage and damage. So I think that by this point the Ragnarok is pretty sad and the Gimli is still at 93%. So I think we can move over to the rematch now. None of the main batteries are dealing any damage, and these auxiliary things shooting at the incoming crams will just not be able to deal damage against the Gimli. So, first battle is won by Gimli. Very nice, I'm very happy because this was one of the main points, but let's move on to the next battles and see if we're winning again. There we have it. Rematch, let's go. Oh man, let's see what's popping up there. We got some damage popping in there. They're shooting. Oh, they killed both of those cram shells. Man, these civs on the Ragnarok together with the lambs are absolutely insane. The budget for those systems is huge. It's completely insane, but you can see they work. They can actually shoot out a lot of the incoming shells from the Gimli. Let's see here. 2 more popping in there. One is shot down, the other one missed. The Ragnarok is actually in the lead slightly. This is worrying. Alright, we got new shells coming in. They're getting zapped there. Crams popping in there. Did we have an internal explosion there? I think we may have. More cram shells. Ooh! Did I see a big explosion? It seems it didn't take out those ones. And there we have. And by the way, the stoner cram mortars, they're actually there mostly to distract the enemy civs and just do big detonations or just remove chunks of the deck armor. But mostly to distract the civs, because the time that the civs cannons spend shooting at the cram mortars, ooh, instead of shooting at the actually dangerous crams, are time well spent. And the stoners, they have 2000 millimeters, and the regular crams have 1970 millimeters. So if they prefer bigger shells, all civ systems will actually opt for shooting at the stoners instead of shooting at detonators that are much dangerous, more dangerous crams. Anyways, it leads that the Ragnarok has finally lost its advantage. What's happening here? Popping in shells there. Boom. And there we go. Now the Gimli spends a lot of resources on taking out incoming cram shells or big missiles, and the Ragnarok has neither. So the Gimli actually has a big budget on flak civs that are not used at all during this battle. So that's a big material disadvantage. But for ships that use more crams, which I'm actually more scared of, that is completely necessary. Seems that the AI isn't sniped this time at least, so that's good. We should probably be diving in here just to check around. The AI is completely untouched this time. Man, the shells really slow down when they pop in here. But I'm really glad we spent a lot of materials on the interior armor instead of the exterior armor. Because the exterior armor, we can remove things with bulk. Oh, they're really penetrating, aren't they? I think the staggered era at the outer layer was materials well spent, because you can see a lot of the shots are not getting through this, like 2 meters of 1 meter of wood and 1 meter of metal. They're not getting through that because we have staggered era right behind of it, which is a great addition, I think. Okay, now we looked a little bit too much at the interiors of the Gimli. One thing I wanna see is the oh my god, look at this. This cannon has been zapped completely. So we lost one of the sniper cannons, that's for sure. Now the sniper cannons, they're so quick. It's completely insane how quick they are. It's not easy to kind of catch them even firing, it feels like. Alright. There we have it. I just paused time. This is a subsurface sabot shell. Come on, it's there. We're gonna lock onto it. We're gonna slow down time. And we're gonna see... Oh! It shot straight through. Okay. So that thing is basically there to deal some damage to engines and stuff that people hide under the hood. And sometimes they don't deal much damage, but there you could see it actually shot off a turret straight off. That's something it does when people put the turret blocks close to the bottom. The snipers may shoot off the turret completely because those sabots do deep damage. Oh my god, deep damage, look at that. That turret is completely missing. Look at that. That's a miss. Well, 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 it's looking pretty decent for the Gimle. It has only been 2 minutes in game. And the Ragnarok is down to 77%. If the Ragnarok is not super lucky and is critting, oh my god! What happened to the main batteries? They're dead. They're not active. Looks like the Ragnarok is indeed weaker than the Gimle on these regards. That is very good, because one of the main points for making the Gimle at all was to make a ship that could beat the Ragnarok. And it seems that it can beat the Ragnarok 2.0 by Brenzo. So there we go. The Gimle is a superior battleship according to the points I've set up. It can beat the Draconia without any problems. It can beat the Titan Slung, and it can beat the Ragnarok. That makes it, in my eyes, the superior battleship in the army of GMODIST. And I'm happy to say that we reached the mark, we reached the goals. Next time, however, we need to check how the Gimle tackles the Turtle Lord. The Turtle Lord is a crazy cram ship that does beat the Ragnarok. It really does. It's crazy. It's absolutely super dangerous. And because the Turtle Lord has some insane cram spam, it has some really barrage cram stacking thing. It's the entire reason. Like, that fact is a big reason why we have invested a lot of resources in having a reliable flak sieves diff system on the Gimle. So the Gimle has a lot of flak sieves diff cannons. We can check them out a little bit quickly here as the Ragnarok is despawning. You can just pause it there. Here we have a double-barreled one, having 10 shots in total. Together with this one, all of these turrets are the same. All of these turrets from setup are also the same. We have one even here. We have so many of them. So the budget to deal with crams, well, that's pretty big. We're not joking. Big crams are really scary, and having a big barrage of flak sieves diffs really helps us deal the damage. Together with, of course, the fast fire anti-missile missiles here. We have a couple of another type there, and those together with a few auxiliary ones there, and all the flak sieves diff cannon should be able to take out most cram barrages. Now, I can't be 100% it can beat the Turtle Lord, because if my defenses are not enough to beat it, we'll have big problems. But anyways, the Ragnarok is a really good ship, I think, and yeah, it's well built, it's good, it's version 300 and whatever, 390 or something. I've only saved this like, what is it? What version is this? It's, maybe it doesn't say. 100 times maybe. Well, probably not that many times. But in any case, I've built on the Gimle a lot, and I really tried to make it be able to take out big cram shells. So I'm really anticipating that battle. If you enjoyed this battle, however, you should definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because we will be having more Gimle battles, and the Gimle Open is, of course, open submission, so you can submit your craft according to my rules for the battle, if you want to participate in the official battles. This battle against the Ragnarok is semi-official, because I wanted it to beat the Ragnarok almost to the Ragnarok's rules, but I have a higher block count, because I like wood. So that's an issue. But then we have my rules, and the Ragnarok doesn't adhere to those rules, because water pumps, for example, is a thing that just lags too much for me. In any case, that's that. Having the game at the lowest settings made us able to almost run the game at full speed. So really cool that the Gimle got its laser and fast-firing cannon AI sniped out early on. That was absolutely crazy. We should probably make some backup system that automatically switches all weapons to another AI if one of them gets disabled. But man, this is crazy. Anyways, good game. Beautiful build, Brenzo / Robas, of course. But the Gimle is superior. Look at that, it's the steampunk turtle. Which will be fighting the Gimle in this little Gimle battle. This is just an absolutely stunning design. We gotta stop the time here so it doesn't get too destroyed. The steampunk turtle is an absolutely stunning and beautiful build by setup. It's so cool, I like it so much. It even has a alloy pipe which is smoking. Other than that, it even has, look at that, it's like producing like steam. It's so cool. This is mainly a diff gun design. It has a lot of diff guns and stuff like that. It's a really cool steampunk turtle. So I mostly do this little battle mostly because I want to look and show the steampunk turtle again, because I think it is such a cool little design. It is a steampunk turtle. It has a lot of engine parts, and look, like it's even, look at that, it even has like gears turning in the interior here. It's so cool. There is like piping and stuff all over the place. This thing is quite amazing. The steampunk turtle looks like it has steam powered cannons, and it is just a it's a work of art. Okay, it's a work of art. Now, no spoilers, but well, no spoilers. Let's just see how the battle progresses. The steampunk turtle, I think it's 2 million before it gets any damage. So we're gonna see how this battle goes. Bam, there's some explosion. Look, and this turret is so cool. It actually rotates. So when the cannons have the ability to aim at a target, they will aim and fire. When they don't, they will just go back to their original place. So yeah, the steampunk turtle is like the Turtle Lord, a frontsider. It also has some anti-munition things, and as you can see, the Gimle's anti-munition systems are trying to deal with it. Let's see here. Well, its diff guns are doing some scary work. But it doesn't have crams. The steampunk turtle is on the workshop, of course, by Setup, or E-Lord he's called on. Setup is his name that I know, but I know that he's E-Lord on the Steam workshop. And it just has all of these beautiful gears rotating around here. It's like a big ass clock. This thing is so cool and beautiful, and we do love we do love us some steampunk turtle. Now it is really big and it lags a little bit. You can see we're stuttering. So I'm like, it doesn't have the same interiors as the Turtle Lord. It has a more industrial design, which kind of fits it very well. But yeah, that's kind of how it is. So the steampunk turtle is at 85%. It has a lot of APS. Is that armor piercing super cab APHE? Ooh my god, look at that. Imagine if it sniped the AI. Oh, look at that. Oh no. Oh wow. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? This, no way, no way, no way. I was so sure I would, okay, I was so sure I would ace this battle 100%, absolutely 100%. Are you kidding me? It has actually sniped, it has sniped out the main. Okay, no spoilers, but the Draconia wins over. The good old Draconia, the killer baby seal, wins over the steampunk turtle. Are you absolutely kidding me? It has sniped out the AI. Okay, we have the laser AI and we have two AIs here still intact. But the main AI is, I think targeting will be very sad now. Oh man, I'm not sure how this is gonna work. I hope targeting is... Oh crap, can you see? No. Look at that. This is my main guns. They're not even trying. Okay. My main guns are not providing anything. The anti-munition systems are just chilling here because they can't aim. I'm so happy I have several AIs. I'm so happy I have different guns and different AIs. Oh my god, it's so close we actually lost this one. Oh my god. I was so... You know, this is what happens when you're... ropa inte hej innan du kommit över bäcken, as they say. This is what happens when you are so sure you're gonna win, you don't even think about it. The Draconia wins over the Steampunk Turtle every time. No question about it. So I was so surprised that it actually sniped out our AI. Okay, that could have been an instant loss on our part. Okay. Wow. That's pretty insane. So, the Steampunk Turtle is not as scary as the Turtle Lord in general. It has some big similarities. It's big and it looks like a turtle and it's a frontsider and all that jazz. This is more machiny. It's not flesh inside, it's metal. And greenish. It's very cool. It's very cool. Man, okay. I just can't get over that it actually sniped? Not sniped. Let's not talk about Snape. It sniped our AI out. I can't get... Anyways, so the Steampunk Turtle is performing better than you might expect. Go and get it right now. It has reached the fine number of 69. Anyways, it's starting to look like sad times for the Steampunk Turtle. We're of course gonna do best of 3, and I'm feeling like a crazy person. So I think we're gonna try to... I don't know if I can handle that really. Let's try 2 Steampunk Turtles versus the Gimlet. I'm sorry, setup. If it hurts your feelings, I don't think it does. I know that you think the Steampunk Turtle needs improvements, but you told me that, setup, you told me that a year ago, and it hasn't been improved, so I'm going to be so weird and just assume that it will not get improvements. By the way, setup, we need a new turtle. Do you realize that? We need a new turtle. Where is... Okay, this is the Steampunk Turtle. Where is the I don't know, Dieselpunk Turtle? Where is the Punk Rocker Turtle? I don't know. Anyways, let's go and restart this battle here. I think that it is kind of... it is melting away, isn't it? It's very much melting away. I don't know, does it have smoke? Do we have a problem here? Well, it's at 62%, just going backwards, not a lot of guns is functioning. Let's just jump to a double battle versus the Steampunk Turtle, because it looks great. Oh my lord, I don't know how this is gonna go. 2 Steampunk Turtles. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! So the Gimlet should definitely lose this battle. We're more or less outmatched by, I don't know. It's not quite 2 million. The Steampunk Turtle is like less than 2 million. It's 1.9-ish something, whatever. So we are in a heavy material disadvantage is what I'm trying to say. I don't know exactly at the top of my hat exactly what what numbers we're dealing with, but it's more than 1.5 million less in cost. So the Gimle, by all due respect, should lose this battle. Now, Setup isn't happy with the Turtle Lord, but no, the Turtle Lord he's very happy with. But the Steampunk Turtle is not very happy with the performance of it. It has great design though, so that has to be said. But Setup also happens to be one of the better from the depth players and designers. He builds some really like darn strong things. He has been getting really good places, not only for aesthetics but also performance in a lot of our community tournaments and battles and stuff like that. And if you want to join them, you need to check out our Discord, because that's where everything is arranged. I try to post them in the arena when I can, but sometimes I'm a little bit slow with it, / forget it and stuff like that, so yeah. Anyways, I'm happy that my defenses are able to take out the missiles, because I do believe they are a tiny bit scary. We're shedding turrets. It's a tiny turret, but in any case, not good, not good. Gimle is at 93, no, 95. Ooh, one of the turtles sit at 93. I will be very impressed if we are winning this battle in any case. We are outmatched, very much, should be said. Oh, look at all these gears spin. Setup. We need another turtle. Are these railguns? I kind of missed that they are. I kind of did not. Okay, they are railguns. I just didn't know. I didn't know. They are railguns. I think it has a lot of diff guns, but I think the big barrage guns are actually like regular guns. Armor piercing high explosive is not a bad choice. That has to be said. Alright. Let's see here. What's happening here? We got a lot of things hitting the water, that's for sure. Ooh, the lambs are popping in there. Okay, next one maybe. Okay, let's check the shells here a little bit quickly. That's armor piercing, hardener, explosive, emergency ejection defuse, and super cavitation base, right? Seems to be. Oh, but this is an armor piercing secondary heat, isn't it? Ew, that's how we almost got AI killed last time, right? Oh my god. Is it sentient? Is this like the newest AI? Is this like the ChatGPT 8 or something? It's like trying to take over. Because it feels like it kind of knows where the AI is. I don't think it's possible to do that, but I will blame it on steampunk witchcraft. Definitely. I'm glad that the steampunk turtle didn't target the right spot at the AI this time. Makes it so that all the Gimle's main barrages are still online, which is a good thing for me. Are you Wow, look at that. Those flags are really shooting far away. I see, that's how they're damaged when they come in close. That's why they're easy to take out, yeah. My friend, are you tilting or what? In any case, one steampunk turtle is at 90%, the other one is at 88%. Ooh, in the general percentage of things, the Gimle is actually at the higher percentage than both of these combatants, which is looking good. I will not pitch the Gimle against two Turtle Lords, however, because I am most certain that the Turtle Lords will win. And secondly, I would need to outsource that to some of our nice people who have been helping us with recording one of the laggier battles before, because if you've seen the Turtle Lord battle, you know that we couldn't take 2 of them. It would lag too much. The Steampunk Turtle, for whatever reason, lags a little bit less, in my humble opinion. I don't know why. It seems so. I don't think I can have 2 Turtle Lords. It's not like at this. Like, look at this. We have a game speed. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Disregard everything. It's lagging so much. Yeah. Anyways, we're not even at half speed. Oh crap. Look at him go. Ain't she cute? The golden hall of Gimli, sliding around there and just doing its thing, being generally happy and chugging out some nice stuff. Good times, good times. I will confess to leaving the battle unattended for a minute. It was just too boring. So I'm not wasting your time. I'm cutting away the unimportant stuff. Anyways, it seems we'll probably see where this battle is going. It's actually looking right now like the Gimli is able to beat 2 Steampunk Turtles, which is very amazing. And, well, I think the Steampunk Turtle look absolutely great. You need to go to the workshop and check it out. And if I didn't forget that, I put the link somewhere in the comments or something for this. And if you want to see where the Gimli is being made, you should totally check out the series of building a superior battleship, which goes through when we're building the Gimli, basically. Very nice indeed. If that sounds interesting, you might also want to subscribe to the channel, because of course we're gonna build more ships in the future, aside from the tutorials and stuff like that. I will also say huge thanks, while we're at it, to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel at Patreon every month. We have from Admiral to Cadet, you can join the different ranks there, and as a cadet you can actually, like from any level, you can get access to my blueprints, all my blueprints. Like this turret, this turret here, the Arquebalista, and this one, the Super Davidos detonator. Why not the laser turret? Why not this cute little turret? And well, any of them basically, together with some other assets. So if that's something that's interesting, that's one of the ways I'm trying to give back a little bit for the generous support you show me. Oh, and if you are a YouTube member, if you're supporting the channel via YouTube memberships, you can't get auto access to this. But if you send me some message, I'll try and send you the zip file over mail or something like that. I can't make channel members have auto access to the file collection, because Patreon has a very good solution for that. But well, if you're a member and want the, I don't know, like the prefabs, the turrets, stuff like that I didn't publish on the workshop, everything is available for you. So yeah, I can fix that. In any case, both Steampunk Turtles are down to 77 and 72%. They seem to not fire very much at all anymore. The Gimli is at 87%. So it has gone down a little bit there. A lot of the other battles we checked out, it has been a lot less damaged. But well, those armor-piercing high explosive and armor-piercing secondary heat charge shells, they do pack a punch. And we almost got AI sniped during the previous battle, so that was a little bit scary. Oh my. Look at that, look at that. Looks like the armor-piercing high explosive shell has gone through here and was about to destroy the AI. Wow, that's cool, but it didn't. because we had a secondary layer of era. I'm so happy I did that secondary layer of era. Ooh, look at this rubber area here. It's actually damaged. Yeah. That could have happened too. So I'm very, you know, I did think we would win over one steampunk turtle. I did not think we would win over two steampunk turtles. But I did also very much not expect one steampunk turtle to almost AI snipe us. So that's pretty cool. Now, this is a little bit of a lazy version of best of 3, but if we do one battle against the steampunk turtle and it loses, and then we do a battle with the Gimli against 2 steampunk turtles and they lose, I think that's kind of best of 3, right? So I would say the Gimli is able to take out one steampunk turtle, definitely. We can say that's a conclusive evidence of best of 3. And it probably takes out 2 of them, but that's not... well, I don't know. If we did this battle again, maybe we would have reached different results. Who knows? And it is, of course, slightly possible that the steampunk turtles wins. It's just, let's say, unlikely. God damn it, the lag. One steampunk turtle is down to the nice number of 69%. Oh, both of them are, actually. Which is cool. But yeah, so the team 2, the team Steampunk Turtles are at 69% and the Gimli is at 86. And the lag is so bad now. Man. It seems that it lags because its propeller pod paws are a little bit touchy here. So yeah, that explains a lot. Well, that's not playing in favor to the Steampunk Turtles, but it's also not playing in the favor of our FPS. So yeah, that's why. Oh man. The Steampunk Turtles are deciding to completely collide. One is at 67%, the other is at 66%, Gimli is at 85%, and it hasn't been dropping very quickly recently. So with this setup, I will most likely conclude that the Gimli is definitely winning this battle, because that's where it's going. And if we did this battle again, well, it's possible we would get other results, but we can conclusively say that Gimli is winning over one Steampunk Turtle at least, and probably 2. So I think that's pretty amazing. This time we are going to do the first official battle of the Gimli battles. So the battles we had before, and some of the battles we'll have afterwards, are unofficial battle. That means that the ships do not meet the requirements that I have posted in the well, in the rules for building. Well, those ships are namely like older ships, ships that already exist, like the Titan's line, like the Turtle Lord, like the Draconia itself, my Draconia. It doesn't meet the rules. But this is the first official submission we'll have under this battle. This is the Super Annihilator by Saito Shepard, who has submitted several ships before. You've seen his builds, and they have the distinctive stripy design looking here. So it has a really cool distinctive style that we definitely can recognize as one of Saito's works. So here we got, of course I spawned it in an adventure mode just to check it a little bit. Now I require that the submissions, either you submit one ship that's an official battle version and one that's a parade version. So for the battle version, all lights need to be turned off to mitigate lag. However, I just added an little block, a little ACB block, to turn on all the lights for when looking at the ship. So I don't know, maybe my strength of the lights, maybe they're a little bit too strong or weak. I don't know. I just set them all to 40%. In any case, let us check this ship a little bit here. So I think we're going to do one of these left-right cutters. Just so we can check through a little bit here what's inside. So we seem to have a lot of... we got some heavy armor boxes with ammunition here. Right, we got some engines going on. This is a fuel engine build. We got some pretty big like APS turrets. This is an APS design. We have thin turret necks here. So some people like to do thin turret necks, and we got some heavy armor. This seems to be pretty strongly armored. A lot of alloy, a lot of heavy armor. It's a very megalodon type of armor, I'd say. It's probably a little bit more expensive armor than I would have opted for, but a lot of people like this armor, and we will see its effectiveness in combat later. We have a properly insulated EMP box here with rubber inside. That's super nice. We got a EMP insulated little laser area here. I think this is lamps. So that's super nice that laser is insulated too. We also got some steam here. So I believe this steam only gets activated when it's in combat, probably, because now it's chilling pretty much. And why do we have... Why? Oh, this is probably just a... oh, that's the air conditioner. I think Saito Shepard talked about that in the Discord, that his super annihilator had from the depth first air conditioner. Alright, we got some more heavy armor boxes there with ammo, so it's really spread out. Good to not have all the ammo at the same time. We got some really heavily armed areas for the propellers here. You can see it's stacked up there. We got some vertical launch missiles here. Now they are standing on a base of surge protectors. Not sure that that will help, but maybe against torpedoes. We got some heat decoys too. Well, that's good, because good for Saito Shepard. Good that the super annihilator has that, because she will be saved by that. The Gimle is targeting hot blocks for some of its weapons. We have some up props here, and that's of course super good, because I ban water pumps, unfortunately. I would love to have water pumps, but if you missed me saying that, they lag too much for me, so it's not possible. Just wanted to take a little look at the cross section. So we have a really thin exterior layer. So this works as a super huge air gap just to catch all the spalls. Then we have a checkerboard wood and metal mix armor. I would say that it's probably better to have layers of wood and metal, but that's up for testing more in the future. We'll do some empirical testings of that. But in any case, here you can see we have several layers of... Okay, so we have several air gaps down here. Now I would probably move one of the heavy armor spall catchers maybe out here instead. But here we have them in the center, so it's protecting stuff in the center really much here. Okay. Interesting indeed. We have a pretty expensive, strong armor here. We don't have a lot of top armor, so the lamps on the super annihilator better be good, because the gimless mortars are coming. They're not very dangerous actually. But in any case, what's really cool here, we're gonna check some of the guns here. What do we have? We have an armor-piercing high explosive down there. Alright. We can check this gun up here and see if it's the same. No, this is a sabot. Sabot. Alright. So we have a sabot, we have an armor-piercing, and we have another armor-piercing heat secondary. But this heat secondary should probably have some charges behind it, because this heat secondary is pretty weak now, I believe. But any case, it's more penetrating, that's for sure. So that's That's a trade-off we'll all have to do. So we have some anti-missile things, and that seems to be the armaments. We're really having a lot of APS for this one. APS is probably the most popular. Ew, these are using the 500mm sabot shells too, so these are probably Civs cannons that probably may double as damage dealers. Anyways, this ship is really cool. We got a little... we got a button. We can press this button and you can see that we are now watching, I don't know, a DVD of some, on a Pioneer system. So here we have the air conditioner on top here. And yeah, then we can walk out here. We got a nice view of the outside. We can walk upstairs here for a little heat decoy. And walking out down there. There is also a ladder upwards, but it's just, it's a empty room up there. So we definitely got some interiors here. I don't know if we can get... Yes, we can get down from here. That's good. So we have more heat decoys. We actually have a lot of heat decoys. I think the Draconia will... No, of course, I mean the Gimle will definitely zap around some different places. We can walk on the deck outwards here. A little bit low in the water here, but, well... Wasting more materials to stay higher in the water is probably not wise. Gimle uses a lot of power to stay higher in the water, just for the aesthetics, which is probably waste. But that's... that felt important to me, so we're spending our materials on that. In any case, that is that, I believe, so let's get into the battle. There we are, inside the battle. So, best of 3, let's go. And here we can see the Super Annihilator by Cyto Shepard is trying to take out the Crams. Man, but it didn't. It's very equal in the materials here still, but it's only been a few seconds. Bam! 2 more Crams are coming in. Oh, big detonations there. I believe those Crams have a little bit too high health for the LAM systems going on there. I wonder what we're shooting at here. Okay. The laser is zapping through. The smoke is trying to defend. But the laser is zapping to different areas here. I believe it's switching hot targets after hot target. Alright. There we got 1 Cram getting zapped, but I do believe that that was the lower... Oh no! So the Lambs and the Civs are able to take out 1 shell sometimes, that's for sure. Dealing a pretty high damage. But we shoot them in 2, and it's not using flax, and it is getting through there. Right, I needed to lower the quality a little bit there. FPS was dropping. Not sure why we're getting the stuttering here. Alright, we got another Cram incoming there. So the Super Annihilator is behind when it comes to health there. How is the Gimle doing with its incoming shells here? It's trying to aim pretty high. Wonder if it tries to go for the heat decoys up in the top there. The Lambs are able to take out some of the blasts. The Gimle is still at 99.4%. Is not looking good for the Super Annihilator right now. Not looking good at all. Alright. The Gimle is like casually. Vidi Vicky. By the way. It's do we have big penetration going on there? I think the staggered era may catch some of it. We definitely got penetration in here. But I believe that the APS damage type is just a little bit too low for this type of battle. We really need Crams or big missiles, something that deal a lot of damage. Alright, there we go. We get some damage from the mortars here. One big turret there is offline. Do the main gun turrets try to target incoming cram shells? I think that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake to spend materials on shooting down those crams. Yes, it's trying to target the crams. Alright, alright. So the Cyto Shepard Super Annihilator tries a lot to shoot down incoming cram shells, but it's not really enough, and it makes it so it's not able to deal damage. It is not quite able to deal the damage against the Gimli that it has to deal, otherwise the Gimli would just continue to deal damage. Here we can see more big explosions going on there. Another 2 volley, bam! Yes, I really think that having the turrets shooting at the incoming cram shells is a big mistake. Big mistake. That ruins all the chances for Cyto Shepard to win this battle with the Super Annihilator. Just not possible. And smoke seems to be offline here now, so the laser just burns through. The Super Annihilator is already down to 66% after 3 minutes. Exactly. Right, so the first battle is definitely a win for the Gimli. We will be moving into the next battle, because of course this is best of 3. It's always possible that the Gimli was just basically lucky. Who knows? But yeah, it's sinking. None of the turrets are online. I mean, this is decided. Second battle begins now. We're gonna stay here with the Super Annihilator just to see what happens. Oh yeah, the cannons are trying to target the cram shells. Not good at all. It's dealing some damage there. You can see the first volley is indeed dealing some damage. And it is able to take out one cram cannon, but not the other. So yeah, we got an exposed hole here. Right, so the lasers and the fast firing guns are trying to aim for the heat decoys probably. But they're pretty quick on taking them out too, because that laser is not a joke. Alright. You can see the shields are really getting activated there. Now, does the Super Annihilator have shields? It doesn't, right? It probably should. It probably should. It can help you to not need to care about like 30% of those cram volleys coming in there. That's some dangerous stuff. Alright. I think we need to slow down time a little bit here. We want to check what's happening with the shots here. We're gonna stalk them. This is the armor-piercing high explosive. They have super cavitation. They fire underwater. Lambs tried to target them, and both got taken out by ERA. Well, that's why I have ERA, by the way, on selected spaces, just so that the AI doesn't get one-shotted, because that almost happened against the RAG. It almost happened. It was not a fun day, but I'm happy we still won that battle, nevertheless. Okay, we're at full speed here. Here we have one of my sandblasting measures. They are getting completely annihilated by the heavy armor there, but I do believe that the laser combined with the fast fire guns is a pretty good combo that I tried to set up. Lambs are not able to take out those mortars. They're not very scary, but nevertheless. Gimli's at 99%, Cyto Shepard Super Annihilator is at 90%. Not surprising. Shooting at those cram shells for some of the cannons is not a good idea. Yeah, it just doesn't have a chance to take out those crab cannons, man. It tries to, but it's not worth the time. So like here, which shield is this? This is the sabot ones, right? They should actually deal fair damage to the Gimlet. The raid, oh, they went straight for the turret, man. Look at that. Wow, that was a cool hit. Okay, we gotta check it out. Ooh, they tried to kill the sniper. One tried to kill the sniper turret, yeah. That was a good hit. And the other one went. No, that's not the sniper turret. That's the cram. Okay, seems that it didn't. Neither of them got through there, so almost. Just interesting to check. The Gimlet has some pretty. It doesn't have very strong armor. It really tries to use the armor wisely and not have more than it needs. All right. Right. Whoops. We're gonna fly with one of these ones. See where we hit. No hit at all. Okay. Some are just getting. And some of the crams, by the way, they're only there for tricking. Bam. We're getting some weird stutters. I wonder if there is a hidden water pump somewhere here or something. I will admit that I didn't check for it. I just assumed. I should do that. Next battle, I'll actually search up if there are any water pumps to make sure, because we don't want stuttering unnecessarily. So why the stutter is an issue is that you can see it kind of stops a little bit each of the time. And now I don't know if this is what's happening right now, but usually for me, water and helio pumps start to lag a lot when we are having a lot of damage dealt to a ship. Then it starts to lag. So then it starts stuttering. So the stuttering isn't from the start. It starts to happen after a while. Yeah, well, these cram shells just penetrate. Even though we have pretty expensive armor on the super annihilator, we can't deal with cram shells. Cram shells are no joke. Either you'll need to take them out, and using your main guns to do that is probably not wise. It's probably not wise. Having some flak. Having some flak sieves, big flak sieves, is the best medicine against cram. And the Gimlet itself uses a big budget of flak sieves diff guns, which isn't getting used at all in this battle, because Scyther Shepherd didn't bring any missiles or big missiles or crams on the Super Annihilator. She's an APS boat. Are these decoys? I think they are. I haven't seen them fire. Well, the Super Annihilator is down to 68%. I do believe that this is conclusive results. Now, the Super Annihilator, she ain't quite dead yet, but the Gimlet is certainly pounding on, doing her best to sink this foe. So I hope, Scyther Shepherd, that some of the tips can help you improve the effectiveness of the design against the Gimlet, but for the best of 3, the Super Annihilator does unfortunately not scratch much of the Gimlet's surface. It's still at 98%, which is pretty high there. But on the other hand, the Gimlet is set up to deal with armor-piercing chemical shells in a very effective way. So your main armament doesn't do much against the Gimli. So there we have it. There we have it. The Super Annihilator doesn't... Oh, it still has weapons. Never mind. It's just trying to target some of the incoming crams. So actually, some of the cram shells that the Gimli uses, they're actually like decoy crams. They fire so often and they're so weak and they're just spamming. We got the power shortage. Look at that. It's sinking. It's sinking. Now it's despawning as well. Despawning and sinking. Well, there we go. Very conclusive. In any case, I would just give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month at Patreon. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria C2, Cray V, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. If you want to join the Army of GMODIST's commissioned officer section, well then you're very welcome to check the links in the description and see what's in it for you. So, Site to Shepherd is sinking, is getting penalty points on top of despawning. So there we get it. The Gimli has won this battle too. We can only say one thing. AOG Invictus. Oh my lord. That's very fitting for this build. This is Sean Reed's 10 Commandments. And this is, well, a cram ship, very inspired from the 10 Commandments, I would believe. And yeah, it's interesting. Welcome to yet another Gimli battle. Thou shalt build thy ship out of wood. Thou shalt apply generously of thy cram barrels, I think. Barrages of thy cram barrages, yes. 3. Thou shalt respect thy lambs as they save thy ass. Thou shalt allow that air and water armor thee. Yes, you shall allow that water and armor. Yeah, in any case. Thou shalt... Well, I don't know what. Thou shalt nabalashly confettify thy foes. Confettify. Okay. Thy foes. Thou shalt know thy false idol, EMP, and defend... and denounce thee. Thou shalt hail thy superior form known as the barge. Thou shalt wisely employ thy cram or one barrel. Yeah. Only one barrel crams, I see. Thou shalt not provide a superstructure to destroy. Thou shalt survive by thy shonk. I see. Well, that's very beautiful. So that's the 10 Commandments. And this is a challenger that will kill the Gimli. It doesn't even have a bottom. I see. And it rolls in at basically 100,000 blocks. Man, these are a lot of crams. They're like not even armored. It's like... It's pretty insane. It's just cram cannons in air. With a little box of... Well, this is the most plasma secure ship I've seen yet. So yeah, the 10 Commandments by Sean Reed, who you have seen like a lot in the builds, in the battles, no, the tests for the Gimlis, no, not the Gimlis, the Army of GMODIST's trials when it comes to the Bomber Challenge. Yes, because Sean Reed submitted 4 because I didn't limit the amount of submissions per person. So, you've seen a lot of Sean Reed's work before, but you've never seen something big like this. The 10 Commandments. Let's go to battle. While we wait for them to load, I just want to say huge thanks for all of you who are submitting your ships and have submitted your ships and will submit your ships. Very cool that you want to send into these battles. And also, huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting the channel every month at Patreon. And of course, our YouTube members who are also supporting the channel from, well, YouTube memberships, which is another way you can support the channel if you want to. Well, I'm very scared about of the 10 Commandments. Oh my lord, it's just grilling through there. Generously I apply thy barges. Oh, well, the first one misses completely. Oh, they are time fused. Alright. And we're burning away here for sure. So the Gimla has not taken damage yet, but I believe that time comes about now. Oh lord, I wonder how much health these have. Oh! Damn, we did some damage. Barrel clipping. That's some scary stuff. Wow, we lagged up some there. That's like several systems popping off there. And it seems the laser systems wasn't too happy about that. Alright. 10 Commandments is behind in health though. Kinda surprises me. It has shields actually. Oh my god. It's like, what are they gonna hit? Well, they hit something, but man, it's just so much wood. The laser is probably doing the heavy lifting here. Hope the Commandments have smoke, because otherwise it's not very good. What should deal some damage though is actually the hollow point mortars. But I guess they will be some time away. So let's follow these shots here. See if our diff rods will not be able to take them out. Oh my lord, look at that damage. It's a punishment for not following the 10 Commandments, I believe. The god of crams is really upset with the Gimli not adhering to the Commandments. Man, a lot of shells are just not hitting due to it being so darn flat and no superstructure to hit, as said. Gimli is at 92% and the Commandment it's at 91. Oh, this is a close one. Ooh, these are dealing scary damage. It's like using an exaggerated version of the Gimli's way to deal damage against it. Very smart. I do believe it may out-Gimli the Gimli. Man. What is our game speed? It's like... Oh, it's almost full speed. The Commandments, it's down to... You can see that? Only the first one did damage, but they dealt a lot of holes, that's for sure. Oh lord. Look at that. Well, we got more shots. This is probably the only vehicle we're battling against where our auxiliary tiny minicrams actually deal substantial damage. You know, these ones I believe that just pop in there and deal some tiny kinetic damage. Only there to fool lambs and stuff. That actually got taken out by the lambs. But they're only there to fool the systems, and I do believe in this case they're actually dealing substantial damage. Does the 10 Commandments not have... Is it like unable to turn? Is it just a floating barge? No, it actually turns. It just turns so slowly. Alright. Gimli is down to 89%, so you can see, using this strategy, it's actually dealing serious damage. Man, we're not able to take out these crams. They are big barrages. Pretty high damage, high health stuff. Whew, 87 versus 84. Oh no, the Vigoletta Marksman is down. That's one of our better turrets to deal with much stuff. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Ooh, that one bounced. Lucky. Well, our laser ain't lasing very much. I really need those crams to not stop, like stop popping in there so we can actually fry away. Because the Vigoletta Marksman was one thing that actually did a lot of the damage, I believe. It just peeled away those wooden blocks one by one. If we had 2 of those, I believe our chances of winning would have like doubled. But now we have none of them. Well, ew, here we see. Here we have some space shots. Gimli's at 85 and the Commandments, she's at 82. Boom! This thing is so close to just popping off. Ooh, bounced. Gimli's at 84 and the Commandments is at 81. This is a tough battle for sure. I don't know which one of these big cram ships are gonna win it. Now we accidentally followed these shots instead. Bam. Well, due to all the space, it's very easy to... yeah, not shoot stuff. Just shoot air. As the... now the Commandments is a little bit unreadable now, but basically armor yourself with water and wood, and this is something it indeed has done. I'm a little bit curious to see how the sniper shots are doing, because the sniper shots, if coming in the right angle, could potentially take out a lot of stuff. Gimli's at 83 though, so it is in the lead still, but it's pretty damaged. We're just not able to take out those crams, and with crams, if you get an AI hit, look, a frag hit an AI part here. Oh, actually, we got some damage to the AI here, but I think we need to check some stuff here. Oh my lord, look at this. It has dealt damage to the AI. So only the auxiliary part here, but it didn't take out the AI block, fortunately for us, but man, that's scary. All right. More cram shots popping in there. That just deals so much damage. Look, this is our 64 pounder. This is the only opportunity it has to actually deal damage that matters. Okay. The Commandments have one. Oh! Another turret fell off. Lucky for us. It has a substantial lower amount of turrets now. Oh lord, it's... oh, that was the lag. This section fell off. The 10 Commandments should be pretty immune to plasma, by the way. Not immune, but like... It should take a lot of plasma beatings, actually. Well, 6 minutes in-game battle. I think it has been maybe 10 minutes in-game battle. Or out of game, IRL time. Alright. Here we can see them popping in there. They're like tearing off, and that was a proper one. Yeah, well, the laser is lasing. It feels like the cram shells from the commandments isn't shooting too often. Well, it did some firing. Oof. Even though it's down to 72, it's like dealing a lot of damage. This is definitely an interesting way to build. It's pretty close. It's actually closer now than it was before. It looked like Gimli was on her way to win, but it seems that that advantage is not as visible anymore. You can see in the internal cavity of this thing, it's just a big bunch of empty air. And then we have the laser core thing popping in here, and well, some damage has leaked through, but not enough to kill it at all. And now it's like a 2% difference. The commandments may actually win this thing. Look at that. It just continues to deal damage because it still has a substantial amount of cram cannons left. The Gimli seems to have all its crams intact too. Oh, we're 70 versus 70. This ain't good for the Gimli. Oh no, the sniper cannons! The tiny auxiliary sniper cannons got shot off. I think if our Difflax, instead of protecting us, just dealt damage to the commandments, that our chances would have been doubled too. Well. Ooh, nasty crams. Is this one disabled? It seems to be. Has a tiny bit of barrel there. Question is if its failsafe will stop it, or if it's like turned off. The Gimli is actually behind in health now. That's insane. Look at that, the Gimli is actually down to 67, where the commandment stays at 70. Yeesh. That's a way to deal damage. And a lot of our guns are not much active anymore. I think our tiny Hesh spammers probably won't do much against this, because there is nothing to hit almost. So much empty space. So we got 1 cram, 2 cram, 3 cram. Like most of them are actually, or no, half of them is intact. Gimli's at 60%, Commandments is at 69. It's looking like the Gimli is going towards losing actually. Oh, our lasers! All our lasers are killed. So we ain't lasing anymore. That ain't very good at all. And most of our cannons are bit barrel clipped. Our Civ's cannon is probably doing most of the heavy lifting now. Look at that. Oh, no, we got 1 laser online, so the side laser still works sometimes. I think we need to be a little bit lucky to win this. 57%, we're so close of despawning. Yeah, the first battle, the Gimli is going to lose. The 10 Commandments is just memeing its way to victory. I love it having its build strategy written on it too. Oh wow. 56.5. It looks like the first battle belongs to the commandments. Woo. The Gimli is like dense compared to the commandments. Look at that. The Gimli is below 55% yes. Which means that big congratulations to the 10 commandments for winning the first battle. This is however best of 3, so we're gonna restart the battle and see what happens. Thou shalt survive by thy shonk. The 10 commandments wisely say. So let's go. Battle 2. We're gonna stay here with the commandments and see how it's trying to protect itself. The laser is like... If we set up with some breadboard or stuff, we could probably make the laser dissect this thing. No, bisect, I mean. It's 2 meters of wood that protects the surface. Oh, perhaps we're having heat decoys in the sides, possibly. Or it's the shields. Because we're trying to shoot at hot blocks, the laser does. Ooh, big explosion. The funny thing is that either of these designs can win instantly, if... But I'm kind of surprised the thump damage doesn't do more than this. Oh, okay, I see, it's the layer here. That would have been pretty good if they went through. Any case. What's gonna happen here? Oh. Bam! But not much here. So, same as last battle, the commandments is decreasing in health quicker than the Gimli does. Oh man, are we so lucky we're just grilling off this turret here? No, we're not. Well, that's sad. Can my laser, like, I don't know, just shoot off things here? We need to get rid of these man, that's just tiny turrets. It's like insane. This is like the most small cram turret that I've seen. Not the most, but almost the smallest. Right. It feels like the laser is powerful enough to, by sheer luck, be able to cut off some turrets. The Gimli took some serious damage here. We need to see what happened over here. The game is slowing down a bit too. Look at that. That's some substantial damage. But it's so funny. It's so easy. Like, either of this ship can win in an instant if they just get a lucky AI hit with those crams. Can't protect yourself against crams very well. Man, these crams have high health. That's some pretty strong barrages. Oh no. Well, Gimli's at 92%. The Commandments is at 86%. I wonder in that case if we got a particularly good hit. Oh! I think we did. I can't believe the lambs are actually able to take out the hollow point mortars. Their health is not a joke. And it's just focusing the fire on the surface, like the text area with the commandments. What is going on here? Does it have a smoke generator, or is it the missiles? Oh, I see. We have VLM. VLM what? This doesn't look like interceptors. I kinda didn't notice these before. Interesting. Well, the diff lags are trying their best. But they are still getting through. Fortunately, the Vigoletta is still online and battling, so we got a 10% advantage. If that doesn't get shot off, we have a chance, I guess. Well, the battle is continuing as before. It's stagnating a little bit. This turret seems offline. This one is online. This one is offline. This is online. I wonder if we are dealing, if that's just sheer luck or if that's EMP damage. I'm starting to think it's actually EMP damage that has taken these out. Alright. We basically have 4 turrets left. Not completely sure if this has... It has a piece of barrel, so that means full shot speed. Gimli is at 85 and the commandments is 73, so it's looking better for the Gimli in this round. That's for sure. Man. I wonder if it has smoke. It should have, but you never know. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cannons it seems to be left still. If we can pick off more cannons quickly, we have a better chance of winning. Man, you laced them, but not good enough. Just a grazing laze. Now we're popping in some cram shots. Oh, are you kidding me? Did it EMP kill this one? That's so... Or something killed it. That's nice. Let's see, this one is still online. This one too, probably. That means it's still... it's not AI dead, at least. Now we're tearing up so much surface area here that chunks will probably fall off. Thankfully for many of our designs, From the Depth doesn't have structural integrity, which the Gimli superstructure is probably very happy with. Well, this time... Is this working? Or is it disabled? Seems to be working. But it isn't shooting. Weird that. Well, the 10 Commandments is at 68%. It actually looks like we're going to have a third round, in case not the 10 Commandments is getting a real lucky shot very soon. Yeah. 66. 60, yeah. It's going down. I think the Gimli is winning this round. So it will be all up to the third round. We'll just stay here a little bit and check that the results indeed will go the way we are forecasting right now. This one seems to be firing blanks. So yeah, it really looks like the 10 commandments don't even have a weapon left. It doesn't have a weapon left. Well then, that concludes the battle. Let's go to the third round, which will be decisive. Third round, here we go. The 10 commandments are here. And let's start this battle. The sad thing with the Kram barrages is that the likelihood of hitting the first barrage is very unlikely. But oh man, this was actually accurate. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Bam! That wasn't what I expected. Good hit first round, first barrage there. We also got some red shells just spamming. Ew! Are we like showering the area with EMP as a first kind of blast, it seems? Yeah, we really do. It's just dealing a lot of damage to take out stuff on the superstructure. Look at that. Oh, look at that! And it actually damages some of the detection stuff too. That's really smart. The shields should be actually insulated from EMP for the Gimli. All Gimli's shields should be EMP insulated. But some of the detectors can definitely take that damage. Look at that. EMP damage all over the place. So now we stayed a little bit with the Gimli. We're gonna follow some shots popping in there. This one just grazes above the surface. These seems to be know where they are going. No, not quite. They ended up here. Opening up some holes towards laser components. And here you can see this is a really big battle. It doesn't lag too much, and we both have basically 100,000 books each. And yes, it lags much less than if we had ships twice the size but with water pumps. So that's crazy. Air pumps they're called. Right. I wonder if our laser is going to lace at a spot where it actually matters, so we can get some of those turrets offline. Would be pretty lovely. Ooh, did that take it offline? It did not. Well, it's really up to this battle. These ships are pretty equal in strength. So it will be highly interesting to see if the 10 commandments will be able to annihilate the... Oh! This turret went away. If it will be able to kill the Gimli or not. This battle is decisive. There is also there is always a bit of luck involved when we're doing battles in from the depth. So that should be taken into account. That's why we do best of 3 all the time. That's like the minimum battle you can do between 2 ships to actually know anything. If you have a best of 3, you have a general approximation of which ship is probably the best. But when you have a best of 3, when each of the ships have been winning a battle, the winner of those battles is like, could have been any of them. If they can win each round, like, it's very, very, very uncertain who would have been the, like, who is the best ship. To actually test that, you would probably need to do a best of 10, but then you also need very many hours at your hand. So I guess a best of 10 is probably reliable. It's probably good to have if we have two ships that are very equal, that both are very strong, that we want to know which is actually the stronger ship. Then a best of 10 will tell you this. But when just having some fan battles like this, best of 3 is decisive. So even though we do know there is some luck involved, well, the winner of this battle will be concluded from this one, because the Gimli won one of these battles, and Sean Reed's 10 Commandments, she won one. Wonder if this, like, does it even hit anything? Kinda does. Those frags should be, like, those hashes should be dealing just tiny damage. The lambs seems to be doing their job. You can see, man, it's actually taking them out. Which is impressive. And it's just about doing that. That was a pretty good hit, I believe. I wonder where the AI is located. Is it? Wait. The AI isn't even... Oh man, the AI isn't even armored. That surprises me. Wow. Really playing with luck here. Not a block of heavy armor, it seems. Crams popping in. 87 versus 77. Wow, we took that cram shot out. I didn't expect that, because it seems that lately all the cram shots are getting through. That's some hesh. Diff hesh. Probably a good idea to have a lot of diff guns when battling something like this. Man, this battle is so even. So the 10 Commandments is an insanely strong ship. That should be remembered. It's definitely worth to test against many other battleships. Probably the 10 Commandments should be pitched against the Ragnarok and stuff like that. Well, it still has a couple of cram cannons. Oh, no. Wow, this one is so close of just falling off. Oh no, it's shooting. Look at it. It only shoots blanks. It's actually already killed. That's so lucky. So this one is probably A-okay. And on the other side, we seem to have most of the cram cannons, or 3 of them at least, being A-okay. Now this spammer is spamming. And I'm just wondering, like, what shells do we have? That's a shield disruptor? Oh, they are actually shield disruptors, not EMP shells. I see. Well, that's smart. Some of our smaller turrets are disabled. The Vigoletta is online, which I actually think is the decisive factor if the Gimli will win or not. It's a 30,000 turret. It's not very expensive, but it's darn efficient. I think the army of GMODISM light cruiser Fred, or heavy cruiser, heavy cruiser Fred actually has one of those Vigolettas. If you want to check it out yourself, test it copy it and test it in battle. And of course, if you're a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM, you already have all the files, all the blueprints, all the sub-objects, all the prefabs, everything. So that's also an option. And I will say, with that said, huge thanks to the army of GMODISM's commissioned officers who are supporting the channel every month. And of course, thanks to all of you who have submitted or will submit ships to this battle. Especially this time, Sean Reed. The results are closing in. Gimli is at 77 and the 10 Commandments is at 70% health. So the battle can still go either way, which is highly exciting. See where this shield disruptor is spamming. This poor thing doesn't have much of a barrel left, does it? It has some barrel. Interesting. What will happen indeed? I wonder what's happening with my sniper cannons. Okay, there we have to pause to see it. Okay, here we have one. It's just going through here. Yeah, going through. Okay. Went through a turret, the entire hull, and came out the other side. Did minimal damage, but a potential crit, of course, since the turret could have been disabled by that. It depends on how you built them. But here we have some pretty all over the place Tetris, which is probably pretty stands up against stuff like sabots quite well. Well, damn, that was so close of actually taking out that turret, I believe. The Lambs of the Commandments, she's still pretty strong. It turns so slowly, the Gimli is like effectively just circling her. It's absolutely insane. The Gimli isn't that fast turner either. Ooh, 70! We have 68 versus 70 percentages. The Gimli is starting to have power issues. It's starting to go pretty low here. Or, oh no! One of the cram cannons are definitely offline. Just peeked in there and see if the AI was A-okay or not. So 68 versus 67. The 10 Commandments may actually win this one. Well, we knew it was a close call from the start. So that's no surprises, but a while ago it looked really like the Gimli was on the winning road. 67 versus 67. The 10 Commandments have shifted, has turned the tables. Amazing. This one is still firing blanks. The tables have been turned. Disruptor stuff going on there. Oh! The poor cannon to deal with. Oh, it doesn't oh, it actually got its Civs controller sniped out. This Civs cannon is so small, it wasn't able to defend itself. No, now it kind of looks like the 10 Commandments is indeed winning. Oh, pretty accurate. Man. Too much excitement for one battle. And the Lambs does keep the 10 Commandments deck from not being torn up by those pesky mortars. 62 versus 66. Will the Gimli be able to turn the tables again, is the question. Well, the results are still going the same direction. The Gimli is slowly losing to the 10 Commandments. That was a really good hit. Oh. Oh, and this cram is offline too. The Gimli only has smaller weapons to fight this battle with. This is going to be very, very, very difficult for the Gimli. Look at that. Oof. They're popping in here. Nothing we can do about it. Well, I guess we'll say GG. The battle is not quite over, but I will say this. You should probably join our Discord server if you want to be part of this community. People who have sent in ships to this battle are all part of our Discord, and we have a pretty active From the Depth community going on there. So, maybe something for you too. Other than that, huge thanks to all YouTube members and commissioned officers who are supporting the channel every month. If you want to support the channel, but you want to get something physical for it, please check my Fourth Wall store and my Teespring store, and also my Redbubble. And you can see some merch you can get from GMODIST. If you want to check out some different GMODIST, the GMODIST Army of GMODIST stuff and different types of designs. And if you didn't know that, we have a relaxation channel called GMODIST Relaxation. And it's about relaxing content and stuff and ASMR and relax and stuff like that. You should probably check that out. This beautiful thing, the Tillman 4-2 from Workshop by Yadog is popping up. This is another unofficial battle, naturally. This is an absolutely artwork design. It looks super amazing. And we had some really beautiful ships before, but these are one of the better looking ones, definitely. Now, I don't know anything about this combat's effectiveness, but I've heard it actually packs some pretty decent punch, so we're gonna pitch it against the Gimli in an unofficial battle. However, it only costs 1.8 million, so it's more in the price range of the Draconia. So yeah, I don't know, it's like a little bit behind there in terms of materials, but I'm thinking like this. We're trying to put one of these against the Gimli, and if the Gimli wins very much due to its higher material count too, we can put two against the Gimli. But first, we're gonna check out what we're actually packing here. These are some crams. Oh yeah, so we're actually bringing firepower on this bad boy. Look at that, and it's looking super cool. Yadog's made a pretty good work here, and I adore these little canoes here. It's like a lifeboat, and you can see they are made not using a lot of like what are they, like prefab decoy mimics, but instead using blocks in the most simple and effective way to really make a decoration that's just not air. You can see it's real block here, and I appreciate this. I think that's super cool. It looks like we're having some APSs here, I guess. I don't know, are these diff guns? Probably. Or no, they go down there. And we got some casemates there. So we got an array of different weapons. These chains here, man, that's so cool. A pulley system with chains like this. I think that Yadog has made a really good work of not using all mimics, but instead making a real cool looking battleship and using decorations of real blocks and stuff. And here we have more lifeboats. So cool. Right, so it has some interiors here. We're gonna check them out a little bit quickly because this is a good looker. And it seems that the interiors are not really existing. I think we're just gonna do a quick cutaway here. We can see we're having crams here. Oh, we have some 2D Tetris. If you're building some 2D Tetris, you can make a lot more efficient crams using 3D Tetris. And I'd recommend you to check out my tutorial about 3D Tetris. It's an instant one. So you can learn how to make 3D Tetris and you will have much more efficient guns for cheap. Now, 2D Tetris is great, I think, when you're starting out with a game. So, I don't know, maybe first half year of playing from the depth, you can probably not bother with 3D Tetris. But if you want to do the best from the start, you can of course just learn 3D Tetris from the start too, if you're so inclined, because, you know, this game is this game is so advanced as you make it. So we have a firepower, of 1,400, which is actually close to the Gimli. Okay, so this probably actually packs a punch. This is gonna be a pretty hard battle, I think. I don't think it's obvious the Gimli will win this one, because these are having crams from hell, I think. Let's see what type of... I can just do like this. Kinetic damage. Alright, health 100,000. Okay, I think actually maybe the Gimli will actually shoot out these shots from the sky. Or we'll see, Let's set this battle up. There we are. Let the battle start. Oh, look at that volley. Diff rods. Oh, we took him out. Okay. The Gimli is at 100%. Tillman is at 97. It's having some pretty darn good health here. Lots of wood in it too, so it has some pretty efficient armor. Laser is burning through. We seem to have smoke on it too, which is of course a requirement. Not having smoke will be a quick way to die. Die quick. I mean, no smoke. No smoking means die quick. That's not usually what we hear, but in From the Depth it's a little bit different. If you're doing no smoking in From the Depth, you just die because lasers. All right, damn. We're getting... Oh, that's a real bad hit. Oh my god. Yeah, dogs. Tillman, she hasn't fired her crams in a while, have her? She have not. Oh, no, come on. Oh. One cram got through. Seems to not have done some deep damage. Oh, damn. Like, the Tillman has some pretty darn good firepower, but these cram shells are just not getting through. They're just not getting through, are they? Or we also have some problems with... Its turning speed seems to be a little bit bad. I know a lot of people are saying that the Gimli is a very slow ship. And that it is a real weakness, that it's slow. And I don't know if I will agree with that, because the Gimli goes almost at like 40 meters per second. And I don't know about you, but I don't think that's slow for a 2 million ship, but maybe it is. And I do know that the Gimli would be better if it was even faster. For sure, it would be better. I'm just not sure that it's worth it to spend materials. Oh no, it's shooting itself. I'm just not sure it's worth it spending materials on making it faster, because then it means I'll need to spend less materials on weapons. And in my book, more firepower is better. Never enough Daka, that's how you win. But... Oh, they're just melting through these. The Tillman does not have lambs either. It's like a pure cram ship, which can be very efficient, of course. But the real issue here is that these crams are just not getting through. We're firing blanks. Oh, and the limitations for turret turning angles are not set up, which means that they can, well, as you see, turrets can get stuck. Looks like the Tillman really lost this first battle, and since the Gimli is at 98.6 in terms of health, I'm actually thinking we might put 2. Look at that cute little house thing. I'm thinking we might put 2 Tillman 4-2s against the Gimli and see what it does, because I do know that if we have some more of those crams, like 2 ships, the Gimli will not be able to take out all the volleys, and this battle will be probably much more interesting. You can see this turret got stuck. That's why you have to set up turret turn limitations. And if you want to know how to do that, basically check any of my tutorials that go through how to make a turret of said anything, and I'll show you that. In any case, let's restart this battle with 2 Tillmans and see if we get some more results. Oh my god, I already know this is gonna lag really bad, because the Tillmans, this is like an unofficial battle, which means that the Tillmans, they don't adhere to our like rules, which ban war pumps and stuff, which means that we're gonna lag so bad. In any case, let's go here. Okay, we're flying with a cluster, see what's happening. Bam! The Gimli seems to still be able to take out the first volley. Well, I set her up to be able to deal with the turtle lord, because that thing is no joke. It's like scary for real. So it has some absurd diff flags just to deal with those types of volleys. Oh! One cram got through. I think it was a little bit damaged. Even though you don't take out a cram, you will still make it deal less damage. Even though you're not taking it out completely, if you have tried to deal damage towards that cram, the cram, like the explosion is smaller, and the explosion of that cram will be smaller, and the frags will be less scary and stuff like that. Now you can see some of them are getting through here. Now this cram cannon, of course, doesn't have a barrel, so I think it still works, it's just super inaccurate. We're packing some packs. Oh lord, we're having loads of diff rods popping in there to deal with those crams. Well, we have entered degraded mood, my old friend. As Borderwise says. I think he said that sometime at least. Don't quote me on that, I just remember something like degraded mood, my old friend. Anyways, the diff rods are popping out those again. That's nice. Ew, lords! One laser turret is gone! This one is alive, but I think maybe our lambs are busy with doing stuff. Otherwise, our laser central may be damaged. Actually, let's check that. Central laser unit seems to be okay. AI doesn't seem to have been blown up either, so the laser targeting isn't wrecked. Good to know. Just doing a little live check. Gimli is at 97. Tillmans is at 92 and 94. Now this Tillman is not want to go too close, does it? Really, look, this one got stuck again. Oh, that's an issue that needs to be that needs to be fixed. Aw, this cram is sad and it's firing blanks. Poor thing. Alright. Alright. Oh! There we got some mortars popping in there too. They're actually deeply penetrating. Are we having 1 meter wedges as... I would probably not set up armor in this way. And if you wonder how I set up my armor, by the way, you can definitely check my armoring tutorials. They're in instant tutorials. We have a part 1 and part 2. Should go through all the basics and stuff. The gimlet isn't looking too fresh either, though. I do believe these cramps are starting to get through. Some of the guns are a little bit sad, but... it's like not super bad, of course. And there we go. Taking them out using these rods. Oh, that was actually a scary one getting through here. So these cram cannons, they may not look very scary, but they actually are. It's just that the gimlet's active defenses are swatting these cram shells out of the air, which is of course great for the gimlet and very bad for the Tillmans. But these cram shots has a lot of their damage in has a lot of their points into damage, so the shells don't have as much health, but they deal a lot of like damage. So yeah, if they would have gotten through. So this is probably a time where the gimlet really is happy that it's using lambs and stuff. Look at that. Oh, that looked like a pretty scary hit. Did we use parts for steam? Yes, we did. To make those barrels. Mortars leaking through here. I think this is looking pretty saddish interiorly, yes. And as I said this, it turns out we are sinking very much. I'm sure the sniper cannons probably flying here very quickly, yeah, won't help with this. You can kind of see some of the damage here is probably a sniper cannon just zip, tearing holes in the bottom like this, really damaging floating capabilities. Are these are these sonars? No. Yeah, that's a propeller head, okay. It's using active propellers to float also then, besides the water pumps. Well, that ship is gaining penalty points for sinking. This one is still online and fighting. Are the guns still online or not, is the question. Gimli is down to 93 at least, so we did some scratching here. But, well, I guess this is best of 3 in terms of Gimli beats 1 Tillman and it beats 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3, best of 3. That's not how best of 3 works. Oh, guns are still online. I wanna see if they are getting through or not. Lamb took out that one, that bounced. Ooh! That actually did some damage inside of here. Look at that. If that had hit the AI, it could have been game over for the Gimlet. It just didn't. Well, looks indeed like the Gimlet will be able to defeat 2 Tillmans as well. So I'm happy to see that the Gimlet is delivering on the firepower. Because the Tillman actually has some decent firepower, just a case where the shots are not getting through really strong active defenses. Look at that. But that one got through. Bam! You can see that these shots are no joke. They're like actually scary if they hit. Well, well, well. We have to lock onto these homing ones. Oh lords, look at that. Bam. So, I do think that will conclude this battle. Huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and the YouTube members for helping out and keeping this channel afloat. If you want to help the channel financially too, you can become a YouTube member or a commissioned officer in the Army of GMODISM via Patreon. We're here for another Gimli battle. We are going to continue some unofficial battles or unofficial battles because, well, we're waiting to mount a couple of official submissions. We already got a few, but I do want to do a battle against the Titan Slang, and next week we're gonna do the Ragnarök. And because there is a ship that reliably beats the Ragnarök while looking splendid, the Turtle Lord. So we have Titan Slang today, Ragnarök 2.0 by Brenzo next time. As you may have seen the build series for that some months ago. And then of course Setup's beautiful Turtle Lord. After that we'll jump into the first official submissions for the Gimli battles. In any case, the Titan Slang is a bit cheaper than the Gimli. It has a cost of 1,800,033. So it is ish, what is it, like 300, more than 350,000 materials ish cheaper. But when we built the Draconia, we did some battles with this thing, and I do think that since we beat the Draconia, I think we should be able to beat this, especially with advantage. But there are ships out there that only cost 1.5 million and can beat a lot of other ships. So even though material advantage / disadvantage is good, having a superior design can make you beat the opponent reliably anyway. Thing is, the Titan Slang and the Draconia have completely different ways of dealing battle. The Draconia is pretty weird. It has a lot of mortars and vertical launch missiles, small, and laser. And the Draconia has all sorts of systems. We're actually going to look at them a little bit quickly here, so we can see what we're up against. So there is not much interiors to look at for the Titan Slang, but there is some weapons to look at. We have Azipods here, really nice design. This is of course Borderwise's ship, as you probably realize. And because it has a completely different loadout of weapons, it may still be able to beat the Gimli. I haven't tried the Titan Slang against the Gimli, so this will be highly interesting. You can see here we have some Tetris going on here. And here we actually have... yeah, so here we actually have some 3D Tetris going on there. So that's really good. I didn't realize that he switched to 3D Tetris for the Mark II. That's good. Then we have an APS system going on here. We have a laser system, laser turret. I think this is a weird way to do a laser, but well, it works. It's a dangerous laser. Here we have a big LAM system too. So I don't know if this LAM system is capable of zapping the Gimli's crams. We shall see. And then we have the same, but again on this side basically, as you can see there. So we should just do a little quick check up on the different systems. If we do like this, you can see, dive into this cram cannon. We have a frag, yeah, a hardener. Yeah, this is an AP frag one, isn't it? What's the angle? Or no, it might be a hull point. I don't remember what it was. In any case, we have a spammer that spams some armor-piercing rounds, solid warhead, secondary heat. Wow, I'm really glad we had some. We have some ERA on the important parts of the Gimli here. Then the laser, not very interesting. It's just a laser, and well, the same systems again, basically. So well, let's dive into the battle and see if the Gimli can beat Borderwise's Titan Slang Mark II. Well, here we have the Gimli spawning right here, ready for battle. And over here, we have the Borderwise's Titan Slang, Habs Titan Slang. I don't know what Habs stands for. Anyways, it's the Habs Titan Slang. So, let the battle begin. Alright. The laser is zapping for sure. Oh, you can see the laser is trying to target the crams there. It wasn't successfully dealing damage to it. Ooh, I remember Borderwise being a little bit sad over the Draconia's laser because it was strong. Ooh! This one is stronger, by the way. The Gimli's laser is stronger than the Draconia's, a lot. So, oh yes, it's really burning through here. The Gimli is off to a nice start, that's for sure. Ooh, we're having some lag here. I really think when we come to the official battles, we'll have a lot less lag, by the way, because the Gimli uses things. Ooh, that's a big hit with the crams there. Alright. We got some damage here, we got some surface damage. Oh man, here we have something penetrating. I just need to check this. What happened here? Ooh, it's shooting through. Yeah, shooting through the Gimli is completely possible. It's a very bulky boy. I wonder if it was the cram that went in there. How is how? Oh no, the party goers are having a bad time. Well, in any case. Yeah, the Gimli follows some really weird rules. Like it doesn't have any water pumps, for example. So it's really material inefficient in types of energy. Oh man, that's a big blast. Well, in any case, it's very inefficient when it comes to burning materials because it needs a lot of up props. And I had to do that because water pumps lag too much, and that's very apparent from the rules. But if water pumps were allowed, I could switch up some stuff, I could make the Gimli 200,000 materials cheaper, and just rely on floatiness power via water pumps instead of a lot of engine power and a lot of up props. So that should be kept in mind also, that the Gimli is not only built to be efficient, it is built to lag as little as possible on my system, so it could be a lot more efficient. Ooh, you can see that! What I remember that Borderwise's shells, they're actually really strong. So I'm happy that the diff flak sieves guns from the Gimli is able to take out the crams coming in there. Really lacing each other here. Hab's Titan Slang is down to 86%, while Gimli from the army of GMODIST is at 97%. So we have a difference of 10%. We're missing a lot of shots though. I don't know why that is. Ooh, it sapped one of the crams there. Bam! Explosions, my friends. Not that it hit anything important, I believe, but it's always nice with big explosions. I really like the sound of Borderwise's automatic rotating gun there. I think that's a nice caliber. It just sounds so nice. Ooh, we got an interior explosion there. Yeah, well, that's why you need crams for big battles. No question about it. I wonder what we have. Game time. Game speed. We're at 0.6% as well. I'm happy. The Draconia lagged so bad. I'm happy it doesn't lag so much with the Gimli. The Titan Slang lags a bit, however, but that's because it has a lot of small interceptors. But not maybe. The torpedo ones don't get activated. That's good, because I remember those were a little bit laggy. But they're not... I kind of remember there were a lot more than this. Well, who knows, maybe I've just misremember. In any case, battle is ongoing. The Titan Slang is down too. Yeah, 67%. It's looking like it's losing the first battle. This is a best of 3, however. We're gonna give it another chance, jump into another battle and see if we get the same results. Who knows? Sometimes the tide of a battle can be decided early on because of simple luck. So we will be starting this battle over mortars and see what happens. In a moment, 65% right there. It would be a little bit interesting to see how the Gimli is faring. Wherever it is. But yeah, I think we'll just restart the battle. We can see it has taken some damage, but it's still above 90%. The Titan Slang is down to kind of very low. There is no chance of it winning by this point. So let's do the battle again. And there we are. Let the battle begin. We're gonna stay with the Gimli here a little while. Ooh, they were lagging a bit. Flak sieves shooting those crams. Really got the stream of automatic fire coming in here. It's turning to the right side because it's a right broadsider. The crams get through, that's for sure. I don't think my... Oh, look there. I think it's hollow point. You can see it's dealing with fragments going on there. Bam. This can be quite interesting to see the interior view here inside the hulls. Alright. It's just raining in... It was raining in fragments. There we can see some really fast shells popping in there. But of course, the the fragments and stuff, yeah, they deal minor damage to the interiors, but I think that they get detonated on the outside there, so the hollow point damage itself is really inefficient against the Gimli in particular. And if you're wondering why we're spawning in nose to nose, it is a thing I felt that like makes the most sense to me, because for one, as Menti, tournament organizer, Menti also tends to do this. I tried to ask him a little bit about his stance on it, and basically his stance is when you spawn ships nose to nose, they will get in closer to each other, and if they don't get in closer to each other, wow, that's an explosion. Well, if they don't get closer to each other, the battle will be really boring to watch, and that's pretty true too. So that's a good reason why we want to spawn ships nose to nose and not at an angle. Because if you want to have a nice broadside angle, you should be able to maneuver to get that broadside angle. If you can spawn at your optimal angle, you don't need to have much maneuverability. So the Gimli is of course a broadsider. The Gimli would be very happy to spawn 90 degrees towards the enemy directly. So yeah. I also have some extra systems installed into the Gimli to make it not have a big disadvantage when not spawning when like spawning to the nose. So it has some extra protection in the nose to be able to take first a bit of charge laser or something like that. And I could remove that and save like 50,000 cost probably if we removed some of those front shields and smoke and stuff like that. And of course, sieves systems to target things that come from in the front. But anyways, that's something that we could do, but I do really think it's nice to spawn them nose to nose, because one, they're getting closer, but two, I feel that it makes people have some decent maneuverability. And if they don't have decent maneuverability, they might get a very bad position. And I think ships should have a decent maneuverability. I think it's really boring with ships that are super bad maneuverability and just come. I think we killed the engine somehow. This is the new engines though. The Titan Slang is down to 73%. So I do believe it's very unlikely that the Titan Slang would win this. Indeed, we can conclude that the army of GMODISM's new battleship Gimle is reliably taking out the Titan Slang Mark II without a problem, which is great because the Draconia, while winning most of the time, could lose sometimes too, and I didn't like that. So that means that the army of GMODISM's Gimle battleship is definitely better than the Draconia. Which is very nice, because that's the one of the main points. I wanted it to be able to beat the Titan Slang without a problem. So that means that the Gimle is reaching one of its required metrics. Very nice. That means it doesn't have to be upgraded soon, like the Draconia had to be. But it's really sad. I think that Borderwise saved his Titan Slang as a Mark 1 and a Mark 2 version, and I just overwritten my Mark 1 version with my Mark 2 version. So I couldn't even compare if the Draconia Mark 2 was better than the Draconia Mark 1. And I don't know, I don't have the Draconia Mark 1 at all anymore. Well, let's have a little quick damage assessment here. I think this battle is pretty over. Seems that this auxiliary engines here don't get damaged too much. This box here, well, the big steam hasn't taken too much damage there. The AI seems to be pretty safe too. Yeah, well, that's good. It hasn't been disabled much at all, it seems like. Only some minor damages here and there, which makes me very happy. Whoops, well, that's a lag. Well, in any case, there we have it. The Titan Slang is DQ'd and the Gimle is winning the battle. So tune in next week for the battle against the Ragnarök, which was one of the absolutely main objectives for this little challenge. This is the Turtle Lord, built by Setup. And this is an older ship, but it's still very strong. It does, literally me, it does reliably beat the Ragnarök. It's a very strong one still, even though it's pretty old. It's efficient. It only costs like below 2 million, so it's also cheaper than the likes of Gimle and the Ragnarök. And it has an absolutely insane Kram barrage that deals so much damage it's not even funny. It has a lot of diff guns that shoots, well, diff rods, and the damage this thing does is absolutely insane. Now it's also a masterpiece work by Setup. It's absolutely beautiful. It's well worth a download, and you can walk around and check it yourself. Now, I won't be checking this because I did multiple episodes with this thing already, and I have a specific episode where we check the aesthetics of this. So I think it would be a little bit excessive to look through it much. So let's make the battles begin. We're just gonna have a terrifying view of this. Look at that. Look at that. We're not joking here. Come on. Come on, diff guns. Oh, yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, whew. I think we were mostly unscathed of the first blast. Our LAM systems in the front here got taken out. Bam. That's some damage though. Okay, we survived the first Kram barrage. Our front diff gun is dead, however. Alright. Next barrage is coming in. Oh, man. Holy crap, that doesn't feel good, man. Ah! Look at that. The partygoers are having a bad day here. That's not what we want on the Gimle. The Golden Hall should be a safe place for feasting. Oh, and we have a lot of mortars too. Those mortars are not a joke either. Man. You can see our lambs are taking out these mortars. It's raining down frags. Ah, look at that damage, man. Okay. The next barrage is coming in here. The diff rods, oh my god. The diff flak rods that protect me are just worth their weight in gold. However, you can't actually take out incoming flak or incoming diff rods that are kind of for damage, hash rods and stuff like that. You can take them out with other flak systems. So that's something worth noting, actually. Oh my god, the Turtle Lord is actually down to 92%, so we are in the lead. But it's just spamming cram shells, and we're gonna run out of diff rods, because remember, each gun, each barrel only has 10 shots. After that, we're unprotected from the crams. Where are our crams? Now, the Turtle Lord is the thing that lags a lot. Setup, who built the Turtle Lord, can't even spawn it in and have it perform in a battle. I may misremember, but I think I don't. I think that he had to build the Turtle Lord at like 0.1 speed at lowest settings. So yeah, this one taxes performance for sure. Which is why we're in degraded mode. Anyways, these rods here, they're not very easy to take out. Unfortunately, we have shields. Oh my god, the back of the Gimle is really sad. Are our up props damaged? What happened? Do we have too little engine power? Don't tell me that the Gimle will sink now. Because if